So good morning, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of DC FinTech Week. Today is Integrity Day. So we have a great lineup, including Al Kelly of Visa, Him Das of FinCEN, Chris Giancarlo, and a wealth of great panels and flash presentations, all looking at what new integrity concerns FinTech is raising, how FinTech can be designed with integrity and regulatory compliance in mind, and how new applications can support greater market integrity. So to kick us off, we have an expert panel discussing escaping the panopticon, data privacy in the digital age. So welcome everyone. So our first question some may ask is, what is the panopticon? So the panopticon was an idea by the 18th century British philosopher Jeremy Bentham, a utilitarian. And the idea is to construct a round prison whereby the inmates can be monitored at all times by a guard standing in the center of the building. And it's become a metaphor for complete surveillance. Today, digital technologies offer the potential for surveillance that Bentham himself could not have even dreamed of. All of us carry tracking devices called smartphones in our pockets. We tell Facebook exactly who our family and our friends are. We confide in Google our deepest insecurities. With big data and predictive analytics, companies may even know more about us than we know ourselves. And at the same time, data is a key input into new digital markets and a source of value and indeed, large market capitalizations of some of the world's largest companies. So what implications does all of this have? How do we build rules for data to be used productively without undermining privacy? Are we comfortable with data being concentrated at just a few large firms? So this panel will address these issues and many more. We have an all-star panel. We're very pleased. We have Roxana Mihet from the University of Lausanne. Roxana is a brilliant researcher who has great research on the use of data, and so we're very pleased to have her here. We have Lisa Quest from Oliver Wyman, a leading thinker. When I was putting together this panel, many people said, oh, you need to have Lisa on the panel. So we're very glad that we can have you here. We have Hui Nguyen Chu from Oxford, who's been thinking about FinTech since before it was cool. And we know that Hui also has views on data privacy and data use. And we have Johnny Ryan from the Irish Council of Civil Liberties, who's a voice of reason on data use and privacy. We're really glad to have him here as well to share his views. But I'd like to just kick off and perhaps start with Roxana. So Roxana, data are a crucial input into many areas of the digital economy, but we know relatively little about how to value data that firms hold. So how should we think about the nature of data? Is data an input into production processes? Is data the new oil, as it were? Is it a type of information, or is it something else?
So, right, John, so you can think of data in 3 different ways. Data is an intangible asset, and thus it's part of the broader shift towards intangible capital. Now, the nature of the capital stock changes all the time. The structures, equipment, and the machines of today bear little resemblance to the ones of the early 20th century. The fact that intangible assets such as data are different from previous assets is not in itself an interesting fact. What's more interesting is that intangible assets might have different economic properties. Intangible assets are more likely to involve high fixed costs and low marginal costs. And this might give a comparative advantage to large firms. It can make it easier for Amazon and Apple to scale up using these technologies than for a smaller business, since large firms can spread the costs over many different products sold. Data is also a search and matching technology. So data technologies allow firms to collect and integrate detailed information about their customers, the offerings, and the circumstances in which transactions are done. Retail platforms like Amazon can then improve the matching of products with consumers and deliver tailored advice. Now, the technologies and strategies for determining next best offers are evolving, but from an economic standpoint, data is equivalent to an upward shift in the matching function between firms and consumers. So what does this predict for the economy? Well, it predicts more transactions, more consumption, and a higher willingness to pay across all markets. The downside is that this can create opportunities for discriminatory pricing at the customer product level based on willingness to pay. In the US, however, there's not much evidence of widespread price discrimination based on browsing habits or geolocation. Lastly, you can think of data as a forecasting technology. So my own research shows that the firm's collection of data about its operations and its customer base facilitates a process of learning by doing. So for instance, analysis of data reveal insights that firms can use to modify and improve their business practices. The longer the firm operates, the more data it generates as a byproduct of its operations, and the more it can learn from its own past production decisions, allowing it to become more efficient and grow larger. And indeed, there's empirical evidence that shows that firms that invest more in AI and in big data technologies experience faster growth, and this AI growth effects concentrate among the ex-ante largest firms, leading to higher industry concentration and potentially reinforcing winner-take-most dynamics. Now, I just want to say that businesses have always used data. They've been using large data for a long time. What sets the current revolution apart and could lead to big changes is the combination of data with AI technologies to manipulate the data. So at the end of the day, firms need not only data, but also the technology and the human expertise to create value from this data.
Thanks a lot, Roxana. So I want to continue on this idea of kind of how data are used and talk to Hui, who has views on artificial intelligence. And many applications of AI are extremely data hungry, but without fresh data, they quickly become dumb. So how do you think that markets for data should work given these characteristics of AI and the use of big data?
Thanks a lot, John. And first, thanks a lot for the invitation today. I think the topic is a really, really interesting topic. And a bit like what Roxana said, I think you can't really differentiate between, for example, data and artificial intelligence. And I think one of the biggest challenges when we think of data is that data is not really a discrete quantity, or it used to be a discrete quantity. So for example, you had my name in an Excel spreadsheet. So that's easy, it's my name. And if you want my name, I can perhaps give it to you. But now data is much, much more than that. We not only have the world of structured data, we have unstructured data, and you have pretty much everything, which is Facebook, as you mentioned, knowing everything about my behavior, which is much more than a lot of rows in an Excel spreadsheet. So when we think of data, I think that there's the fundamental challenge, which is what is that data? So when we think about sharing that kind of data, what do we share exactly? Do I take all the information that Facebook has about myself and just give it to you? But even if I give it to you, there's not much that you can do with that data if you don't have the technology to process it and the know-how to use it after. And I think that's one of the main challenges. So when we think of data in general, I think there's a few different trends. The first one, as you mentioned, which is a huge consolidation, which is you have some very, very large organizations that have a lot of data, which they can exploit and do something out of it. So I think you have those few very large companies that you mentioned. Now, if I'm going on the other side, which is I'm a small company that wants to do the same, how do I do it? It's very, very hard. It's very hard because I don't even know what is the question I need to ask in terms of what kind of data do I need to use. For example, in finance and FinTech, we've looked a lot at alternative data. How do I use different types of data for credit scoring, for insurance, for underwriting, etc.? And what we see is that it's really hard, actually. It feels like it could be really useful to have this kind of information, but the kind of information that were really useful tends to be actually simplistic or extremely simple. So taking all my records of my telecom operator actually might not be that useful. Perhaps just one or two pieces of very discrete data might be more interesting. So when we think of let's call that marketplace for data or sharing, etc., I think I only have basically I would have one very simple answer, which is in general, it's hard. What I think has worked quite well are regulations like GDPR, not because of the regulation, but because it really forced people to think of what do I do with this data? What are the data that I have from my customers? What can I do with it? So really forcing people to think about it and going much deeper. But in general, about what is the value of data? I think in general, except very, very specific cases, let's say in the finance, for hedge funds that aggregate data and know exactly what kind of data can be sold. In general, you can't differentiate between data and the use case, which is, for example, artificial intelligence. And that's why just the selling of data, I think, is unlikely to really grow because you can't differentiate both.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, and we'll talk more about regulation like GDPR in just a moment. But I wanted to turn next to Lisa and thinking about the uses of data in the private sector. Of course, as mentioned, some of the most valuable companies in the world build their business model around the data that they hold, or that they hoard, some would say. What issues does this raise, and what do you think should be the role of regulation in data markets?
Thanks, John. And I'm desperately happy that the topic of regulation has come up, because I'm a giant regulation nerd and spend the vast majority of my time advising both policymakers and private sector on the development of the regulatory framework for digital markets. And I think it's a really important topic because it's a very large and relatively unregulated, or regulated in a fragmented way, frontier. And the issues are quite well known, and I think some of the panelists have already brought them up, but there's the winner-take-most dynamics and the impact that has on competition regulation. There's significant conduct issues related to both data exploitation, but also how conduct and data are used. And then there's also operational issues, which include data breaches and cybersecurity. And these issues span our current regulatory architecture. So in my mind, when you think about the role of regulation of the digital economy, of which data plays an incredibly vital role, its role should be to create a clear, consistent, fair, and transparent playing field. And specifically, I think we need to set up a regulatory architecture that provides end users, so citizens, businesses, transparency on exactly how their data is being used and monetized, and forces real options for consumers to decide on how that information is captured and ultimately used. So for policymakers, it means building the right regulatory architecture that is proportional. And I think proportionality is a really important point that I'd like to stress here in the regulatory framework, because we need to make sure that we're addressing the highest risk areas in a different way than we are addressing lower risk or smaller companies, because we need to include a framework that allows startups to grow and to thrive and to scale. We also need to make sure that the existing regulatory bodies that are taking on some of these additional responsibilities or additional regulatory legislative mandates are much bolder in their own internal transformation programs to become more digital, to upskill their new and existing staff, and to also think about digital issues such as AI, quantum computing, cloud, where they're currently lacking some of that technical understanding to oversee the data elements of the digital economy. And then I think for regulated entities who are monetizing this data, they need to really be testing through things like behavioral surveys, but also forced choice experiments, their customers' actual understanding of how that data is being used and stored, and properly valuing that data and compensating their customers. When I speak to firms, they clearly delineate between the value of real-time data as much higher than data even 6 months old. So making sure that they have the appropriate compensation frameworks in place and ensuring that policies are introduced to not unfairly benefit their companies to the detriment of effective competition is incredibly important. Given that the regulatory framework is being shaped against business models that are already established, to my mind, this means being able to really proactively and productively engage with policymakers and provide the data and risk management oversight that we see in other more developed markets.
Thanks, Lisa. And I'm really glad that you brought up the, kind of the issue of smaller versus larger players and competition aspects. I think that Roxana has a bit more to say about this in just a moment as well. But before we get there, I wanted to turn to Johnny. And Johnny, I was thinking from you, it'd be great to hear about, in practice, the kinds of harms that you've seen from the abuse of personal data. So what are the incidents that you worry about the most when it comes to the misuse of personal data?
Like all good panelists, John, I'll start by thanking you for the invitation, and then I'll continue by not answering the question you've asked and answering the question I hope you would have asked, even though we rehearsed this. I have heard a lot about how data is potentially oil, an intangible good. You can use it for different things, good to have, bit of AI sprinkled on top. And we haven't really got to the substance of things. Our conversation here is lagging 50 years, half a century. All of these issues that we're discussing, all of the issues that I anticipate we will discuss, were well rehearsed well rehearsed in 1973, when the problem of magnetic tape and social security numbers and all of these things drove policymakers to report to Caspar Weinberger, at that point Secretary for Education and Social Welfare, on what a privacy law should look like. Now, some of those principles, the FIPS, now inform what the GDPR is and other legislation around the world. And I want to come at it from the perspective of innovation. My last few jobs, up until a year ago, saw me working in startups, most recently Brave, where I was working for the guy who invented JavaScript. So we were a Silicon Valley startup. And for us, what was critically important was that big incumbent firms, especially big tech firms, were not put in a position where they could take data from one end of their business that had no connection to other data, no real connection, and they could take that data and use it to prop up other bits of their business. Now, in European law, and depending how you interpret the CPRA, in Californian law, that's called purpose limitation or purpose specification. And what was really clear when I was in industry, up until very recently, was if the Europeans were serious about enforcing the GDPR, nascent competitors in the digital market would actually have a chance, because you wouldn't have a cascade of monopolies enabled by big tech having an internal data free-for-all. And the terrible, terrible tragedy of the last 3 years is that actually the Europeans weren't serious about the GDPR. We've seen no enforcement of any substance. And that's why people like me have moved into NGOs and are starting to litigate. So the big question is, can we allow a situation where you can get big first and then scattergun your data from all over the place, not just disadvantaging consumers, but quite likely disadvantaging business partners, but also business clients? And for a sign of what that could look like, read Lena Kahn's famous article on Amazon. I'll leave it there before I monologue.
Thanks, Johnny. Yeah, so I think this is a nice segue into Roxana's research. Roxana has looked at the economic impact of data privacy laws. For instance, the California Consumer Protection Act, which, as you mentioned, Johnny, has some similarities or some parallels with GDPR. Roxana, can you tell us a little bit about what you've seen from the research?
Right. So in my own work, I've studied the economic impact of data privacy laws and the trade-offs they create, some trade-offs that Lisa has already mentioned. So just to explain to you what I do in my research, in one of my projects, I exploit the introduction of the CCPA, which limits the amount of data exposed firms can process. And I focus on a unique data set of publicly listed conversational AI firms that rely on consumer data to innovate and grow their business. And for these firms, I have their product entry decisions in the conversational AI space, their product ratings, as well as their financial and accounting information. Now, just to tell you why I choose to focus on CCPA, well, CCPA is an ideal setting for studying the economic impact of data privacy laws, because the last 5 years have been characterized by an incredible growth in AI adoption, and this covers a few years before and after CCPA was signed into law in June 2018. Secondly, California is a global hub for the presence of early AI adopting firms, and CCPA only protects Californian residents, which provides useful variation for me to establish the causal link between privacy protection regulations and firm outcomes. Finally, the regional nature of CCPA also implies heterogeneous effects on firms that develop AI-related products with different degrees of dependence on local data versus non-local data. So what my analysis suggests, which is a little bit different from what Johnny mentioned with GDPR in Europe, is that the CCPA lowers exposed firms' stock market valuations by 3.6% quarter on quarter. More importantly, there are huge heterogeneous effects here. So this effect is stronger for younger firms, for smaller firms, and for firms whose business growth heavily depends on Californian consumers' data. Secondly, I find that exposed firms' product ratings and sales become more volatile and they fall once the CCPA is signed into law. And this effect is not transitory, it's persistent. And third, textual analysis on consumer product reviews tells me that the drop in consumer product ratings is not due to worse prices, but actually due to worse targeted products. So it seems that not only consumers and investors are hurt, consumers are getting worse products, investors are getting worse investment returns, but these data privacy laws can create barriers to entry and thus may hurt competition. So the overall welfare effect is ambiguous. On the one hand, CCPA is protecting consumer personal data. On the other hand, it's preventing firms from offering what consumers really want. The overall effect on competition is also subtle. So on the one hand, all firms are affected, but it is small and young firms that are most adversely affected.
So Johnny, we've heard that GDPR has not been working, or has not, in your view, has not been enforced enough to give the smaller players a chance. And we've heard that, from Roxana's research, that CCPA may be disadvantaging the small players more than the larger ones. So the natural question is, if we want competition in data markets, if we want someone to challenge the big techs and the monopolies, what kind of regulation do we need?
Okay, let me just go back to the CCPA. The CCPA has a particular scope that doesn't actually include small companies, right? So for a company to be covered by the CCPA, it must have gross annual revenue of at least $25 billion, or it must be selling, which was a strange definition, selling for commercial reasons the data of 50,000 or more consumers or households. So interesting to hear that research from Roxana, but let's be clear, small businesses aren't actually covered by the CCPA. So maybe we're talking about a different category here. What strikes me is we know well that the average consumer feels that they are not in control, right? Everyone knows there's something wrong going on online. Now, this is not technical speak, but you know it in your heart. There is a problem online. And when you get leakage of data that we're currently seeing out of every website and app, and that's almost the fact, right? Nearly every commercial website or app is leaking data to all and sundry in every jurisdiction. That leads to consequences we can barely foresee. But let me give you a few of them, answering your first question. I'm sorry, John. Let me give you two of them, in fact. Next time John or Roxanne or anyone else goes for their dream job, an algorithm will probably decide whether to shortlist their CV or not. Now, maybe not at your salaries, but lower, right? For the average punter, the average person, an algorithm will decide whether to shortlist your CV. And it may make that decision based on data that has been gathered about you that you can't even remember, right? It may or may not be fair or transparent. Now, that sounds a lot like dystopia. But as we head towards new elections in Europe in the next few years, it is almost a certainty that the issue of microprofiling and so on is going to rear up again. So on the one hand, you have to consider the need to create space for innovative upstarts to actually grow their businesses without a barrier to entry being dropped like a moat, right? It's like the Microsoft case if it cascaded across every adjacent market. But on the other, you have to think of the wider social consequence. In both cases, there is plenty to be deeply, deeply concerned about here.
Very good. So I think that we've seen a few of these issues come up, and Johnny, you were discussing, how something's wrong online. Consumers feel this, and I think this has been brought out also by the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, we've seen some new applications like contact tracing apps. There's been a big discussion about, how much surveillance we want to allow, and who will do it, the government, big techs, etc. I was wondering if we could turn to Lisa on this, just thinking about how we should respond to the changes in the pandemic, including the increased use of digital technologies. The pandemic has really accelerated the existing trend toward use of new technologies. And how can we work to protect privacy in this post-pandemic world that's more digitized and where we've come to accept these new forms of tracking and of use of data.
Thanks. And I think moving through the pandemic has really exacerbated some of the issues that Johnny has just mentioned, especially as we've had a cohort of people come online that are not digitally native and are not as tech savvy as people who were previously using online services and knew how their data was being used. And so I think, again, not to be the person continually with a regulatory hat on here, but I would say that regulation needs to play a key role in helping customers navigate the privacy versus customization trade-off, right? And I think we often talk about protection of consumer privacy in isolation, and we need to think about that and remind ourselves that it's a balancing act that policymakers are making between consumers and businesses, privacy, and competition and innovation. COVID is an excellent example of citizens giving up their privacy to support things like test and trace apps that were put out. And at the time, this was viewed as a very positive development to support the COVID recovery efforts. But it's actually really important to now think about how that information is being stored. It was at the time. How is it being stored? We need to give people visibility over how their information is being collected, where it's being monetized by the private sector. So where governments have brought in private sector bodies to help with the test and trace apps or to help with monitoring, making sure that where that information is being sold and monetized, we're aware. And then we need to allow the regulatory framework to create the transparency for consumers to make choices and trade-offs in how they want that information to be used. So we undertook a global survey during the pandemic in March, and then again in September of 2020, to test the appetite of citizens in 7 different countries on their propensity to share their data. And we found that in all of the countries, consumers were more than 50% more willing to share their data with public authorities, and an additional 20% higher still with public health authorities than they were with private companies. And so ultimately, we found that people were willing to contribute to the pandemic efforts, but even within those parameters, the majority of them still wanted to ensure their data wasn't stored on government computers, and technical measures were put in place to preserve privacy as much as possible. So it's an incredibly important issue. It's exacerbated some of the issues that Johnny has talked about. And I do think that the regulatory framework needs to create the transparency and the provision of real choice, balancing the consumer's desired preference for customization and trading off privacy and convenience.
Thanks a lot, Lisa. So I think the discussion of how data are shared with authorities is also very relevant for the whole discussion on central bank digital currencies that we've had. And we've heard, earlier this week, Mu Changchun talked about the steps the People's Bank of China is considering for, guaranteeing privacy in their CBDC. And we've heard this also in other countries, in the Euro area, in the US, where privacy is seen, as a key consideration in CBDCs. So I wanted to ask Hui about, this potential of, CBDC transactions data, and indeed these concerns that it could be used for state surveillance of individuals. Is that a primary concern from your perspective, and how do you think it can be mitigated? Hui, you're on mute.
Is it better now?
Yes.
I think there has to be one people, at least one person during the panel. So that would be me this time. And no, I think it's a really interesting question, because that's usually a concern that people say about CBDC. I think one of the main concerns is the fact that today I can be private and anonymous with cash, and CBDC will change it. But I don't think it's a big issue, or I don't think it's a big, it is a big issue, but I think that there's a lot of solutions on this. And just going back to the point of Lisa, for example, for COVID, there were design choices that were made, for example, to keep, store, not store the data, for example. I know that in Singapore, for example, for contact tracing, one of the main objectives was, how do I make sure that, if I am in contact with you through Bluetooth, that this information is local on my phone and it disappears and it's not stored somewhere. In the case of CBDC, it's exactly the same. It's a design choice. There's nothing that says that because I create a CBDC, I have to store the information, forever on the system. In terms of design choices, from a technological standpoint, there's a lot of different ways where you can decide that it's anonymous, not anonymous, for certain amounts, for certain choices, etc. Actually, technology allows you to be much more flexible than today, the world we're in today, which is you're using cash and it might be anonymous. It's digital somewhere in the financial system, and you don't really know, and nobody really knows actually if it's anonymous or not. By having CBDC, actually, you can have these own choices, which are extremely clear in terms of when it is and when it is not. So, however, the main challenge, of course, is it's a design choice. That someone has to make those choices, which we're not making at the moment. And once you're forced to making those choices, that becomes much, much harder because someone now has to decide on it. And this can be a very, very long process.
Thanks a lot, Hui. I think that's a general wisdom that we need to make choices on these issues. We need, as a society, to decide where we want to go with data use, how we want data to be used, by whom, and for what purposes. And I think that this panel has really helped to inform that discussion about having this dialogue and ensuring that we do come up with rules that serve the public interest. So thanks a lot to all of our panelists. I really appreciate your perspectives. And we'll now hand over to Chris and to our next session. Thanks a lot.
Good morning, everyone from around the world. My name is Chris Brummer, and I am the founder of DC FinTech Week and a law professor over at Georgetown. We have had an amazing array of speakers and global leaders throughout the following day, and we'll continue both today and tomorrow with a focus on integrity, as we last heard, and we'll be focusing on issues with many global leaders from the White House, and the White House Cyber Director. We'll be talking obviously to FATF leaders and U.S. Treasury Office, and we obviously also talked to the heads of the IMF and the BIS. And thank you to John Frost for that former session. I want to bring on another one of our global leaders, Al Kelly, who is the CEO of Visa. Now, we are delighted to have him with us. It's kind of hard to sometimes get the schedule of people who are truly on the front lines of financial technology and really thinking through these issues. And it's a delight and an honor, really, sir, to have you. Thank you so much.
Chris, my pleasure to be with you and part of the week. Thank you.
Absolutely. Your team has been fantastic. So shout out to the Visa Economic Empowerment Institute. Look, Visa is a really interesting company. It's one of the most recognizable brands. Everybody knows really, at least the name, but a lot of people really don't necessarily understand what a payment network does. Even folks, frankly, who work in financial services. I mean, you don't issue cards, you don't extend credit. What is a network, and what does a global payment network like Visa actually do in the fintech ecosystem?
Well, Chris, a network actually makes it all happen. We're an enabler. We are the connective tissue that link buyers and sellers, or senders and recipients in case of money movement. And we have 10 million miles of telecommunications connections around the world. We operate in 235 or so countries and territories, and we have 3.6 billion credentials, either in a physical debit or credit card that you might have issued by your bank, connecting to over 70 million sellers around the world. And think of us as almost a highway, that if I have a card and I want to use it, I have to be able to use it, and that charge needs to be recognized. Ultimately, the seller needs to be settled with at the end of the evening. And we work with about 16,000 financial institutions around the world, ranging from the large traditional banks to minority depository institutes, neobanks, fintechs. And in all these cases, we think about being the enabler for everybody, whether you're in an urban setting or a suburban setting, whether you're in a developed country or a developing country, whether your business is large or extremely small. We don't pick winners and losers. We want to be, we are open to everybody, because our mission as a company is to have individuals, businesses, and economies around the world thrive. And that's what we do every day, is to think about how we make these connections better, deeper, and extend them wherever we possibly can.
Yeah, that's, I think one of the most really interesting aspects to that answer is just the breadth. I mean, we had a conversation yesterday with the chairman of the FDIC and the comptroller of the currency on MDIs. We started off, as I said, with the IMF managing director and the BIS general manager talking about really things that are happening all over the world, just as Visa's activities are over the world. And we focused on this idea yesterday of inclusion. And we focused on this idea that what inclusion means, from MDIs to China, right? It can all depend on context. And today's theme is integrity. And I think that the same can be said about that, about integrity. So what does integrity mean for Visa, for a company with such a broad and global reach?
I would say in a single word, Chris, the word is trust. That when people go and buy from a seller that they might not recognize, and the seller is selling goods and services to somebody they might not recognize, both sides of that exchange have trust that it's all going to work the way it does. And we strive to make sure that trust in the ecosystem and trust in Visa is at the highest levels. And I'd say there's four elements of that trust. The first is ubiquity. I like to think of Visa like I think of air, that when I leave the house in the morning, I don't have to think about being able to breathe. The air is just there. And what I want people to do when they go anywhere in the world, whether it is downtown in DC or on a street in Ecuador or in a village in Kenya, that they don't have to think about how they're going to buy, that if they have a Visa credential in their purse or their wallet, they're going to be able to shop freely and not have to carry a lot of cash, which obviously has some elements of danger to it. The second element of trust is reliability. We operate at the highest possible levels. We strive for 6 nines of availability, meaning being available 99.9999 times, which equals 5 minutes of downtime in a year. And in order for people to feel good, we have to feel like we can support people at any time of the day. And it's 5 o'clock somewhere in the world every single hour. We also can handle 65,000 transactions per second. Now, we don't come anywhere near that. Obviously, it gets high in the peak days of the holiday seasons, but we have built a infrastructure that has incredible capacity to it. The third element of trust, Chris, is security. That's has a number of elements to it. People immediately will think cybersecurity, and believe me, we spend hundreds of millions of dollars on cybersecurity. We have over 800 employees at Visa who come to work every day, and all they focus on is cybersecurity. But there is other elements when we say security, that my data is going to be protected, that as a consumer, my data is my data, and we want that to be as private and protected as possible. And then when we think about security, the other element you think about is fraud. And there's lots of bad guys in the world, and the economy is pretty good for the bad guys. And to give you a sense, for every $100 spent on credit cards, about 7 cents around the world of that is fraud. It's a very low number, but when you actually add it up across all of the spending that happens, it's a pretty big deal around the world. The fourth element, so I've talked about ubiquity, I've talked about reliability, I've talked about security. The fourth element's confidence. And I think that our brand, when people see those four letters, VISA, they think about the fact that there's a real company that has 60 years of history behind it. But we also make commitments that make it a big deal. We commit to zero liability to the consumer on anything that's fraud. If it's fraudulent, the consumer is protected. The other thing that we commit to, if you're a seller, is that every single night you're going to get paid by Visa. And if there ends up being a dispute later on, we get in the middle of trying to help make that happen. But the reality is that the consumer knows they're never going to be liable for fraud, and the merchant knows they're always going to be paid by us. And if you're in business, having kind of a guarantee that you're going to be paid overnight is pretty damn important. And I think if you're a consumer, knowing that you're not subject to any liability associated with fraud is a pretty big deal. So trust is critical to the ecosystem, it's critical to Visa, and it's critical to consumers. And that's when we think about integrity in what we do every day in terms of moving money and supporting payments, trust is the word.
You know, that's really, really interesting. I think, you know, I was sort of jotting down each of these elements, and it's really interesting because, you know, a lot of times, even when you move into some of the newer spaces, either from a policy standpoint or an everyday standpoint, people will just even throw away around the word trust without necessarily defining what actually trust means. That even that's not exactly a self-evident sort of idea, and it can also be broken down into different component parts. And when you sort of think about you know, you are in the innovation space, you're in the financial services space, but you're also in that innovation space. And you see lots of different activities along the ubiquity, reliability, or at least attempts to get at or to think through ubiquity, reliability, security, confidence, and to try to come up with different models. What gets you excited when you sort of look at that spate of innovation coming your way? And I guess alternatively, what may keep you up at night?
Well, lots of things on both sides. What's great is the opportunities list is bigger than the what keeps me up at night list. You know, on the opportunity side, I was initially an independent board member at Visa before I became their CEO 5+ years ago. And I was struck with how innovations within the DNA of the company. We like, part of the company's culture is we like to find solutions to make the world better for people. We're a very purpose-driven company. We're not just a business. We actually want to enable a world that is better and more inclusive for everyone. So what do we like to do? We like to make the user experience better. And that's one of the things that excites me. And so things like tap to pay, where the card, it doesn't ever have to leave your hands to go into somebody else's hands. And during COVID, Chris, that was a big deal, you know, where people were concerned about the spread of germs, et cetera. Oh, so sure. Over 70% of the face-to-face transactions in the world right now are tap to pay. And believe it or not, the country that is the furthest behind is the United States. But it is making enormous progress. The United States was a late comer to tap to pay, but now we're in double digits. We have certain cities like San Francisco and New York that over 25% of the transactions are tap to pay. It's a better experience for everybody. And that's an example of kind of just making life easier for the consumer and making life easier for the merchant. A second thing that excites me is trying to just basically improve the world. We have a whole group of people that are focused globally on something called urban mobility. And what we want to do is in the opportunity to make climate a better situation around the world. We want to promote open systems in mass transit around the world, whether it's trains or subways or buses. We're working with, I think right now, over 100 different transportation authorities around the world to open up their networks to facilitate companies like Visa being able to come in. And it is better for everybody, because
So quite literally a highway. I mean, if you're thinking about these as a network, as a highway, to actually think about both the digital and the sort of physical.
Absolutely.
Interesting.
And then the last thing we're trying to do is, up until about 5 years ago, we worked with only kind of bigger institutions that issued credentials. And today we're helping founders of small businesses and fintechs around the world get into the digital economy. And, one example is Kinley, a US institution whose mission is to build generational wealth within the Black community. It's an incredible mission, and they're a great partner, and we're working with them. They've a Visa debit card. They've got the capability now to have their customers get their earned wages faster. And we're even allowing their customers and working with them to show you the sense of how innovative they are on crypto. And we've given them a crypto API that actually would allow their customers to buy and sell and custody cryptocurrencies, which is kind of neat and very innovative on the part of Kinley. Going to the other side, and I could go on and on about the opportunities, but let me go to the other side of the equation. And I think my biggest concern, I guess the two biggest concerns that I have, and I think CEOs should be paranoid, and I lay guilty of being paranoid. But one is, I always worry about what I'm not thinking about, right? I'm on top of the things I'm thinking about, but what have I not thought about? A second thing I worry about and think about all the time, Chris, is cyber security. Unfortunately, all the advances that have happened in technology are not only available to the good guys around the world, they're available to the bad guys around the world. And they're quite well funded. I had a chief risk officer who said once, when we were at one of these big leadership meetings in a nice hotel somewhere, he said, just imagine the bad guys are at a bigger hotel with more participants. And the reality is that we can never let our guard down. We at Visa have spent $9 billion on technology in the last 5 years. And a lot of that has gone toward making sure that, yes, we're advancing our infrastructure, we're advancing our technology, we're engineering more things, but we're also trying to make sure that we're staying way ahead of the bad guys. And you can never say that your cyber systems are fine if they're static. They have to be dynamic. You have to constantly be changing them. You have to constantly be upgrading them. You have to constantly be testing them and having people simulate being bad guys and see if they can penetrate your system. You had mentioned in your intro that you're talking to the White House. I presume it might be Ann Neuberger. I'm not sure. I've spent a lot of time talking to Ann and other members of the Biden administration on this subject.
Yeah, we will have Chris Ingles, the brand new national cyber director, in maybe an hour or two. So, we don't have too much more time, but I did want to squeeze in one last question, even though I guess is a little bit of a leftover from yesterday's Inclusion Day. It's just really, I find Visa just a pretty interesting company. We had a conversation yesterday. I'm on the board of Fannie Mae, and we were talking to Kimberly Johnson about sort of inclusion efforts there. That's still largely a US-based company. When you look at a company with just such a global breadth, and you think about this question of inclusion, and just sort of in a nutshell, really, when you think about policies that can promote inclusion in very, again, disparate, different parts of the world with different kinds of legacy challenges, are there any ideas that come to mind? When it comes to sort of moving the ball forward, either locally or globally, or both?
Chris, I appreciate that question. It's a very important question. I'd say there's three things that come to mind. Broadband access, open data flows, and interoperability. And let me just say a sentence or two on each. Broadband access to high-speed broadband internet is critical. It is what, in the time of the pandemic, we actually saw a divide between the haves and the have-nots driven by broadband access. Small businesses that did not have access to broadband, or small businesses whose consumers were consumers that did not have access to broadband internet, really suffered compared to those that did. And by the way, this is a global problem. I pushed very hard for this to be included in President Biden's infrastructure package. It's still there. I hope it stays there. By the way, there's 2 million of the 10 million people who live in the greater New York City area that don't have access to high-speed internet. So this isn't just a problem in various countries in Africa or South America. It's a global problem. Data flows. There's been a movement around the world to localize and own data locally. It's bad policy, Chris. You don't get the best of a network. You know, one of the things that makes our global network powerful is that we see trends around the world. But if we're subject to have to keep our data related to a single country in that country is going to suffer because they're not going to get the network benefits of us seeing greater trends that could help keep fraud down, bring more innovation to their country as it relates to payments and money movement. So that's critical public policy. And there's countries that think that by controlling the data, it's a better thing for them and their citizens. It isn't. And the last is interoperability, which I think would make sense to everybody. Open global networks need global standards in which to operate. So we need to be able to know how the connection works in Singapore is the same as it is in Ethiopia. It's the same as it is in Colombia, the same as it is in Mexico. So those are the things that would come to mind. Broadband access for everybody, open data flows, and interoperability.
Thank you so much. This was extremely useful. I know how busy you are, but this is just a wonderful initial keynote to kick off our conversations, again, with the White House and with lots of other folks throughout the day. Thanks so much for your time and for your support. I just actually got a text in real time from our conversation from a watch party. So
well, Chris, I want to say to you, we're grateful for all that you're doing, and it's really our honor and pleasure to be working with you on what you're doing to transform Black and brown banks. It's making a difference, and we're having so much fun working with companies like Capway and Urban One and One United Bank. It's awesome. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, so we are now going to move on to our next part of the program.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Cronin. I'm the Vice President of Government Relations at GeoComply, where I'm based in DC and where I lead all of our federal policy and regulatory affairs initiatives. At GeoComply, we create innovative fraud prevention and cybersecurity solutions that are really designed to detect location fraud and verify a customer's true digital identity. We work across a wide range of industries, including FinTech, banking, crypto, as well as online gaming and sports betting, and the media streaming sector as well, where we work to instill a critical layer of trust in the digital ecosystem. I'm delighted to be here with everyone this morning. And at the outset, I just want to say a huge thank you to Professor Bremer and to the entire team at DC FinTech Week, working to make this event such a success. In our session today, I'm excited to highlight and provide an overview of how advanced geolocation data can be leveraged to prevent and detect fraud, as well as bolster AML and sanctions compliance for financial institutions, for fintechs, and for the digital asset sector. I'll also touch on why IP addresses in isolation should not be relied upon for fraud detection or AML and KYC processes because of their susceptibility to manipulation or spoofing. And finally, I'll also highlight the types of geolocation signals that can effectively mitigate financial crime risk. Now, in order to illustrate these points, we're going to walk through some real-world scenarios. And I encourage everyone in the audience to think about the one critical foundational factor that's shared across the individuals in these scenarios. What's the one thing that's enabling these individuals to perpetrate and advance these financial crimes, these cyber threats? So let's jump into our first scenario here. Now, the individual that you see illustrated here on this slide is physically located in a sanctioned jurisdiction and has been able to work as part of a coordinated cyber ring that orchestrates ransomware schemes against large US-based multinational organizations. Now, this individual relies on sophisticated tools to conceal their true location and therefore their true identity, and serves as the individual that's receiving the crypto payments from the impacted organizations in response to the ransomware heists. Now, for nearly a year, this individual has been able to successfully evade detection from law enforcement, successfully garnering tens of millions in ransomware payments via crypto from the ring's targets and victims. Now, in this scenario, if the exchange or digital wallet in which this criminal actor relied upon to transfer the ransomware payouts had the right tools in place to detect this individual's true location, and this was captured as part of ongoing suspicious activity monitoring and reporting requirements, this bad actor would have been stopped in his tracks. The scheme would have crumbled, preventing many of the victims that were unfortunately impacted by this crime. Let's jump ahead to the second scheme. Now, the individual that you see located here is actually located in my hometown in Minneapolis. Now, from the comfort of their living room, along with some associates over the course of the past year, they have successfully applied for and received more than $10 million in fraudulent funds from government-sponsored stimulus programs, including the PPP loan program and unemployment benefits from more than a dozen different U.S. states. Now, a critical aspect of this fraud scheme is their ability to rely on sophisticated and malicious VPNs that place their IP address in the respective state in which they're submitting the fraudulent claims, even though they're not physically located there. Now, if it was detected that these individuals that were submitting these fraudulent claims were intentionally concealing their location, and there were dozens of applications for unemployment coming from one device located at one physical location, those coveted government funds could have been properly allocated to the individuals that need them most instead of being siphoned off to this fraud scheme. Let's jump ahead now to our third and final real world scenario here. Now, the individual that you see on this slide is also located in a sanctioned jurisdiction. Now, this individual is relying on an emulator device, again, to place his IP in Hoboken, New Jersey. Now, on a monthly basis, in multiple transactions between $500 and $900, this individual utilizes a popular and well-established peer-to-peer money transfer app to send funds to his co-conspirators, who are also located in a sanctioned jurisdiction. Now, they too are relying on the same devices, the same emulators, to manipulate and spoof their IP address to appear as if they're receiving and transacting on the peer-to-peer app from New Jersey as well, falling under the radar. Now, these funds are leveraged by an organization located in the sanctioned jurisdiction to advance an issue and a cause that's important to this coordinated ring, and that is spreading online misinformation and disinformation campaigns on U.S. social media platforms to create doubt and distrust in the reliability of the COVID-19 vaccines. And with increasing vaccine mandates, they're deepening their investment to this cause. Now, if this well-known peer-to-peer money transfer app had detected that these individuals' IPs had been manipulated and that they were not actually located in New Jersey, but actually transacting from sanctioned jurisdictions, they would have been able to prevent these funds from being directed to fund the online misinformation and the disinformation campaigns, in addition to protecting themselves from sanctions violations. Now, as these scenarios illustrate, one critical and foundational factor that consistently enables these individuals to carry out schemes, financial crimes, cyber crimes of this nature is the fact that these individuals are concealing their true location by some type of malicious VPN, by some type of proxy or emulator or other type of anonymizer that makes it easy for them to evade detection. And we know that the market is exploding with these types of tools and sophisticated devices. And that creates an enormous degree of risk for the US financial system. And the inability to detect these types of anonymizers paved the way for the criminal and bad actors illustrated in our scenarios to perpetrate their crimes. They're doing this to ensure they can successfully evade detection and get away and carry out these schemes on an ongoing basis. By leveraging advanced location intelligence beyond just an IP address in isolation, coupled with sophisticated tools to detect anonymous actors that pose these significant threats to the US financial sector, these types of financial crimes can be detected earlier, they can be prevented, they can be stopped in their tracks. And this type of location intelligence can really play a critical role in strengthening overall KYC and CDD processes, preventing financial fraud and bolstering risk mitigation measures holistically for an FI or for a FinTech or a crypto organization, and establishing a more reliable framework to ensure sanctions compliance, as well as also bolstering reporting and traceability so that law enforcement is receiving more accurate, more highly useful, more actionable intelligence and information and data as part of AML and BSA reporting obligations, which we know is particularly important at this moment, especially in light of the AMLA implementation. These threats and the need to get in front of them have never been greater. And we know that from February 2020 to April 2020 alone, there was a 238% increase in cyber attacks targeted at the US financial sector. And in the first 10 months of 2020 alone, nearly $1.8 billion in losses from crypto thefts, hacks, and different types of frauds as well. And that approximately 8 out of 10 of the top US banks are unknowingly harboring illicit crypto MSBs. Can appreciate I've covered quite a bit of material. The 10 minutes goes all too quickly, and we're unfortunately running short on time here. But in closing, I really want to highlight and underscore kind of 3 key points that I hope that you all leave our session here this morning with. First and foremost is the fact that authentic geolocation data, when coupled with the detection of malicious VPNs or other types of anonymizers, can and do prevent and detect financial fraud and cybercrime at an earlier stage. The second key point that I want to leave you all with as well is the fact that IP addresses in isolation should not be relied upon for fraud detection or for AML and KYC purposes because of the susceptibility and the vulnerability of IP addresses to be spoofed or manipulated with relative ease. And the third and final point is that historic and real-time geolocation data signals can mitigate the risk of financial crime, as we illustrated in the scenarios that we walked through earlier in our session. So again, in closing, I want to say a sincere and huge thanks to Professor Bremer and the entire DC FinTech Week team. Really delighted to have the chance to participate in this event. If anyone has questions about what I've shared or what I've covered or would like to learn more, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. My email address is on this final slide. And again, thank you so much. Really appreciate the opportunity to be part of this great event. Thank you, everyone.
Platforms are expanding in financial services around the world. This is bringing benefits for financial inclusion, as we discussed yesterday. But the same forces that lead platforms to scale rapidly and reach underserved users may also lead to market dominance and the potential for monopoly power. Today, John and I would like to share some new work with Leonardo Gambacorta at the BIS and Tommaso Valetti from Imperial. There are broadly 3 types of platforms in digital finance. The first are fintech platforms. These often focus on a specific financial service. It could be payments, credit, insurance, or wealth management. They match 2 groups like users and merchants, or borrowers and savers. A second type are big tech platforms, like those listed here in the middle column. These are firms whose primary activity is really digital services. So it could be social media, e-commerce, internet search, telecoms, or even ride hailing, and then who expand from there into finance. And finally, some incumbent players are also adopting more of a platform-based business model. In many cases, the incumbents are offering third-party services to their clients and serving really more as matchmakers than as traditional intermediaries in some aspects of their business. Now, what defines platforms is that they operate in 2-sided or multi-sided markets. They are matchmakers. A key thing to note is the potential for externalities. So the value of a participant of being on one side of the platform increases as the number of participants on the other side grows. In credit markets, for example, one side of the market, customers may be offered services for free or even with a reward so that the platform can make money off the other side of the market, the merchants. We also see this with the users and drivers on ride-hailing apps and the buyers and sellers on e-commerce platforms. What's interesting about digital platforms is that network externalities may create more stickiness on one side of the market than we might see in other markets. This may allow platforms to exploit the other side and potentially raise some anti-competitive concerns.
So what does this look like in practice, and what's unique about digital platforms? We expect a few unique effects. So first, digital platforms may lower the costs per user. That's good for everyone, and that's a reason they can enhance financial inclusion. We can call this value-creating innovation. Second, platforms may use their big data to engage in price discrimination. So looking at the chart here, you can see that if you compare to perfect competition, which is shown on the left, or a pure monopoly, which is shown on the right, on the second panel, a platform can establish a digital monopoly, that's shown in the third panel, where it charges each consumer exactly their willingness to pay, and it captures the entire consumer surplus. To be clear, that's very efficient, but it's not good for consumers. When each of us pay exactly our willingness to pay for a flight ticket or an insurance policy, we may not be very happy about that. That's value extracting innovation. Finally, platforms could even manipulate preferences to inflate the values that users give to a product. That's both detrimental to consumers and it's inefficient. We can call this value destroying innovation, that's shown on the very right. So what do we see in practice? We can confirm that with actual evidence that platforms scale fast. Big tech credit in particular has scaled rapidly, reaching over $500 billion in 2019. And early indications are that it grew further in 2020 during the COVID-19 pandemic, even as fintech credit shrank further. In some markets like Kenya, China, and Indonesia, big tech credit is an economically relevant share of overall credit in the economy. Digital payments apps are seeing rising adoption around the world. In advanced economies, especially fintech apps like PayPal, Venmo, etc., that are taking off. In emerging market economies, it's big tech apps like Alipay, WeChat Pay, Google Pay, PhonePe, etc. In many cases, this has been associated with impressive progress in financial inclusion.
In the UK, for instance, we see the share of adults using mobile apps for day-to-day banking rose across the board between 2017 and 2020, with relatively larger gains for women. Usage has also increased among adults with characteristics of vulnerability in the areas of health, life events, resilience, and capability. Now, looking at the right panel here, we also see that the share of adults who are digitally excluded fell over the same period, and there have been gains in digital inclusion among older cohorts, although we do still see large shares of users over 65 are digitally excluded, so this remains an area of concern.
So we are seeing a tendency toward greater concentration in many markets. In China, there's a duopoly in mobile payments. Alipay and WeChat Pay jointly control around 94% of the market. In India, big techs control about 95% of the market in the Unified Payments Interface, or UPI. Moreover, we see that mergers and acquisitions are really taking off. There's a really interesting paper by Kamepali, Rajan, and Zingalis showing that the mere threat of acquisition may reduce venture capital funding for new firms, as investors know that they will be bought out before they can build a sufficiently large network. This is one of many anti-competitive behaviors that platforms may engage in. Finally, we see that incumbent banks and other financial institutions may become platforms themselves. Among incumbents moving toward a platform model, we see that non-interest income is much higher, as shown in the red line on the left. The expenditure on technology is also much higher than their bank peers, as shown on the right.
So what can policy do? Well, to capture benefits for efficiency and inclusion, whilst mitigating risks to consumer protection, effective competition, financial stability, data protection, and beyond, authorities are choosing among three approaches. First, apply existing financial regulation, competition, and data protection rules. Second, adapt the existing regimes, adopt some new, potentially more forward-looking rules in these areas. And thirdly, provide public infrastructures for things like digital ID and fast payments. Now, we argue in the paper that it's especially these latter two approaches that may be most promising. Regardless of the approach chosen, it is important for central banks, regulators, with their legal mandates, to work closely with competition and data protection authorities, building very much on existing mechanisms. While the mandates and market developments may differ, authorities can learn much from those who share a common path.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Karin, for this nice presentation, and welcome everybody to another session of DC FinTech Week 2021. I am Leonardo Gambacorta, and I'm the head of the Innovation Digital Economy Unit at the BIS. It's my great pleasure to moderate this panel on big tech, FinTech, and antitrust. There is a lot of interest around big techs and fintechs and the way they have started to provide financial services. This session wants to analyze opportunity and risk for their entry into finance. In particular, big tech entry into finance builds on their established digital platform in e-commerce, search, and social media, and holds the prospect of efficiency gains and greater financial inclusion. Their business model rests on enabling direct interaction among a large number of users. An essential byproduct of their business is their large stock of user data, which are used as an input for a range of services that exploit natural network effects, generating further user activity. This is what we are called at the BIS the DNA, data network activity feedback loop. Because of this DNA loop, big techs have the potential to become dominant players, raising competition and data privacy issues. And this session will look at these antitrust issues with the input from a competition authority representative who can speak about policy action on large mobile money providers in Kenya, and two academics with very interesting views on digital platform competition. So let me introduce very briefly the three panelists. The first panelist is Francis Kariuki, who has a vast experience in competition enforcement and is the first Director General of the Competition Authority of Kenya. The second panel is Marianne Verdier, who is a professor of economics at the University of Paris 2, and whose research focuses mainly on digital finance with a special interest in understanding the interplay between innovation, competition, and regulation in the financial industry, including the entry of FinTech. Last but not least is Luigi Zingales, who actually does not need a lot of words for the introduction. As most of you know, Luigi is a professor at the University of Chicago Booth and director of the Stigler Center. I read with great interest Luigi's recent work on big tech, and it's a great pleasure for us to have his view in this panel. But let me start by raising a question to Francis, who has a privileged point of view as Kenya is an interesting case study. So Francis, many countries are considering their regulatory approach to big techs in finance, but you have hands-on experience in Kenya with competition policy response to the large mobile money providers like M-Pesa. What did you learn from this experience, and what lesson can you offer to authorities in other countries?
Thank you, Leonardo, and it's a pleasure to be in this panel to share my experiences in regard to regulatory regime we have undertaken as a country towards these big tech, fintech, and mobile money in Kenya. From the word go, I would like to say that you cannot transplant or import regulatory solutions across continents to attend to local challenges. Nonetheless, we can domesticate, or rather any country can domesticate your approach based on outside experiences to inform your solutions, which should be aware of the historical challenges within your country and also the current environment you're operating under. And having said that, is that what has shaped Kenya's regulatory approach? The first thing is the challenges of transferring money, which was then at that time, which obviously did not have a lot of choice was not effective, was not efficient, and it was quite expensive, because transferring money in Kenya, you had to go transfer through the post office, which generally in the rural areas was about 20 kilometers or 30 kilometers from that person who is supposed to transfer the money. Then we developed from transferring money from that post office to sending through the public service vehicles. If at all that public service vehicle broke down on the road and your mother has traveled all the way to go to the main road to receive the money, then they couldn't receive the money. So those are the challenges which we were facing. Number two, the approach Kenya took is what I may call regulatory discipline or regulatory restraint. Give opportunities to the new ideas, to innovation, so that we can be able to attend to the challenges facing that. All that had its own advantages. It increased by the introduction of M-Pesa, that is the money transfer through mobile phones, it increased the velocity of money transfer. Number two, it reduced business costs. You didn't require insurance, expenditure to transfer your money or even to pay for your security to transfer the money. And also, as we have developed, it has increased inclusion to standing currently at 83%, among the highest in Africa. However, it has come with its own regulatory challenges. And these challenges, over my time as the Director General of Kenya, is that the key challenge has been to support innovation, while at the same time is that I'm aware that this innovation can lead to abuse of dominance. And the challenge has been balancing the two. M-Pesa, of course, increased that choice to consumers, increased the efficiency of transferring money. But over time, we have seen that it has become indispensable, and even another person coming on board into this market has become quite difficult. And obviously it portrays that certain, and the moment another person cannot come on board, the market tips to concentration, and reversing it's next to impossible. And then we have a situation where one firm is too big to regulate and imposing some kind of regulatory challenges to the whole economy. The other challenge we've had, the kind of regulatory challenges we are having, it's the traditional competition laws. Are they adequate enough to address the issues which are coming up? I've talked about abuse of dominance. Currently, Safaricom, which is the owner of M-Pesa, can say, yes, we are dominant, but we are not abusing our dominance. And that is why we are discussing at competition levels about strategic market positions. What kind of position do you hold in the economy that it is affecting other players from entering the market, even if you are not abusing that position? Another challenge we are having in terms of regulatory approach is in regard to this market. It cuts across all sectors of the economy. We have the Central Bank of Kenya, that is the Reserve Bank. We have the Communication Authority, and we have us. And we have to work together, bringing the sector regulators in terms of cooperation and coming up with a policy decision which is optimal to sustain innovation, while at the same time curtailing abuse of that position has been a challenge. And also is that you might find that also in the earlier times, there have been exclusive agreements, and these are the agreements we forced Safaricom to open up, where they had entered into exclusive agreements with agents that you cannot trade with another mobile money transfer, a competitor, and we ordered them to open. However, the regulatory challenge is by the time we completed the investigations and ordering them, the market was too dynamic that now the agents are not very critical in terms of this market. These days, I can download the money from my bank account to my wallet, to my mobile wallet, and send to someone else without going through the agents. This is the kind of dynamism. These are the regulatory challenges we are facing. Another issue we are facing also, it's the moral issues in regard to high interest rates on DFS. To conclude, the advice I would like to give to the people who are coming on board is that the regulatory regime you adopt should be adaptive regulation. You shift from regulate and forget and focus on restoring competition in the market. Number two is that you should focus on outcome-based regulation, focus on results and performance rather than form. Number three, I would like to advise on focusing on risk-weighted regulation. Case-by-case analysis, no one size fits all. Is that any problem being brought to you, you have to analyze it based on that case. And lastly is what I may term as collaborative and cooperative regulation, where you have to cooperate and collaborate with the stakeholder and also the regulators.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Francis, for sharing with us your experience for the case of Kenya. And let me raise now a question to Marianne, as the possibility of dominant digital platforms seems to be a key aspect, also looking at the experience for Kenya. So Marianne, looking at your studies, digital platforms may compete with each other in novel ways given the two-sided markets and the central role of data. What is your view on how best to balance new opportunities and risk?
Thank you, Leonardo. Yes, digital platforms have entered in several sectors of the economy, and the financial industry is not an exception. There are currently two types of platforms competing with banks: big tech platforms and smaller fintech platforms, specialized in the provision of lending and payments. And there are common points between those platforms. Their business model, as you said, differs from the traditional business model of banks because of the central role played by cross-sites network effects in their pricing strategies. Those platforms may have a technological advantage in the use of technology, such as AI and big data algorithm. And there is, however, in my opinion, one major difference between big tech platforms and smaller fintech platforms. Big tech platforms have the ability to leverage on the market power that they possess in a primary market, say, for instance, e-commerce, to offer financial services. So the key questions to balance new opportunities and risks are the following. First, are there efficiency gains of bundling the provision of financial services to the core product offered by those platforms? And in that case, the traditional economies of scope that can be observed sometimes in the banking sector between lending and deposits could be replaced in the digital world by other economies of scope between various activities offered by the platform. Second, if so, are the efficiency gains redistributed to consumers? The risk could be that big tech platforms take advantage of their market power to restrict competition with smaller players, thereby increasing the cost of financial services for consumers and reducing social welfare. Third, dominance in the financial industry has not only consequences in terms of prices, but also in terms of risks posed to financial stability. The financial system could become even more interconnected than it is today in the digital age, which would raise new challenges for regulators and supervisory bodies in terms of cybersecurity and data protection as well. Fourth, if there is a risk that platforms become dominant, then what is the appropriate remedy? Is it to regulate ex-ante competition between big tech and banks? And then, as we said already in previous panels, there are several aspects included in the possibilities to regulate competition between big tech and banks. Is it to promote competition with smaller players? But as we already know from the literature on two-sided markets, competition in two-sided markets may not always improve social welfare. So then regulation could be perhaps the appropriate remedy. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Marianne, for sharing with us your view on platform business model for financial intermediation and some very interesting angles on how to regulate the big tech and the fintech companies. One element that is crucial seems to be also size, and this brings me to ask a question to Luigi. Luigi, you have stated that breaking up big techs may not be the best approach and that greater interoperability may be better. Could you talk a little bit about that and how will interoperability could help to promote competition?
Yes, thank you for inviting me, Leonardo, and asking me this very important question. I think there is no doubt that we are facing very strong real economic forces. So network externalities, as we know, are very important, and increasing returns to scale in terms of data from Google searches to deep learning are important, and if we ignore them, we ignore them at a high cost, because the consumers will lose these benefits. And so I think that forcing necessarily a breakup which might destroy these benefits is not, in my view, the way to go. On the other hand, I have to say, and looking also at the Kenya experience, that hoping that a dominant firm will not abuse its power is like hoping that the lion is in a diet and might not last for very long. So I think that what we need to do is to think about alternatives. And here is where looking at history might be very important, because remember, network externalities have not been born yesterday or last year. At the very minimum, and I'm sure people can find early example, but then at the very minimum, they'll be born with a phone. I don't want to be part of a phone companies if I cannot call my friends. And so if the phone networks are not interoperable, I think that the benefits of the phone is dramatically reduced, and we naturally end up in a monopoly situation where you either go to a regulated monopoly or you have a lot of abuses. And so what is the solution that we find for that? Is a very simple solution, which is called to mandate interoperability. So I have a T-Mobile phone, and I don't worry whether I call an AT&T phone or a Verizon phone, not because of the kindness of AT&T and Verizon, but because there is a law that says that Verizon has to take the T-Mobile phone and vice versa. And we saw that while is far from perfect competition in the mobile phone industry, I think is much better than a monopoly. And we see enormous benefits, and even my research shows enormous benefits to consumers by increased competition. The other direction is that we should think about different organizational forms that try to achieve the same efficiency when, for example, there were large distributional benefits from in the agricultural sector, and the large purchase network started to develop in many countries, including the one from Leonardo and I come from. There was a very active cooperative sector that tried to reduce this power and was very effectively. So I think that the only thing that we cannot do is think about that laissez-faire will lead to a good outcome. My preferred solution is to have an intervention that tries to create standards that allow competition. So in that respect, I think that actually the Indian model is quite good. Why? Because they have a national ID system that everybody can use and everybody can count for. They have developed a universal payment interface that is accessible to everybody. And then they develop a system that can be sort of with added parts, each one of them has this characteristic of interoperability. And I think that at the moment we see competition, for example, in the payment sector being very alive and well in India, and a lot of efficiency gains. So I think that in my view, a system where we as, let's say, collectively, the government or a combination of government and the private sector, as they did in India, create a basic infrastructure, and this basic infrastructure can be shared, I think is much more conducive of competition than any other alternative.
Thanks a lot, Luigi. This is a very interesting perspective, and I think it's food for thought for policymakers on how to adapt their model. And your answer, let me think about, in general, the future of the financial system. So I have a general question to the three panelists on the future of banks. And the question is that many people are asking whether banks are about to experience their Kodak moment and where an old technology suddenly becomes obsolete. So do you expect the entry of big tech to put banks out of business, or how will banks be forced to adapt their business model? So let's start with Francis with a very short answer.
Thank you, Leonardo. Let me start by saying that any industry may face Kodak movement, so long as it does not adapt the changing environment, economic environment. But we have to appreciate what has shaped banks' ecosystem in Kenya. One, I can say it's the too much regulation, including prudential and systemic, which has also been increased with the anti-money laundering due to terrorism. So there's too much regulation. Number two, and with all due respect to the central bank governors, there's too much regulatory conservatism. I'm not advocating for regulatory libertarianism, but there's too much regulatory conservatism. We have to deal with this, and also the need for brick and mortar. Having said that, is that banks, they still have opportunities to thrive. They can work hand in hand with the, let's say, for example, the infrastructure providers in Kenya, like Safaricom. They can work as complementary. They reduce number of bank visits, they reduce the cost of the tellers, and also they can grow with no need of developing automated teller machines. This reduces their expenditure. Number three, also what the banks have to do is that they have to reduce and to ease the boxes they tick, because there are too much boxes that they tick, which sometimes with the current environment, they are necessary. If they adapt to that, they will not cease like Kodak ceased. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marianne, what is your view on the interaction between banks and fintech?
So I'm sure that banks will need to adapt their business model by recruiting new talents who will be able to understand the legal, technical, and financial aspects of recent innovations. And perhaps this is one of the main problems faced by banks in the process of adapting their business model to competition with big tech, recruiting new talents. I also agree with Francis that banks may partner with fintech and big tech to retain a share of the pie in competition. And in a joint work with Sarah Bianchini, we have shown that a bank may benefit from the entry of a lending platform if it retains a sufficiently high share of the pie. In that paper, we focus on the business model of credit intermediation by lending platforms, which match borrowers and lenders. And however, we have found in that paper that bank platform competition may not always increase social welfare because, as in other two-sided markets, competition may generate unexpected effects, yielding higher repayment rates for borrowers and lower welfare. So this is also one important aspect that regulators should look at.
Thanks, Marianne. Very interesting paper, actually, the one you have with Sarah Bianchini. Luigi, what do you see in your crystal ball? What will be the future interaction between big tech and banks?
First, I have no crystal balls, unfortunately, but I don't think that I don't particularly care about the future of banks. I care about the future of banking services and whether they will be offered and whether they will be offered under condition of competitions. And I think that the future, if we don't do anything, the future will naturally lead big tech to do lending. They already do mass amount of lending. Let's look at what Ant Financial does, for example, in China. And some of that lending is clearly very efficient, but the risk that this would become a monopolistic lending is a real risk. So again, I think that if you want to have a competitive system, like I do, my sort of preferred model, and I know here I will touch the skin of a lot of bankers, but my preferred model is a system of central bank digital currency where basically the deposit function is played by the central bank, and the central bank share with everybody the data so that everybody can land in a competitive framework, because open banking does not really work because banks don't want to share their data. And I think that we want to make sure that this data is held by a party that wants to share it, because we know it's efficient that one person collects all the data and then share with everybody. And who is the best party to be neutral and collect the data and share with everybody? I think the central bank, because they're not in the business, or should not be in the business, of lending directly. And so they cannot use their data directly, but they can share it with every possible provider.
Well, this is a very nice answer, and it seems that the crucial aspect here is how to share the data. So let me ask also to the other two panelists to say a few words on what is the optimal sharing arrangement in your view between big tech and banks in terms of sharing the data. So Francis, very briefly, because we have only 4.5 minutes.
As a regulator, is that I'm very keen on data sharing, which should be self-initiated. However, it must curtail sharing of sensitive information that may distort competition among competitors. Number two, it should not curtail motivation to invest in data collection. You know, there are some competitors who may just sit down and wait to receive the data. Number three is that as we force, or rather, even if the regulators have to force the competitors to share data, we have to know whether it's an essential facility, taking into account that data increases with repurposing. And lastly, is that the remedy should be time-bound and focus on markets where there exist competition issues, not just sharing of all the data. But also to conclude is that I would like I'm a supporter of open banking, but from Kenya is that I would more support open finance more than just open banking, because banking is just a small fraction of the consumers who enjoy those services. Thank you.
Marianne, what is your view?
Data sharing implies some positive and negative aspects. On the one hand, in the literature, it is shown that data sharing may increase lending to safe borrowers. But on the other hand, perhaps information sharing could also reduce investment incentives and increase moral hazard. For instance, if one common infrastructure is shared by banks for the data, perhaps banks will not be induced to make specific efforts to monitor their borrowers and to collect some strategic data that would be useful for them to assess better the credit risk of their borrowers. So I think it's important to balance those investment incentives with the benefits of sharing data.
Thanks a lot. Luigi, you already exposed your view on sharing the data. I would like to ask you what you see in terms of international coordination about data sharing. Do you have some thoughts on this?
I think that this is going to be one of the big political battles of the future, because answering a bit of what Marianne was saying, I think there is already data sharing today in many banking sector. There is a data sharing credit bureau arrangement that allows banks to share the information they collect about their clients. And that has worked relatively well, with one particular characteristic. It's been a big barrier to entry to who is not part of the system. And in many countries, if you want to have access to that data sharing, you have to be regulated like a bank. And that's a barrier to entry. And I think that the risk is that every country will build some barrier to entry based on data, preventing entry from other countries. So I think that that's a really big geopolitical battle that we're going to fight pretty soon. And I think will also be fought in the dimension of central bank digital currency, because they will provide different platforms for various countries to trade with each other, and whoever is the dominant platform will have a disproportionate privilege. I think that the United States gained that as a result of the victory over World War II, but now I think is up for grabs.
Thanks a lot. And let me just thank the three panelists, Francis, Mariana, and Luigi, for their great discussion. We can conclude that how to define and regulate the use of data has become an important policy issue for authorities and increase the need to coordinate policies at both the domestic and international level. This was a great conversation. Thank you for joining us for DC FinTech Week. And let me pass the baton to the organizer for the next session. Thanks a lot.
Well, we are going to continue our discussion on geopolitical challenges by talking about sanctions, and specifically the geography of sanctions, where they're happening, how they're happening, what are the tools and means by which the evasion of sanctions is being facilitated, and that'll help cue up our conversations later in the day with the acting FinCEN director and with officials from the White House. My name is Chris Brummer, professor over at Georgetown Law, and I am delighted to have Josh Prober from Chainalysis, Julia Friedlander from the Atlantic Council, Charlie Dellingpool from Comply Advantage, and also Yaya Fanusi from CNAS. Thank you all so much for joining us. We will continue, I guess, the geopolitical brawl here, and to think through what really we're seeing on the ground when it comes to innovation and innovative sanctions evasion. I guess, Charlie, I'll start with you, since you obviously are the CEO of a company that's really helping companies with compliance, but I guess on the back end, seeing some things that cannot be unseen. In what regions of the world, are we possibly seeing some of the most sanctions evasion?
Firstly, great to be here, Chris, and awesome to be such an awesome week as DC FinTech Week with some amazing panelists as well. I'm really looking forward to our fantastic discussions around sanctions. So I think, as ever, what we've seen is, with this constant geopolitical flux, there's always new areas where sanctions evasion is potentially happening, both because of political reasons and because of financial crime reasons. So I think, as a geopolitical tool, sanctions have obviously proliferated as a weapon against all kinds of threats, both geopolitical and financial. So I think in the past year, the most obvious one has been the reimposition of sanctions in Myanmar/Burma, with the kind of state entities there, which have been very prolific in terms of funneling much state activity towards the two main state-backed entities there. I think in terms of that activity politically in Venezuela and South America, we've seen lots of activity there. But then also in terms of the whole range of potential threats, both in terms of cryptocurrency laundering, in terms of cybercrime in Eastern Europe and Russia, in terms of drugs and cartels in Latin America. I think, as you can see, the number of sanctions in the OFAC list has increased now to a record high. And it isn't just the US that's collaborating on sanctions evasion. It's the entire global community with FATF in the vanguard.
Yeah, well, that was not that was a long list, and I think a little bit more extensive. I think when we tend to sort of talk about sanctions and say, well, okay, we want to prevent any one of a number of harms, but I think you've done a really useful job of kicking that off. Julia, you and the Atlantic Council have done just extraordinarily interesting work on a number of areas, from CBDC all the way to obviously national security. What's your thoughts on this? I mean, not just where we're seeing the most sanctions evasion, but are we seeing something in terms of the facilitators and other helpers as to those sanctions evasion? Are we seeing certain kinds of patterns before we get into the technical stuff?
Sure. No, and Chris, thanks so much for having me. And it's wonderful. It's an honor to be on this panel today. And I think Charlie walked us through a little bit about where sanctions, the numbers of sanctions are increasing recently. I think, the Treasury Department just released its sanctions review, indicating that the U.S. government does intend to take a sort of more thoughtful approach across the board towards using them. But I think as global events have proven, the world doesn't stop for a sanctions review by the U.S. Treasury. So we can expect this kind of careful use of the tool to continue. I think what you were saying about facilitators, Chris, is really where I will go with this. First, whose sanctions are being evaded and by whom, and what counts exactly as sanctions evasion? I think that, it ranges from, efforts by state actors to evade U.S. measures, and I'm thinking specifically of Iran oil sanctions or Venezuelan ones, but really, it really happens much more on the micro level in the intermediaries who facilitate transactions for individuals, whether they're just trying to move their money around or whether they actually are sanctioned and trying to evade it. And it really does, when you say where is the most sanctions of evasion occurring, that's really a very hard question to answer because it's occurring all over the world in myriad forms, from trust and company service providers to lawyers to small financial sectors and money service providers. Again, like all the entire ecosystem of moving money around. And of course, the Pandora Papers were very clear in showing this. So it's happening everywhere all the time.
Yeah, could I just pick up on this one thought, because it is useful, I think, just even for context when we move through this particular conversation. You had mentioned the U.S. sanctions review and the review of sanctions, I suppose, as a tool of economic statecraft. Just in a quick couple of seconds, could you just sort of contextualize why they would be undertaking the sanctions review in the first place?
Well, I think I like to, what I like to refer to it, I think, as sort of a cautionary tale of maximum pressure coming out of the Trump administration, right? When you ramp up sanctions simultaneously on Russia, on Iran, on Venezuela, and then you put others on top of that, Belarus, Myanmar, right? The sort of magnifying effect of a U.S. measure, everybody just expects another sanction overnight, and you lose the political framing. And so what I think this administration is rightly trying to do is say, okay, every designation exists in its own ecosystem with its own justification, whether it's and the full effect on financial markets, on compliance, and on the rollout, on the political rollout will be taken into account. Again, if you don't notice a sanction because if you woke up the next morning and you said something was sanctioned, oh well, another sanction that's working directly in juxtaposition to what the U.S. government will try to do.
So a couple of years ago, there was a sanctions sort of event, and I won't say from whom I heard this or how it happened, but I did get a note from another country's sort of finance ministry, just sort of observing about whether or not the deployment of sanctions could incent the use of other currencies, right? And obviously, sort of switching now to a little bit of the financial technology space. I mean, we're having new forms of tools and currencies being used, and there are questions about, when you push on one end, do you end up sort of facilitating transactions through non-US dollar tools? Yaya, you've been looking very, very closely at the question of crypto. How, just generically taking a step back, how do you see the use of crypto compared to cash when it comes to sanctions evasion? I mean, we hear it all the time, obviously, in congressional hearings, but it's always more anecdotal. But do you have a sense of that? And how they compare when it comes to illicit activity more generally?
Yeah, well, that's great. Thanks. Great to be here, Chris. Wonderful to participate in this event every year. It's like a holiday when DC FinTech Week comes around for us FinTech folks. But yeah, you kind of hit on it, and I'll leave some room for Josh, because I know Josh will probably come with the analytics and can speak to that much more than I can. But you actually hit the nail on the head when you said that there are more tools. I think you could frame it as simply, we have more choices, right? We all have more choices now in digital money formats. So that means not only do you and I have the ability to transact in a different mode, but now the illicit actors do. So there are two dimensions to maybe how this relates to sanctions. One is that naturally, we've seen more overlap with illicit activity by illicit actors, state and non-state, as it relates to what you could say is sanctions evasion activity, or sort of sanction designated entities involved in illicit activity. So if, for example, if North Korea has been hacking, doing cyber hacks, and involved in illicit activity, now they've hacked crypto exchanges to participate in that, and they've gone on DeFi platforms. If Russia had its cyber operations and was doing things, and Russian criminal networks were acting illicitly, now they're integrating crypto, right? Same with even some designated terrorist organizations. So that's one side of it that we're seeing, that, yeah, there's a growth, and I'm not going to give you the quantitative numbers, but yeah, definitely observing a growing adaptation of crypto in the sphere. But the other side of it, maybe we'll come back to this in our conversation, is the bigger question, which I think that Treasury singled out, which is, will these new formats allow for, will they undermine the efficacy of US sanctions? And that's something, I call that more sanctions resistance. And I'm sure we're going to jump into that, but that's how I would frame it. We've got more choices. So obviously you're going to see these illicit actors, sanctioned actors, using crypto and other channels.
Well, now I'm expecting within the next week an article from you called "Future-Proofing Sanctions." You heard it here first. But I think that it's a good idea to go to the analytics, to go to some of the folks with the cool robots and machines. Josh Prober, you're coming from Chainalysis, and you have you're obviously working at with a company with an interesting insight with blockchain forensics. You have anything to add in terms of the sanctions question and the crypto question and the crypto versus cash issue?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Yaya, for some really thoughtful remarks there. I'm really excited to be here today and speak to this. So I have a few points, and they do overlap a little bit with what Yaya was saying. I would say, point one, illicit actors are adaptable. They're always looking for new technologies and new financial instruments, and they seek to exploit those. Cryptocurrencies are no exception there. Illicit actors and sanctions evaders have used cryptocurrency, from where I sit and what I look at, as a means to acquire cash and fiat currency. So it's an intermediate technology that has really helped in that way for illicit actors. But I would note the illicit share of all activity for crypto, just looking at 2020, was less than 1%. That may get adjusted up slightly as we look back at some scams and other illicit activity that we didn't identify at the time. But it's a rather small percentage when you look at the overall activity there. But yes, North Korea as a state actor, very much involved in hacking to fill their state coffers and convert to fiat as well. Again, there is a means to acquire cash. We've seen cases where Hamas donors have been instructed to go to hawalas and provide information on Bitcoin addresses to transfer those funds. So they're using a very old technology and a new technology, a strange dichotomy there. And most recently, with Treasury's action against SUEX and OTC that claimed to operate and register out of the Czech Republic, but was actually operating out of Russia and Moscow and St. Petersburg, we see how crypto was used to support the movement of cash to illicit actors. They advertised that they had this conversion capability at their various branches. So again, old and new technology. And I would just note, especially in the case of SUEX, but we see it in many other cases, we have the tools to investigate these illicit activities that invariably end up at a very small set of actors and cash out points. We see this with ransomware. I mean, North America, was the largest continent for location for ransomware attacks in a time period that we studied between June and July of 2021, and they paid out the most to those ransomware actors, which are predominantly Russia-based. But again, we can see where those funds are going. Technology will change over time, and maybe that will change. But right now, investigators are equipped to tackle this cash and crypto nexus.
You know, it's I think for many of us, you know, one of your statistics that probably popped out, particularly for people who are not spending a lot of time in the space, but enough time on C-SPAN to, you know, I don't know, have a few friends, is this one particular note on the relatively small number of crypto, the relatively small use of crypto for sanctions evasion relative to sort of, I guess, the larger volume of crypto's evasion. Is this the meaning that most is just that most sanctions evasion is then being facilitated not maybe through cash, but also through other sort of account-based fraud, or is there? Did you have any sense as to how the sanctions evasion is actually being then facilitated?
Right. So that number does not capture kind of the full scope of what is probably in the universe of sanctions evasion overall, right? So we look at, if you just look at Iran and mining, there's a significant amount of revenue being pulled in abroad from mining of coins, which could invariably involve U.S. persons and U.S. citizens. That big, piece of activity, is best to be paired up with what the banking community and what regulators and what governments are looking at to say, yes, that in that case, it is sanctions evasion, because, right, we're just looking at the blockchain data, the open blockchain data. But that's really where we can be helpful, is to provide that data, which can be married up by governments and regulators.
Yeah, I'm going to then also extend that question a little bit towards Charlie. I mean, you're also working with lots of robots, and FinTech company really at the forefront of a couple of these compliance issues. I mean, so crypto is being used, but there could be crypto adjacent, I guess, activities that could be used for sanctions evasion. Are there any, either in crypto or outside of crypto, running a compliance company, are there any telltale signs of evasion, when you're putting together, Charlie, when you're putting together your company and you're thinking through strategy, are there any patterns or signs that kind of pop up when you think about illicit financial activity? Does, and for that matter, does crypto even compare? How does it even compare to sort of legacy forms of sanctions evasion?
So great question. I would argue that crypto is simply the kind of tip of the iceberg of a much larger kind of economy-wide set of patterns in which sanctions are just the beginning of a whole range of negative actions, in terms of normally only the very worst entities are sanctioned, as in with political exposure or with different national warning lists or adverse media. There's a whole conveyor belt of risks, and you only see the kind of 7,000-8,000 people or companies that are the absolute worst offenders on sanctions lists. I think crypto gets a lot of attention, but then in terms of the whole range of other industries which are threats, in terms of investment platforms like Robinhood, you saw GameStop, you saw huge flows of funds, you saw the bailouts of most institutions in terms of the transfer of billions and billions of dollars to rescue companies during the COVID lockdown. You've seen huge amounts of GDP transferred to individuals and companies. And then there's a whole range of other entities in terms of different platforms doing lending, or different platforms that are involved in savings or investment, or the range of neobanks. So in my mind, part of the reason why I started the company was that I felt that the kind of non-crypto risks and non-sanctions threats were an order of magnitude larger, and you'd only see the actual sanctioned entities as being the absolute worst. And there's huge amounts of the economy and society. There's 7 billion people out there, all of whom on a given day, like a good portion probably are doing something bad or corrupt, and we have to stop that. But obviously the government is doing a great job with the kind of 7,000 worst globally on the list.
Yeah, only when you're talking globally does 7,000 sound like a small number, as opposed to, and it really does, I think, put into perspective just the enormity of the kind of challenge, I guess, that one faces. Just to sort of continue along this line of thought. I mean, obviously, you have all kinds of experience both in government and also as an advisor now. When you think about crypto. And we had Josh sort of mention sort of, let's call it, the mining activities, for example, as tools for crypto evasion. But are there any other sort of patterns or activities that you see tend to be facilitators? I mean, obviously, Charlie's opened up an entirely larger universe of FinTech writ large. Do you have anything to add?
I mean, I guess I could add that, a lot of the same things that you would look, if you're a compliance officer at a bank and you're looking for some telltale signs, a lot of those indicators would be similar if you're working at a crypto exchange. A lot is going to be the same, the same in terms of, use of certain tools, using a VPN for certain types of transactions, issues with, when you're doing due diligence on a firm, I often used to think about, how you have, people that you can tell they've sort of backstopped their business and potentially it's not a legitimate business. So if you're, so that's all not blockchain stuff, right? But a lot of those indicators are going to be the same. I think in terms of a trend, though, if I could point to one thing, I mean, there was, OFAC earlier this year, when OFAC had a settlement with a crypto processor firm. This was BitPay, and this is all public, so I'm not shaming them by saying their name. And one of the issues was that obviously BitPay, the processor was not necessarily screening the crypto users; they were screening their customers, the merchants. So this leads to some things that I'm thinking about. I think that we need to think about, which is what are going to be the risks that come from accepting crypto merchant payments? If merchants are accepting crypto, might we see a little bit more risk there? I mean, merchant payments are relatively small compared to other for crypto. So that's one thing that I'm thinking about. And I think folks at Treasury as well are also thinking about, when you don't need to cash out, you have an additional risk because you're not necessarily KYCing those unhosted wallets that could be paying for items.
Well, that's true. I guess you're not really KYCing when I go to to the grocery store or to a merchant or something to buy things, which is really interesting. We had this idea of ransomware, and the idea of ransomware being discussed. I mean, it's interesting. Where along, excuse the pun, the chain is the ransomware sort of acting? Is it helping to launder, or is it the impetus to laundering? But Julia, I mean, when you think about ransomware, and it's a topic that we'll be bringing up later with the White House National Cyber Director and Him Das a little bit later. But when you think about ransomware, where does that conversation fit into the larger puzzle of sanctions and sanctions evasion?
Well, first of all, just to two-finger off of some of what my colleagues here are saying, and I think we're talking about crypto a lot because it's new and it provides a new set of compliance challenges. But I think as we've demonstrated, it's also the old way of doing it is still remains sort of a gold standard. And so let's not be. I would sort of a word of caution about getting all scared about the new universe that we're going into. I think it's a question of proper regulation, and that's coming down the pipeline. What I think is particularly interesting about ransomware, for the US government is that it really lies at the intersection between financial regulation and law enforcement in a way that, and that's of course, what FinCEN does in effect, but is a challenge for enforcement because we're not really sure who should be the first actor to really take the hit, right? And so should this be the FBI knocking down doors, or should this be a financial sanction? What is the most effective way of cutting this stuff off? What I think is sort of important to note, and this is probably why some of my colleagues on this call are going to continue to do good business, is that the U.S. government ways of detecting some of this behavior is probably antiquated, right? How do we do this? We do this through BSA data. That's what commercial banks submit as suspicious activity reports. Those are the commercial banks, right? And then, of course, it's also a question, without going into detail, about intelligence collection and what's accessible there. So it presents new challenges in terms of the structure of detection of evasion, and then which tools within the U.S. government to use to go after it.
So we're going to have a little bit later on in the day a conversation with really interesting companies between Coinbase, Aave, Square, and we're going to be talking about one of those issues of sort of compliance and DeFi, right? But just from a sanctions element, Josh, I mean, when you think about DeFi and sort of picking up off of, I won't call it a two-finger intervention because it's like cyberspace. I don't know what that exactly means, but when you think about crypto and DeFi, what do you see there as risks? Or are you seeing more activity in that space? And how are you sort of going through looking professionally at it? Like the level of risk involved in sort of decentralized finance.
Yeah, let me hit that in 1 second, Chris. I wanted to just say really quickly, you can also look at sort of general trends with crypto payments. And we looked at Venezuela a while ago and actually saw payments going in and out of an exchange that were much above kind of the means for typical Venezuelans to be able to pay. So that's something that you can look at, that you don't need sort of advanced techniques at an exchange or a bank to be able to sort of analyze risk there for sanctions evasion. But on DeFi specifically, I would say, yes, DeFi does appear to exacerbate the risk of sanctions evasion in certain cases, but we think that there are ways to manage that risk. And this is a kind of budding area of crypto that is, as you suggested, is exploding recently, and it's an important growth industry. I think what makes DeFi so attractive is just the nature of it. It's running autonomously, and that is something that money launderers, and we've seen in the context of North Korea, a particular interest in looking at it. The 10,000 foot view, we have seen DeFi use kind of skyrocket. And just looking back at some work that we did this past year, despite representing just 6% of the crypto activity in 2020, that's changing in 2021, it's more. DeFi platforms lost roughly 33% of the crypto stolen on DeFi protocols. So it's a rather lopsided review when you look at it. So what are the, sorry, go ahead, Chris.
No. I just think that's an interesting, the numbers are so fascinating, like when you think through it all, right? Because it's like, okay, so you have a larger percentage of what is still very small. and so it's, when you do the risk adjustment, and I'm sure we'll have a further conversation about this, but even analytically, one of the interesting questions is, is it the trajectory that it must be, I assume, where you're focusing as opposed to the aggregate amount, or is it something else?
So, I mean, I think we're focusing on, well, one thing that is very interesting, if you look back at the Polygon hack recently, the largest hack, in that case, the crypto community itself kind of banded together to sort of report on what was happening. And that user provided those funds back to the exchange. So there's an organic sort of response to some of these hacks that are making DeFi, in a certain sense, less attractive to go after. So there are some natural guardrails within crypto that are providing some comfort to go back to what Julia was saying, to not get too scared about the environment that we're heading into. And I think FATF is completing its review of whether or not to propose identifying, labeling operators and managers of DeFi as VASPs, and I think that may be an important way to solve some of this problem.
Okay, so like we only have 2 minutes left, so I'm gonna go. Well, you can, I don't know, you can do thumbs up, thumbs down, yawn, start crying, whatever it is. Okay, when you think about sort of the future in this next this upcoming year in terms of sanctions evasion and just financial technology writ large, in a word or two, how would you describe it? It can be more, less, same, whatever. Julia, we'll start with you.
Actually, revelatory.
Oh, very nice.
We're going to know a lot more, and we're going to regulate a lot more.
Very, 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 very nice. Yaya.
Keep an eye on China.
Okay. Okay, so 4 words, but still very good. Very, very interesting. Okay, we're keeping an eye on China. Charlie.
It's whack-a-mole proliferation, as in tons of new vectors.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow. Charlie's been full of sunshine for us today. Okay, and Josh.
I think ransomware in Russia will continue to dominate.
All right. Thank you so much. This has been revelatory, to use one of the, so I guess this is a 2020 word or 2021 word and 2022. Thank you all so much for joining us for this year's DC FinTech Week. And I'll be passing it on to my wonderful colleagues from Latham & Watkins.
Steve Wink from Latham & Watkins, and welcome to the Compliance and DeFi panel. I have a great group of folks today, and we'll be talking a bit about the scope of DeFi, how regulation applies to it, and the challenges of compliance. But first, let me introduce the panel. We first have Ben Gray, who's at Square, where he's Global CCO and Deputy GC. Ben leads Square's global compliance team in administering the company's anti-money laundering, counter-terrorist financing sanctions, and anti-bribery and corruption compliance programs, and advising on payments and regulatory legal issues. Ben also guides Square's financial crimes technical function, including the data science and engineering teams. Next, we have Rebecca Reddick, General Counsel of the Aave Companies, a group of software development companies in Europe that build open source blockchain-based software. And before Aave, Rebecca was a leading lawyer who was at the forefront of digital transformation, advising blockchain and crypto clients on legal and regulatory matters. And in 2019, she was named one of the top 100 women lawyers in New York City by Crain's New York Business. And we also have Gail Fuller, Managing Director at K2 Integrity, a leading advisory firm in the financial crimes compliance space. At K2, Gail co-leads the firm's virtual asset and fintech advisory practice, working with crypto companies, fintechs, and banks on how to identify and manage compliance risks. She also works with foreign governments, conducting risk assessments and designing regulatory and supervisory approaches. And finally, we have Grant Rabin, Associate GC for Financial Crimes at Coinbase, where he focuses on anti-money laundering, Bank Secrecy Act, and sanctions matters. Prior to joining Coinbase, Grant was a federal prosecutor in the Eastern District of California and investigated and prosecuted some of the first crypto-related cases at DOJ, including first ever enforcement action by FinCEN against a peer-to-peer exchanger, and global investigation takedown of Alphabet, the world's largest dark web marketplace. for which he received the Attorney General's Distinguished Service Award, the FBI Director's Award for Excellence, and the Director of National Intelligence's Meritorious Service Award. So with that, we obviously have a very talented group here and lots to talk about. So Gail, why don't we start with you? You know, DeFi is a term that covers a wide swath of activity. And for our purposes today, can you give us a sense of what you mean when you refer to DeFi and where the regulatory nexus may lie with these activities?
Sure, thanks, Steve, and thanks so much for having me on the panel. I think this is a really great place to start because those are questions that sound really straightforward, definitional, foundational, but they're pretty quickly going to lead us into the heart of some of the really heated debate around DeFi and compliance. I don't know how 101 level we want to get with this audience, but I'll start with the foundations of what DeFi is at a pretty basic level. Applications within the universe of DeFi offer analogs to many of the real-world financial products we're all familiar with, exchange, lending, et cetera. But they do so in a way that by design lacks a trusted central authority or intermediary that would have the power to, for example, block or deny payments or access. So that means without a centralized exchange taking custody of assets or without an entity like SWIFT in the context of banking wires that's processing payments. Functionally, this all is accomplished through smart contracts, which are software programs developed on a blockchain, usually the Ethereum blockchain lately, that automatically and without human intervention execute specific actions if and only if certain conditions are met that are written into the smart contracts themselves. Smart contracts, both sides are executed pretty much simultaneously. It's all recorded to the blockchain, so it's public generally, and it's immutable, like other things recorded to the blockchain. And so, you know, it's that last part of the explanation on how smart contracts work that is why the second part of your question about the regulatory nexus is so tough. Because if something is really and truly fully decentralized and functions on a purely peer-to-peer basis by virtue of set it and forget it programming code, where is the entity that's responsible for traditional compliance functions like customer identification or consumer protection? Who's responsible for sanctions compliance? If something goes wrong, who's going to be the target of an enforcement action and who's going to be held accountable? Historically, intermediaries have been the focus for a lot of that regulation, but obviously, as we've just said, DeFi by design removes those. So I think ultimately when we ask where's the regulatory nexus, the frustrating answer is it depends. What does it depend on? It depends on a bunch of different things. I see the lawyers on the panel nodding their heads and smiling when I say it depends, because it's a good lawyerly answer I hear. But I think, you know, it depends on one thing that I want to unpack a little bit, which is degrees of decentralization, because not all decentralized platforms are equally decentralized. They can differ across a number of key parameters. They can have different economic models, different levels of ownership transparency, and they can have different systems for governance and decision making. And those are the kinds of factors that determine where the appropriate nexus might be. There are some, like SEC Chair Gary Gensler, who would make the argument that the creators of the software or those who sponsor its creation could provide a good nexus for regulation. Even if we were to agree that that was true in some instances in which they maintain a degree of control over the platform and the decision making, it's not always a practical approach. And there are plenty of people who argue that regulatory obligations, particularly on the AML side, should focus on entities that take custody of assets. So I know this is a topic that everyone has a lot of feelings on, so I'm going to leave it by circling back to kind of it depends.
Yeah, thanks, Gil. You know, one of the things I remember having a conversation a few years back with the SEC staff about a decentralized exchange, and obviously the securities laws, or maybe not so obviously, but the securities laws focus on regulating the intermediary, the trusted intermediary, and a lot of our regulatory frameworks work that way. And it was really, I think the staff was sort of scratching their heads as, okay, well, how do we even think about this when there's not, when the statutes are designed for an intermediary and you take that out of the mix, because it's really a, square peg round hole kind of problem. Others on the panel have some thoughts about that.
I mean, I think you and Gail really put it correctly, because the regulations, right, are written with the word person in them, and person under the statutes means either a natural person or some form of corporate entity. And I think that they were written that way because human subjectivity, even if you're acting through a corporation, really could have problems when you're dealing with other people's money, assets, and things and the like. And Gail's description of smart contracts was exactly how I talk about them too, both internally at the company and also externally when I'm educating about DeFi or talking to regulators and the like. And so the question is, you don't have that subjectivity anymore. So I think you have to re-examine what types of things can go wrong when you're looking at it from a consumer protection perspective and think about regulating that way. I was speaking to a former regulator yesterday and who's really gotten into learning about DeFi. And he said, I almost think that DeFi makes regulators' lives easier if you think about what you're actually trying to accomplish in this consumer protection perspective, because everything is transparent. So you don't have to plan an 18-month examination of a DeFi platform. You could literally, if regulators brought in certain types of technology and the like, could be surveilling them on a real-time basis because everyone has access to the information about the transactions occurring, and even looking at how certain transactions may affect the platform. If there are only 4 people in a liquidity pool, what does that mean for certain types of stress tests and things like that? So I think I think regulators have to readjust to thinking about what the purpose and the goal of regulation is, and then determine how to effectuate that in a way that makes sense and accomplishes their goals.
Yep, go ahead, Grant.
Yeah, just to follow on what Rebecca said, which I think is exactly right, but in the government, regulators have the ability to hammer every nail that they see, but unfortunately, it's often counterproductive to do that. And particularly in DeFi, I think regulators need to look at why would it be counterproductive to attempt to regulate it? And in my view, you have very serious problems that could arise with discouraging developers from, one, being involved in maintaining their protocols, and number 2, even publicizing who in fact is involved in developing which protocols to begin with. I think it could be very harmful for consumers if developers remain in the shadows or go to the shadows. And I think it's also bad for national security, not having developers actively involved in maintaining these protocols to prevent hackers, including nation state hackers, from attempting to interfere with how DeFi protocols are being used. On top of that, and I think Gail and Rebecca alluded to this, is these are public ledgers, which are not subjective. They're objective in when the smart contracts are going to be executed. And we have the entire blockchain analytics industry that has sprung up over the last 5 years, which gives truly unprecedented transparency to transactions that take place on these protocols that just does not exist in traditional finance. If you think about traditional finance, when a crime takes place, let's say a fraud, it could take months, if not years, to track the funds, particularly if they go offshore, where you have to use the mutual legal assistance treaty process. As we've seen with crypto, and particularly with DeFi, all of that can be tracked immediately, and you don't have to deal with the tremendously burdensome process of obtaining records. So I would say that I think Rebecca is completely right on this front.
The one thing I'll jump in and say, sorry, is that on Grant's point is, should it be regulated? It's like, how should it be regulated? It can't be regulated in this traditional sense. There are obviously laws that apply to all companies who are developing products that automatically and inherently impose obligations, consumer protection, making full and fair disclosures and things like that. But in terms of how we think about our more traditional financial based laws, I think that there has to be a reorientation there.
And Rebecca, let's stick with you on this, kind of following up, identifying this sort of regulatory nexus. What does compliance mean in this context, where you're sort of, how do you determine who should pay attention to what? or what should pay attention to what? How do you think about that when you have such an uncertain nexus in a platform like Aave that's very decentralized?
Yeah, so I think it goes back to Gail's original point about the spectrum of decentralization. So if you have a software developer who's still holding the admin keys and has the ability to shut down a protocol or take control of certain liquidity pools or have assets, I think you are potentially in some realm of a traditional financial intermediary. Not maybe exactly the same, but you have the control. Maybe you don't have custody, but you certainly have the ability to affect other people's assets. So I think when you're in that realm, you have to think about your obligations in a certain way. And so I think control is really very much the hallmark that I think software developers should be thinking about, both in terms of protocols and in terms of front ends as well. But front ends can be very decentralized too, especially with ENS domains popping up and the advent of IPFS, which is a decentralized platform for these UIs and things like that. And so I think that's really where you go, where you're having something like a DAO that really controls the protocol. And you can see this from something like Maker. The Maker DAO and the governance forum is really full of what are legal risks? How do we handle it? What does that mean? And you do have this collective voice of people who have a stake, and I don't necessarily mean a financial stake, but sort of an interest in an ecosystem around a protocol. There was just a proposal that was passed relating to the Aave DAO to create a risk DAO that also is going to manage risk in the protocol. It's going to be a number of different people. They'll give feedback to governance proposals that may have impact on risk for new liquidity pools and things like that. So I think when you have a really vibrant ecosystem, there are people who are watching out for risk, but does it, is it in line with what people think of traditional compliance in terms of KYC, AML, and the like? Maybe not as much, but I do think with the soaring of interest from more traditional financial institutions, you're going to have some of those, traditional compliance parts come into it.
I would also, I think that makes a ton of sense, particularly on the control piece. I think, as my colleagues have said, everything is not fully decentralized here. There is such a spectrum. And I think control is a big piece of it. I think another nexus is where there is overlap between fiat currency and the decentralized ecosystem. I think that's an obvious place where there is an opportunity to kind of get more visibility and inject transparency and trust into the system, because you have access to people's identity, which, as we all know, is a big piece of the compliance challenge with DeFi. There's tons of visibility into the activity happening through blockchain analytics and the like, but there's still that big challenge of who's actually engaging in this activity, and sort of figuring out where to identify that, I think, is the biggest challenge for us right now. And I think, control is one place to ask people to do that. And then I think also exchange with fiat currency is another place.
Do others have thoughts about the identity, versus anonymity, challenge in this space? Grant, is that something, I'm sure you thought about that at the DOJ, those issues?
Yeah, I think we're still at a point where we don't know how identity is going to function in DeFi. There's obviously lots of very smart people, very technical people working on this right now as to how decentralized identity is going to work. But I think there will be solutions. And I think there probably already are some pretty good options. In terms of from the government perspective, it goes back to figuring out what are the trade-offs. And certainly there are instances in crypto and DeFi in particular where you do have anonymous actors. But as I said before, you have to balance that out with what are the really huge benefits to law enforcement when criminal actors are operating on transparent blockchains. And I will tell you, I had dozens of cases where I was extraordinarily thankful that the criminal was using Bitcoin, for example, instead of fiat currency, because it's much easier to track. It's much easier to get records. And once you can tie a real individual to a wallet, then you potentially can connect them to their entire history of transactions. None of that is possible in traditional finance.
Yeah, that's great. Rebecca, going back to you, there's some mention of education here, and I wonder if you mentioned some thoughts that you have about the role of education, and because there's so many different aspects to talk about. That identity issue is one, and I think there's also a lot of confusion about anonymity. As Grant was mentioning, there's and Ben was mentioning. There's this great transparency over the transactions themselves, and there is some potential ability to have identity known as well. But thoughts on education and its role in the broader regulatory landscape here.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's anything more important than spending time educating right now, because it's a completely new way. DeFi is a completely new way to engage in financial transactions. So when Gail said, these are peer-to-peer financial transactions, I often think of them as peer-to-protocol or peer-to-contract transactions, because as Gail made clear, sort of as she was describing DeFi, you're really just connecting your wallet and then interacting with a smart contract. You're not necessarily interacting with any other individual. And so when I've spent time educating both regulators, people in traditional financial institutions, and policymakers, there's a real mental shift that has to happen. And I think once we do that, we can go back to the point Grant was making, which is, we do need to have this shift in how we regulate and in what ways, and what's actually beneficial regulation in this space. So I think that while everybody is really innovating at such a fast pace, for those of us who have the time, or not even who have the time, but who have the ability to do it, talking about DeFi, explaining the technology and how things actually work is critically important, not just to regulators, but also to policymakers, because as the last panel was sort of talking about, there's a rush to create new regulation, to issue executive orders. And while the people involved may understand crypto, DeFi is a completely different way of transacting. It's not just something like Bitcoin where you can transfer value. It's much more complex and really requires a step back before you think about what to do. Because I'll say that, I've seen some draft regulation and somebody says, how does this impact DeFi? And I'm like, it doesn't even touch it, because it's really talking about much more traditional crypto, or like Ben was saying, it's really much more geared to these fiat on and off ramps and doesn't really relate to DeFi at all.
Yeah, thanks, Gail. How do you do, when you're advising platforms, are you thinking about education and the role of compliance in these activities?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that the recent Economist articles on DeFi, which, if we ever needed a signal that things were getting a little more mainstream, it was big Economist articles on it, but where they talked about how fierce resistance to regulation is only going to put people's hackles up. And so it does become a lot about education. As Rebecca was saying, it's less of a question of, is this going to be regulated, and more of a question of how is it going to be regulated, to what extent, and to what end. So I think there is an element of education around what is the technology, how does it work, what risks does it present, but there's also an element of education, that's outside of what I work on in my current advisory capacity, that is more along the lines of helping regulators, legislators, policymakers think through what are the second order impacts of things that they're considering around the regulation. We were talking about the identity solutions, and that's a big, big puzzle that needs to be solved for mainstream adoption of DeFi, I think. But as others have said, public blockchains are so open, I think Grant said it, that once you link someone's identity to that, if you do it publicly, you're creating this unprecedented public record of everyone's financial transactions. And so that might not be a desired effect. And so, we really need to think through how things are implemented, what the first and second order impacts are of those, and if that's what we really want to be achieving with our regulation. So education is a huge, huge component of across the board.
Great, thanks. Grant, turning to some other of the challenges that folks who participate in this marketplace have on the compliance side. I think when we talked before, you'd mentioned some issues around FATF, and can you mention a few examples that you're thinking about?
Yeah, I would say generally speaking, and this is probably a very common complaint within the industry, is that regulatory uncertainty is really the problem that we're dealing with, not as much as regulations we don't like. And so when we have clear rules, we can build around those rules and figure out how to do compliance within whatever universe the regulators have created for us. But when regulators are playing a game of cups and we don't know where it's going to land, it's incredibly difficult and also a huge waste of our time and resources in trying to develop protocols in certain ways or to develop products and services and then not knowing exactly where the regulations are going to be. I would say a counterexample to that would be FinCEN. I think FinCEN has shown very good leadership in trying to provide clear regulations and good guidances as to what constitutes, for example, a custodial product or service and what doesn't. And they were one of the first agencies to come out in 2013 with proposed guidance. And then their 2019 guidance is very in-depth in explaining all of the different nuances, particularly in the DeFi space, as to when a product becomes custodial and thus is subject to Bank Secrecy Act regulations. So I think that's an example of where we want regulation to be. But regulation through enforcement is really the worst kind of regulation. Enforcement should be there to buttress good regulations. So I'd say that's the main challenge that we're facing as a company in terms of figuring out how we fit, how our relationship to DeFi fits in with the regulations.
Yeah, well, and also the concern is that the U.S. will lose innovation as folks go offshore to seek more friendly jurisdictions. And there's also the counter kind of the other side of that is that I think DeFi's been or crypto generally really is a real tool for financial inclusion, and we would lose out on that opportunity as well. So Ben, I know that Square also focuses on economic empowerment. Maybe you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. Economic empowerment is Square's mission. And when we think about what that is, it's really providing people with access to tools to kind of own their financial destiny. And I think DeFi presents one of the most incredible opportunities to do this that we've really ever seen, because as we all know, a big piece of why people don't have access to the traditional financial institution is sort of the gatekeeping function that the current centralized institutions play, whether it's banks or Square in this case, and some of that comes from our compliance obligations, but some of it just comes from our ability to actually find and kind of attract different parts of the population that aren't as familiar with these centralized institutions. So all of a sudden you bring in DeFi and you kind of remove those centralized institutions and you give people the ability to own their own power over their financial transactions and interact with other people, whether it's peer-to-peer or with a contract, as Rebecca said, but ultimately they own their destinies there. I think I like to kind of use an example. So at Square, we came up with a lending product where someone could receive a loan. Let's say they were a barbershop owner and wanted a new salon chair. They could receive a loan based on their payment processing proceeds rather than having to go into a bank and show reams of paper that show their creditworthiness, which was really a big barrier for small businesses to get access to capital. Well, you think about that same barbershop owner who wants to get access to capital in the DeFi ecosystem. All of a sudden, all they have to do is find another individual who wants to loan money to them at a rate that is acceptable to them and at a risk that's acceptable to them. And all of a sudden, all of those transaction fees, all of the challenges that come from having to have a credit file are removed. And so that's an incredible opportunity for inclusion. I think all of the points everyone's made around consumer protection still exist, obviously, and we need to solve those things. But I don't want us to lose sight of the opportunity for financial inclusion and economic empowerment, because I think this is one of the greatest opportunities to bring in a lot more people into the tent and really give them the tools to engage in the transactions they need to build wealth and build their financial futures.
Yeah, it's such a good point. And when I look at the securities laws, it's it's designed in many ways to limit wealth creation to the wealthy. Unfortunately, the private placement rules make it such that you can't participate unless you have you're a wealthy person effectively. And there's been some movement to loosen that up a little bit, but as you say, it's sort of how do you balance consumer protection, investor protection with the opportunity to participate in those other marketplaces that obviously the wealthy participate in all the time and build their wealth. And we've seen this incredible disparity grow over the last 30, 40 years as these rules have been in place. So I do think that's something that's important for us to address on a statutory level. All right, so we're running short on time. Any last words from the panelists? Rebecca, you want to take us out?
I mean, I usually like to end things with go out there and educate. If you understand DeFi, spend your extra time, or even if you don't have extra time, make it in your day to be educating. But this panel was actually really encouraging for me, because I think we all come from really different places and companies who are doing different things, but the discussion was almost as most spot on DeFi and the benefits and the way to think about regulation than I've ever been on. So I'm really encouraged that all different parts of the ecosystem are moving in the same direction and are really collaborating, because that's the way I think we move this forward. And to Ben's point, to really make this into what it can be, because I do believe DeFi is an extremely powerful tool for financial inclusion. And we already know that the traditional financial system has hurdles that people will never be able to get over. And the last piece, I guess I would say, is to go to Grant's point earlier on compliance. There are native compliance solutions, including on how to do KYC while keeping things pseudonymous, that are already being built by really smart people in the space who understand how the technology works. And so I think the best thing that everybody can do right now, in addition to education, is to give DeFi a little additional time to grow. While there's a ton of money in it, we're still in an R&D phase. I would say DeFi is not more than 2.5, 3 years old. And so to over and improperly regulate it before it's had a chance to really, become what it can be would be a big mistake.
Great. Well, thank you so much, panel. It was a great session, and I hope everybody enjoyed it. And turn it back to Chris.
We are back. That was super interesting. Thank you so much, Stephen, and to all the great panelists on that DeFi panel. We are now going to shift to the guy who has to keep us all safe, Him Das, who is now the acting FinCEN director. So many of the issues on this conference, touch on not just regulation, but also national security. And it's just a delight to have him here with us. I mean, Him has a wonderful history, very interesting history with K2, and he's been in government before. And I know he's been very busy in this new position. And I just want to say thank you so much for being able to join us for DC FinTech Week.
Thanks so much, Chris, for just inviting me to the conversation. It's been a whirlwind for the last month or so since I've been on board, but it's a pleasure to speak with you and all the participants in DC FinTech Week. So it's great to be here. I just want to say that I'm just honored to serve at FinCEN and to serve and support both the institution, its clients and customers, the private sector, civil society stakeholders, law enforcement and supervisory community, and most importantly, the American public. So thanks again.
Well, we're not FinCEN, but we try to do the same thing with DC FinTech Week, and we'll be talking right afterwards with Chris Inglis from the White House on some other sort of related areas, and maybe you are just now sort of starting out and getting a lay of the land. It's a really important job. It's a really interesting job, and FinTech itself is always evolving. Maybe we can just start from a 10,000 foot level and maybe give a little bit of context as to sort of your perspective and where you're coming from, when you're coming to the job, and then maybe to sort of identify what areas of the FinTech ecosystem tend to be presenting or generating the greatest urgency for you, at least at this early stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. First of all, I just want to reinforce the fact that, and it was something that was very true when I was in the private sector, and it's very true here at FinCEN, is that we just have a shared responsibility to protect the integrity of the US and the global financial system. And, it's even more true that, we at FinCEN can't achieve our statutory mandate without collaborating and cooperating with the FinTech community, the innovators in the financial community as well. And one of the most important things for me is that we have active engagement with the private sector to understand where technology is going, both in terms of how it can benefit the American public, enhance financial inclusion, but also how it can be used to protect the financial system at the same time. In terms of some of the areas that I think FinCEN as an institution is very focused on right now, I just want to highlight a couple of areas. One is that we are very focused on implementation of the Anti-Money Laundering Act, or the AML Act, which was passed at the beginning of the year. The AML Act it represents a re-envisioning or a paradigm shift in terms of how FinCEN works and the ways in which we do business. I can't stress this enough. One of my colleagues referred to it as a transition from the diesel age to the nuclear age. But the Act expands FinCEN's mission in a number of important ways. It puts the protection of US national security at the core of our mission as a statutory mandate, along with protecting the US financial system from criminal abuse. It highlights the prevention of money laundering and terrorist financing as part of our mission as well. And it reinforces that financial institutions' AML-CFT compliance programs should be risk-based, and that's a very important point. It places a premium on both information sharing with all stakeholders, public and private, domestic and international. And it just encourages greater analysis and assessment of risk based on our information collection and effort. So it's a two-way information sharing effort. And importantly, again, for this community as well, is that the legislation instructs us to encourage technological innovation and the adoption of new technologies to achieve these goals. I mean, ultimately, the Act provides just an important moment for us to work with all stakeholders to consider what is working, what isn't working, and to modernize and update our rules to just deal with new and emerging threats, to take stock of what's happening with respect to technological advances and innovation, and to consider what the contributions are from a positive perspective, what concerns it raises with respect to financial integrity, and then to sort of work forward in terms of a common purpose. So that's sort of piece number one. I think I just wanted to add one more element, is that number two, we're just focused on combating ransomware as well. We're spending a lot of time and effort on this. And we're working with our interagency partners across the board with the White House and the NSC on a number of different fronts with respect to ransomware as well. So I'll pause there.
Yeah, ransomware is a big issue. There was some really interesting news coming out in terms of just how active FinCEN has been in sort of thinking about those issues, and they really deserve a lot of attention. I did want to say, you know, that's really very helpful and very useful, even thinking about the statutory element. You know, I think whether or not we're academics or whether or not, you know, we're international agencies are very involved in this conference, or whether or not you're on the private sector, it's just useful to sort of understand where the mandate is and where, you know, the statutory orientation of any particular governmental agency is and how it evolves. When you think about the national security component being a little bit more prominent, and we were just leaving a conversation on DeFi and decentralized finance, you know, does that, you know, does the mandate in any way sort of inform the way in which you think about an issue like DeFi? Are there any particular points of concern in that particular space? We'll get to ransomware earlier, though I guess I'm going to bring up the DeFi first because we got into an earlier chicken and egg conversation about illicit activity versus ransomware and what comes first and the like. So I guess we're going to start off, if you don't mind, with this kind of a DeFi conversation in terms of where you're looking at it. Are there changes with your mandate that inform how you view it and the like?
So again, I think that from our perspective, I think we're carefully looking at DeFi projects to fully understand how they work, so that we can find ways to mitigate any illicit finance threats, really, but without disrupting innovation. I think we are focused on just engagement with our partners, both within the US government as well as those in the private sector, just to learn more and to discuss the issues in terms of the positives and some of the risks as well. I think an important point with respect to DeFi that's worth noting is that many projects that call themselves DeFi are just not necessarily as decentralized as they might advertise. And I think the consequence is that many of the projects may already have obligations under the BSA. And I'm sorry, my lights just go off automatically when I don't move. So I just need to turn them back on. But you know, a lot of projects may already have obligations under the BSA, depending on how they're structured. Many like DeFi projects are developing rapidly. Many of them are foreign-based and may have no obligations under the BSA, or think that they might not have any obligations under the BSA. But ultimately, if they are offering money transmission services to the US market, you know, I think that they might be mistaken in terms of the scope of their regulatory obligations. Coming back to your national security question, I think the mandate really goes to a couple of different elements. One is what the regulatory scope is and defining what that regulatory scope is. And you know, we've engaged on that in a number of fronts separate from the AML Act, but also in the context of the AML Act, and we're working on that. A second is just a greater focus on assessment and analysis of the data that comes into us. And the third piece of it is just working with innovators across the board and engaging with them to better understand what their concerns are from a regulatory perspective and to better understand the risks as well.
Yeah, you know, that's very, very, very helpful. You know, your point in particular about, you know, some entities may think that they're lying outside of the BSA or certain kinds of reporting obligations, when in fact they may. You know, how do you view FinCEN's role in sort of bringing the, you know, activities into the regulatory perimeter? I mean, you know, are you seeing industry responses in terms of compliance that you're finding relatively interesting? Are there kinds of responses that you're finding less interesting or even inadequate? And again, I know you're very early on, but you know, are you getting a sense as to what potential solutions may look like, given the fact that you do have new kinds of operational systems and infrastructures coming to market?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a great question. I mean, I think I'll start with some of our perspectives from the inadequacy part, and then maybe, because we're always looking to make things better, but also then touch upon sort of where we're seeing some progress. I mean, as you know, FinCEN is dedicating an incredible amount of attention to virtual currencies. And, I don't think it comes as a big surprise. There's a huge growth of virtual currency use. And I don't think it's also come as a surprise that there are a huge number of challenges with respect to maintaining integrity with respect to virtual currency use. I think one of the areas that we're focused on in terms of inadequacy is that we're just monitoring and considering risks associated with technology that just fully anonymizes transactions more generally, regardless of the mechanism that's employed, whether, for example, it's a cryptocurrency that runs on an opaque blockchain or has a mixing protocol, or wallets or entities that offer mixing or tumbling services as well. Anonymizing features help enhance the protection of privacy, and that's an important and underlying purpose, but they also conceal transaction trails that facilitate criminal activity. The second piece that we're just very focused on is jurisdictional arbitrage. Uneven or non-existent regulation and supervision of virtual currency exchanges across jurisdictions is problematic. It allows criminals to exploit gaps in the system. And this is a huge challenge. The Treasury Department is focused on it with members of FATF, and we're working with other countries on a regular basis so that illicit actors just don't gravitate across jurisdictions. I mean, I think in terms of some of the positives, I want to recognize, of course, that companies have invested in dynamic and innovative processes that have contributed to the safety and stability of the marketplace. I think that there's innovative fintech that's been developed. For example, commercially available blockchain analysis software tools have greatly benefited regulators and law enforcement as well in terms of combating illicit activity. We've seen increased registration and reporting by CVC businesses. So I think it's safe to say that compliance is improving. I think we've seen advances in the use of AI and machine learning and federated analytic techniques and the use of data as well to better discover illicit activities and to assist financial institutions and law enforcement. I think that this is an area that we're keeping an eye on. Again, FinTech is rapidly developing and evolving. And I think we have to work together with industry to learn about and manage risks in real time. From a FinCEN perspective, we've set up innovation hours where we regularly engage with the private sector. And the goal is twofold. One is to better understand what concerns are with respect to regulatory implications for industry as well. But the other big piece of it is just to be able to understand the technology, because it is advancing so rapidly, and we can't on a regular basis keep up to date on things, and we're doing our best to do that.
Yeah, that innovation and the sort of speed of innovation issue is super interesting, because it's a challenge and then an opportunity potentially, depending on the context. I did want to give you the opportunity, since you had brought it up earlier, just on that ransomware question, or perhaps there's another. I mean, typically, and I'm sure you've already seen, as coming to FinCEN, the questions that you get will overwhelmingly be sort of in the crypto space, because that's where a lot of the energy is, and that's where the speed of a lot of new sort of innovation is coming, and of course in machine learning and AI. Are there any? Your job is to think about things that keep everybody up at night, but are there any particular things that keep you up at night more than others? I mean, is it the ransomware issue, or is it other forms of illicit finance and or cybersecurity risks that you think are particularly troublesome? What's sort of most distressing for you?
These are all challenges. First of all, I just want to stress that it's not technological innovation or that keeps me up at night. I mean, technological innovation is important, and there are many positive benefits from technological advancement and innovation. It is really the criminals and the terrorists and the ransomware attackers that leverage innovative technology for purposes that it's not really intended to serve, right? And exploiting elements of technological advancement in ways that aren't intended. And it's important to try to just keep ahead or keep up to date on what those technological advancements are, to be able to understand what the potential for exploitation is, how criminals might be able to exploit those technological advances, and to address them. But we certainly are not in a position of wanting to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We want to encourage and ensure that technological innovation grows, because it does provide positive benefits. I mean, I could go on at length about ransomware and some of the challenges that it presents for the US government, for governments more generally as well. I mean, ransomware is a huge problem, and we're incredibly focused on it. They've targeted virtually every sector of the economy. They almost always demand their payment in virtual currencies. They become more selective in choosing victims, both in terms of targeting larger enterprises and demanding bigger payouts. They're, using new revenue streams, for example, ransomware as a service or double extortion, and they're finding new ways to hide their entities and move money by increasingly using anonymized virtual currencies as well. And so it presents a huge effort. And our response has been to deploy a wide range of financial enforcement and other actions as well, including enforcement and sanctions, guidance and advisories, and public and private partnerships. And again, this comes back to my earliest point, which is it's a shared effort. We're looking to work with you to better understand what is happening out there, and to get information into the financial community and the FinTech community so that we can be more effective in terms of collecting information, understanding trends and typologies, and then creating a virtuous feedback loop.
Well, I'm going to sleep now at night, but after hearing that list, but I will sleep perhaps a little bit better knowing that you are on the job. We didn't have enough time, but we will be speaking to other people in the conference with people like raising up issues that are tangential, like digital identity. I know that there's been some effort to think about how do you keep people out as well as bring the good people in, and financial inclusion. It's a full plate. It's a really interesting plate. And I know you're busy dealing with it all, but I did want to again thank you so much for joining us, and we look back forward to having you back on.
Thank you so much for inviting me, Chris, and again thanks to everybody in terms of working with FinCEN, and we look forward to working with all of you as well.
Great. Well, we'll switch now to our next flash presentation, and then to the White House.
Hello, my name is Miles Kellerman, and today I'll be presenting a working paper based off my research at the University of Oxford. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to present. The title of this paper is Surveillance Games, the Politics of Global Detection. So this paper is inspired to deal with a particular policy problem, and that is transnational market abuse. This refers to insider trading and market manipulation perpetrated across national borders. Advances in algorithmic trading, in combination with the globalization of capital markets, has created tremendous new opportunities to engage in this type of abuse. The primary policy problem is that regulatory surveillance, or the actual monitoring of transactions to identify these types of schemes, is usually constrained to national silos. So on this slide, I have a very simplified schematic to try and demonstrate this. So here we see the SEC in the US and the FCA in the UK. And they both are able to monitor their national jurisdictions, but they are largely unable to closely monitor transactions occurring on markets in other states. And therefore, there is a cross-border oversight gap. They are unable to encounter certain types of nefarious activities that might involve the placement and canceling of orders and transactions on markets in multiple jurisdictions. This is an oversight gap that exists for equities markets, but also for many other asset classes, including cryptocurrencies. It's also highly relevant to issues of oversight of transnational money laundering, terrorist financing, and other types of financial crimes. So what this paper tries to do is answer three questions. First, how do regulators cooperate to address this gap? What forms of cooperation do they use? Second, what are the relative advantages and disadvantages of these different cooperation forms? And finally, why do we see regulators engaged in certain types? So the first section of the paper is essentially a mapping exercise, and I try to map the different types of international detection cooperation that we observe, not just in financial crime, but also across other issue areas. And the big takeaway here is that it varies a lot. There is quite a lot of variation both within and across issue areas. So starting from the bottom, there are some regulators who are actually unable to perform surveillance on their domestic markets, let alone those in other states. And this is because they've decided to outsource that task to private firms. So an example would be a self-regulatory organization like a stock exchange or a bank that performs frontline surveillance. In these circumstances, they engage in what I call indirect ad hoc information sharing, in which they have to request data from those private firms before it can be exchanged with their foreign counterparts. In some cases, this middle column, you see some agencies have the capacity to perform surveillance and thus can engage in direct information sharing. This could be an ad hoc agreement. For example, when the UK and France submit requests for information on transactions, or it could involve the continuous contribution of data to a shared database. One example is the Five Eyes network from the security field. Another are the various databases that are run by Interpol, in which different member state police organizations can submit data and also obtain information from other jurisdictions. And finally, we also see some public agencies outsource surveillance to an international organization. An example here would be FinTech, which is an EU agency that monitors EU borders on behalf of its member states. Another would be the World Health Organization, which monitors public data to identify disease outbreaks, also on behalf of its member states. So there's a wide variety of variation in how public agencies engage in international detection cooperation. After this exercise, the paper then proceeds to try and map the relative advantages and disadvantages of these different forms. And what I present, I call the surveillance quadrilemma. And the essential logic here is that any one form of international cooperation can only deliver two of the following four positive attributes at one time. And that is coverage, expertise, local knowledge, and positive incentives. Now, viewers that are familiar with the monetary trilemma or the impossible trinity will recognize this type of logic. And essentially what's displayed here is two primary trade-offs. The first is between coverage and local knowledge. And the analogy I like to use is zooming outwards in Google Maps. As you go outwards, you see more of the earth, but you steadily lose the details of streets, regions, etc. In the context of surveillance, having an IO, for example, monitor multiple jurisdictions may provide greater breadth of coverage, but you may therefore lose some of those local details, knowledge of local players, local practices, etc., that is relevant to an investigation. Additionally, I also map here a trade-off between expertise and positive incentives. All of these advantages are relative. There's expertise in every form, of course, but this captures the phenomenon that industry expertise often tends to gravitate towards the private sector. But forms of cooperation that rely on private sector surveillance can sometimes suffer from perverse incentives. There may be incentives to underinvest in surveillance, or at worst, there may be conflicts of interest. So following this exercise, I then seek to theorize why we see regulators engaged in certain forms of cooperation. And what I do here is present a new hypothesis, which contends that public agencies that have exclusive surveillance powers are less likely to engage in certain forms of international cooperation. Namely, that's continuous information sharing or delegating tasks to an IO. And the reasoning here, the logic, is that it's essentially political. That when a public agency obtains the capacity to perform surveillance itself, it therefore has incentives to not allow another organization, such as an IO or another regulator, also be able to view the same data. So they may have various incentives which are listed in this table, ranging from protecting power over investigations to protecting sunk costs that may have been incurred, to also having concerns about turf. And the real big takeaway from this hypothesis is that the pursuit of national surveillance power can inadvertently undermine more effective forms of international cooperation. The paper's last section there then tries to test this hypothesis by conducting two case studies. And I specifically look at two cases on EU energy and securities regulators that have both considered outsourcing the surveillance of market abuse to an international organization. That would be ESMA for securities regulators and ACER for energy. The key difference of interest here is that for the securities regulators, when they entered this negotiation, they had obtained surveillance powers, whereas energy regulators had not. I conduct 86 interviews in 14 countries and also consult extensive archival material. And I find that this difference, the difference in whether they had surveillance power, does influence their incentives to cooperate through an IO or continue to maintain exclusive access to data. So we see that with energy regulators, they were happy to delegate that function to ACER, considered it uncontroversial, whereas securities regulators who had obtained surveillance powers expressed many concerns about doing the same thing for ESMA, such as sunk costs, power concerns, and concerns about bureaucratic turf. And I'll stop there. Thank you very much for your time, and thanks again to the organizers for inviting me to present.
So now we are on for a real treat. I cannot emphasize enough how just delighted I am to have the opportunity to do what is, a first, and to introduce a first. Chris Ingles is the National Cyber Director over at the White House. And he too is tasked with helping to preserve the fate of humanity and the safety, at least, of the American people in our governmental institutions. It is such a delight and a pleasure for him to carve out some time in his very, very, very busy day. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Chris. And I think you put it in the proper text, I think, or the context, which is he too is kind of accountable for something. I'd be delighted to try to explain that to some degree, but I'm looking forward to your questions.
Yeah, well, let's start right there. Then the National Cyber Director is obviously a new and pivotal role, really, in Washington, and one that the financial technology community may not be that familiar with, even as important as it is. And congratulations, by the way, for the
Thanks,
position.
I think.
Maybe for our audience, maybe you can just sort of introduce us to that role and what the scope of your advice to the president is meant to cover.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. So first, I'll observe the obvious, which is I think none of us can miss that we live in an environment where we all know the criticality of digital infrastructure, what I describe as cyberspace, but it's the internet plus. We all know that it's under assault from all sides, that the attacks that we face are indiscriminate. They're impactful, they're brazen, crossing anybody's definition of a red line. And there are plenty of actors on the defensive side in this space. The Congress and the executive branch combined have tried to give some thought to how do we actually create coherence out of all that. We actually have quite a lot of technology on the street, quite a lot of people. We're short perhaps in innovation or quantity of each of those, but there's already a lot there. And our roles and responsibilities are many, but not necessarily coherent. So that then all kind of creates the opportunity in the National Defense Authorization Act last year, but it wasn't passed until January of this year, to create this role, the National Cyber Director role by law, who is accountable for creating coherence across the federal enterprise, coherence in the deployment of federal resources, assets in defense of the critical sector, and ultimately to worry about present and future resilience. There are four broad outcomes that I think, specifically accountable for, but that in a nutshell is what I'm supposed to be doing. So as I indicated earlier, there are already some very important and I think consequential roles in this space, but there are two others that on a daily basis I engage and attempt to complement. I'll just say kind of metaphorically to the left of me is Ann Neuberger, who's the Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber, strangely enough. And her job is to worry about the use of tools outside of cyberspace to bring about appropriate conditions inside of cyberspace. So think about diplomacy, think about legal remedies, think about using cyber military power, think about the remedies that we can bring to bear outside cyberspace to achieve conditions appropriate inside cyberspace. And then to the right of me, there is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency over at the Department of Homeland Security, about 3 years old now. Jen Easterly is the director there, recently at Morgan Stanley, defending their digital enterprise on a global basis. But her job is to be the on-the-field quarterback. That's where most of the resources that the government has to defend not simply itself, but to mobilize and help defend, right, the private sector in collaboration with the private sector, of course. And my job is to ensure that we play our role inside cyberspace consistent with what Anne does, and that I'm championing and making sure the right resources, the right authorities, the right context flow to Jen Easterly so the Department of Homeland Security can do what they do. It's considerably more complicated than that, of course, but that's the simple version.
Well, I think for many of the audience sort of watching, we're already sort of let's call it native to the financial regulatory space, where there are very complicated at times sort of divisions of power and authority. I find it really interesting that this role here plays such an important function, both as a coordinating function, as an advisory function, and obviously being on the front lines and asking this question as to, well, what happens within cyberspace, and that's complicated stuff. We had earlier, just literally minutes ago, we had the acting head of FinCEN. And, he had opined a bit about, obviously, about certain kinds of threats that are originating within cyberspace, and really had provided a very sort of rich tapestry of really scary things that keep him up at night when looking at the integrity of the financial system. From your vantage point over at the White House, when you look at that role that you're now playing at the White House, what are, and I realize that you're new to this role, but you're certainly not new to the space. What are your lists of major concerns that you think will be keeping you up at night?
Yeah, so first I'll take a half step back and try to reprise what I think cyberspace is. We all know the role that it plays in our business, our personal life, and governmental life. But we're often distracted by the obvious and miss perhaps the important. So my own definition of cyberspace, not unique, perhaps shared, is that it is, of course, comprised of some degree of technology, but it's also people and doctrine. People are not simply served by cyberspace, they're a part of cyberspace. They make choices all day, every day about what transpires in cyberspace. Often those choices are either a point of defense or perhaps a point of weakness. But the most important piece of cyberspace is that one that's intangible, hard to see, hard to get your head around, which I describe as doctrine, but simply put, its roles and responsibilities. And what I worry about is that we don't have any of those in the right place. We, of course, have to do more on technology. We need more people who can do the jobs that have cyber or IT in their names. But frankly, everyone in this space needs to know a little bit more and practice a little bit more critical thinking, cyber hygiene than they do on a regular basis. But that doctrine piece is perhaps the weakest of all. I would describe that what we as a society, we're not alone in the world. We're pretty much like everybody else, but let's take the United States. What we do to defend this realm, this domain, cyberspace, or just think of the internet itself, what we do on most days, on our best days, is we practice what I would describe as a division of effort. We use the resources that might be on our patch of territory, in our silo, in our stovepipe, our insights and our capabilities and our authorities to defend what might be happening on that patch, not realizing kind of day by day that that's a shared patch. And that the thing that we see a part of on our patch might also exist on somebody else's patch. And that shard, shred, hunch we have could be complemented by somebody else's sightline so that we could discover something together that holds us a common risk that no one of us can discover alone. Or more importantly, we could combine our capabilities and authorities, and imagine if we did that across the private and the public sector, combine those such that an adversary now needs to beat all of us to beat one of us. That's the deal. But we don't do that most days. I worry most of all about that opportunity cost, where adversaries explicitly, implicitly crowdsource us, and we don't do the same in return. And what then hangs in the balance is not merely the data, the systems upon which critical functions depend, but our confidence in the system that it can serve our purposes, and therefore the opportunity cost of what we would do with these systems otherwise is essentially dragged down by this idea that we're not quite sure whether we're in a safe place, because we're not. And it's all because of doctrine and people and technology in that order, not being properly kind of combined in the ways that I think could make for a much more successful strategy with not another single dollar applied. Not that more dollars wouldn't be useful.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because when you think about like a national sort of cyber defense policy, you know, or strategy, you know, between policy and, or excuse me, the technology doctrine and the people, you know, coordinating those things can be very, very challenging, and they can be challenging as we're seeing in the fintech space. I mean, like even we had earlier conversations on crypto, where you have people who create the tokens, people who sell the tokens, people who want to raise money, people who are investing. You know, everybody has different platforms for trading. There are different kinds of incentives. People who are regulating that everyone brings to bear on that space. And then when you know, I feel like that's a very small piece of this larger universe that you're going to be, or that you are currently engaging, you know, in terms of keeping the American infrastructure, you know, today's Integrity Day. So, you know, when you talk about the integrity of the U.S. cyber infrastructure, you know, and the range of threats potentially that can impact you know, our country's financial system. You know, you have a lot of different kinds of threats. You also have non-state actors, hackers. You know, how does that coordinating function fit with this?
Yeah, so I think my job, but our job collectively is to try to figure out, how do we apply the resources in hand, sometimes argue for the resources that we need kind of to be further invested, but the resources in hand in an optimal fashion. What we're trying to do is to create a successful enterprise in the defense of cyberspace. And you know, across my professional life, I've long known that any successful organization, I don't care whether it's doing cybersecurity, FinTech innovation, or whether it's simply delivering donuts, any successful organization has three properties. One is everybody in the place knows what the larger objective is. They can all describe it. They don't think of themselves as individuals in the proximity of other individuals. They're part of that larger enterprise. Two, they all know what they do to make that thing happen. And three, they all act like owners, right? They're not waiting idly by to see some mistake transgress across everybody else's desktop and thinking that there's going to be a really interesting kind of cleanup on aisle 9. So how does that then apply to cyberspace? The larger objective has to be for us. We propose that you're going to have to beat all of us to beat one of us. I don't care whether you're a criminal or a nation state, you got to beat all of us to beat one of us. We each know what our respective roles are. There are roles for individuals, there are roles for organizations, there are roles for sectors, there are roles for the government, public kind of entities. And we need to figure out how to properly complement one another such that those roles collaborate, not simply division of effort. And then finally, act like owners, meaning that we're going to discern changes in this space. We can't properly script all of that in advance. We'll have to then adjust our kind of aim, our fire as we go along. But if we all feel like we're kind of part of the stakeholders of this, the owners of this, we'll be in a good place. So let me then say what that strategy looks like. Strategy has three broad pieces, and this is as old as cyberspace. I think we could have talked about this with equal facility 30 years ago. First, we need to make ourselves a harder target, inherent resilience and robustness, but not just in technology, in people and in doctrine. You know, we need to make it such that no one of those is the weak link in this space. Two, having made it defensible, and that's the best we can do, it can never be made secure. Having made it defensible, we need to actually defend it, which means that we need to understand what's actually happening on these networks of interest. Is there something there that constitutes an anomaly? Can we identify that anomaly off the baseline in the context of itself? Analytics, vigilance, some degree of critical thinking is required for that. And again, collaboration. And third part of the strategy, running concurrently, is we need to align actions to consequences. And I say it that way because if you behave well in this space, there should be rewards. If you exercise due diligence, if you've kind of done all the things that are required, and you, a relatively small credit union, let's say out in the Midwest, are up against a nation state, possibly Russia, or a ransomware actor that's given sanctuary by Russia, you deserve the material support, not just of the sector that you're in or the insurance company that you deal with or the tech company you deal with, but the government itself, right? And so how do we actually make it such the government's proactive in kind of pushing those forward? I can offer some very real examples because the transformation I'm calling for has got to be built on the back of real work. So, for example, at the moment, over at the Department of Homeland Security, within something called the Cyber Security and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA for short, it wouldn't be the government, didn't have an acronym. We've set up this place where there's actually collaboration, not division of effort, but collaboration between the private and the public sector, where private sector and public sector technical experts get together and they co-discover and co-mitigate threats on the fly. It's not simply a notion that may or may not work. The Brits have pioneered this. They have something called the National Cybersecurity Center. It's been in place for years. It essentially transforms the notion of collaboration and says, we actually shouldn't wait until we know something that's sweet and special inside our stovepipe. We should essentially turn that on its head and collaborate at the lowest possible level. Compare our hunches, our insights, the shards, the shreds of information, discover something together we can't discover alone. I can go on, but essentially the premise of what would transform the application of all the assets we have in this space is the use of all instruments of power in a collaborative fashion so that an adversary, transgressor needs to beat all of us to beat one of us. That would be different.
That is really interesting. You know, I admittedly haven't had a ton of experience thinking about the perspective from you know, a homeland security focus. You know, again, from the financial regulatory standpoint, you know, where the national security interest isn't as explicit, except for apparently now over at FinCEN, you know, there are certainly collaborative sort of, you know, either sort of sandboxes of sorts that have to do with sort of discrete elements of compliance. But I do wonder, you know, like that this idea of making sure that everyone's on the same page and basic, you know, there's a game theory model about the weakest link, right? Like we're only as strong as our weakest link kind of issue. You know, to what degree collaboration needs to be or should be, you know, extended throughout the entire government, you know, not just on the financial regulatory perspective, but to see, you know, what that coordination and what best practices look like, you know, from Homeland Security and you know, I like this idea of the co-discovery of threats on the fly. That's I'm gonna have to like trademark that one. You know, to sort of think through how exactly that would work. I mean, this is just as a sort of general curiosity question. You know, do you have any sense as to what a project or future projects kind of look like? You know, when that discovery occurs, how do you disseminate the learning?
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Beyond just that sort of the box of the relevant agency.
So we do not have all those answers now, but we've got some perhaps kind of things that are kind of shot lines across that raging river that look like they'll be useful to us in guiding the initial work that we can then, if that builds a fire, I'll kind of mix all my metaphors here, we can then feed that fire. So at that place that I said, we're trying to start a collaborative relationship between the private and the public sector, the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative, they will actually have some kind of what they call sprints, which is how do we look at something very specific? Ransomware might be one of those. Cloud security might be one of those. And I intentionally kind of mix kind of the center of gravity. One of those is about reacting to threat. The other one is about getting ahead of that by building in resilience and robustness. But how do we then put something very specific on the table to say, let's collaborate about this so that all parties can say, well, I'm not sure I know how to deal with you, but I know how to deal with that. And if we then develop professional intimacy in that space, we surprise one another by what we know. I'm often, if I'm the public sector, going to misperceive what the private sector actually finds helpful. You're going to ask me the wrong questions. We'll play go fish until the cows go home. And if we actually get together, build our kind of work around some common problem that we're solving together, it'll break down those barriers. It'll increase that understanding. We might begin to share without preconditions. And if we do it at the lowest possible level, we don't have to worry about the sanitization of proprietary information or classified information because we haven't yet built up proprietary or classified information. We just discovered this together. right? It essentially is profound because it avoids that problem. It doesn't solve that problem. That problem still exists. If you have something that's so special in your stovepipe, you have to figure out how to sanitize it. I'll let somebody do that for the next 6 months and give me back something that's sufficiently denuded of real information. It's useless. What I want to do is to figure out how to put my lenses on and co-discover, co-mitigate something on the fly.
Yeah, I really think that's a fascinating, for whatever, I generally like to just sort of ask questions and get responses back, but I think that's really interesting, and I think that that model and the learning across government could be very interesting, because I think that the relationship between financial firms, wherever, whatever stripe, and the national security officials, as compared to, say, relationships even within the financial regulatory sector, it's just a different kind. And so if whatever's learned on one end can be shared with the other end, and like, it seems like that's an interesting.
In all due respect to the financial side, I have to give them a lot of credit for helping to pioneer some key elements of this. There are, of course, ISACs. They're kind of information sharing analysis centers. A couple of those still use spreadsheets and email to exchange information. Information doesn't itself collaborate very well, so you might imagine the degree of that collaboration is not very rich. The Financial Information Services and Analysis Center determined that what they were doing a few years ago wasn't rich enough, quick enough, granular enough. So they formed something called, the Analysis Resource Center, the ARC, and put that kind of in place over in Northern Virginia. They determined that a single sector might have some risks, but those risks are generally dependent upon other sectors. So very recently, it's gone from the financial ARC, and this is all kind of led by the financial sector, to kind of an energy/financial/telecommunications ARC, where they can essentially at least cut that across 3 different sectors to see if they can, in something approaching real time, discern threats that have perhaps either some commonality or some cascading kind of effect across that. So a couple of us within the federal government, Jen Easterly and I specifically, met with ARC leadership a couple of weeks ago to say, how do we take your efforts, which are focused in the private sector in a very thoughtful way, and combine them with the government's efforts at that Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative? How do we actually kind of strap one more of these potential collaborators together in a way that begins to get some real diversity into this space? And not surprisingly, they led the conversation and said, we're all in. How fast can you go? Again, we need to do some real work here, not just notional work. And so we'll pick some projects, do some sprints, and see what works, see what doesn't, and then fail rapidly, succeed kind of quickly.
Yeah, that's and I thought I would be losing sleep tonight, but it looks like I actually may be getting a wink or two, because this is actually quite encouraging and really kind of interesting.
Oh, they're still out there, so we have reasons to not sleep well, but we're going to take them on.
Well, on one of the many reasons not to sleep well, and you had mentioned it briefly, was a topic of a conversation, again, with the acting director of FinCEN, was this idea of ransom, or the challenge of ransomware, and the sort of explosive growth of ransomware. As you settle into your role and you're thinking about ransomware and the fact that it can impact so many parts of the cyber universe, are there any kind of strategies or principles that you're using when developing your strategy, and where do you think some of your work in that direction could be?
Yeah, so let's take ransomware as the current scourge of the moment, and it's a very real and material issue. It's existential to some companies. And think through the 3-part strategy that's not particularly earth-shattering I recommended earlier, which is make yourself a harder target, make it such that you understand what's happening on those networks, actually defend them, and then align actions to consequences. Most companies that I have found who think about ransomware as being something that could happen to them, turns out they're correct. You cannot imagine that you're somehow held harmless. These are indiscriminate attacks often. But most companies that have thought their way through that and then go to the time and trouble to say, what would that look like, feel like? How would that play out? Come to some very, very difficult kind of conclusions, very uncomfortable conclusions about, I'm not well prepared. I don't have that backup. I don't have my kind of offline data encrypted. We don't know who's who in the zoo that is our own kind of enterprise. And they begin to then kind of take advantage of that implicit time machine of saying, having experienced at least vicariously that negative kind of feeling, they go back and make the investments necessary to preclude that, especially if they're of the opinion that it makes no sense to pay a ransom unless you're in an extremist position, right? That kind of assuming that you're able to pay that ransom essentially is not simply morally irresponsible, but it violates your fiduciary obligations. And so, there's a lot of time and effort that should be spent on inherent resilience and robustness, which frankly would take 85% of this right off the street. That then allows that there are still going to be some actors there that are sufficiently capable and perhaps live in sufficiently impenetrable sanctuaries that they will be beyond the reach of a private sector entity. The government needs to stand in and especially kind of using other governments kind of in a coalition fashion, remove those sanctuaries, disrupt those actors, apprehend, right, their ill-gotten gains, and all of that's going on. There was 2 weeks ago, hosted by the White House, a conference of 30 nations on the topic of ransomware. How do we actually try to figure out how to improve resilience, but more importantly, to disrupt, deter, change the decision calculus of either those who are doing these attacks or those who give safe harbor to these attackers. I think at the end of the day, it's not going to remove this from the street any more than crime can be removed absolutely from the planet Earth, but it will change the decision calculus of those who are engaged in this, and it will change the advantage to the defenders who, if they're on the front balls of their feet, can succeed more times than not.
Yeah, you mentioned ransomware, cloud security, which is just vital, especially as companies move their infrastructure to the cloud. I'm not sure to what degree and whether or not you're at liberty to discuss some of the blockchain related digital stuff that could be falling into your direction sooner or even later. But when you're looking at the range of both targets and the question of how do you make them harder, and also the new range of threats, how do you then go about coordinating from a governmental, because the government itself is a very it's a rich target, not only for money but just for informational purposes. How do you coordinate then the national federal defense policy? And when you look at that universe of potential threats, because even as the government moves its infrastructure to the cloud, and even as you have new kinds of threats and opportunities, from sort of digital infrastructures and blockchain technologies, like how do you implement that when looking at?
So it's a great question. First, I have to exercise some degree of humility, maybe not as a person, but certainly in the role that I'm in, which is one of the most popular questions I'm asked, especially by kind of the elected representatives who serve in the Congress and the Senate, is, we look at the organization charts and they're all God's creatures on those things. Who's in charge? Who is in charge? Turns out it's a very interesting, intuitively appealing question. It's a terrible question, right? Because you don't know who's in charge until you ask the further question of who's accountable for what, under what circumstances, and for what purposes. Right. So if you were to look at an NFL football team org chart, you would ask the same question. The soccer team, the same question, right? The U.S. Department of Defense, same question. You have to go into the context. And so my job principally is not to be the person with a megaphone screaming out orders to all God's creatures, but rather to establish the conditions for success and go back to that premise of, if a successful enterprise of any constitution has 3 essential properties. We know what the larger objective is. Got to beat all of us to beat one of us. We know each and every one of us what our roles are, what we do concurrently, not sequentially, and we all act like owners. Then we establish the conditions for success that then play out in the distributed decisions, the execution that occurs maddeningly, diversely, wonderfully across this extremely diverse enterprise, which is diverse not just in its neurodiversity, its cognitive diversity, but in the insights, capabilities, assets that can be brought to bear. We actually defend the homeland in physical space that way. I parked not far from the White House this morning. I locked my car, not because I don't trust people who come and go from the White House, but that's my job. I didn't leave my iPad on the dash, not simply because I need it, but I know that that's an invitation to somebody coming along to grab it, right? There are policemen who are kind of patrolling the streets at this point, making sure people don't jaywalk or whatever other things transgress there. Folks over at the local airport ensuring that kind of people with bombs or cut box knives don't get on the airplane. People out in Colorado looking at the skies over North Korea to make sure a 3-stage missile doesn't come our way. There's not a single person who's scripting all of that and giving order by order to that collection of people who are defending us. And what happens is that we all know what the roles and responsibilities are to achieve the larger objective. And with some degree of concurrency and implicit, if not explicit, complementariness, it works. It all works. And we need to get to the same place in cyberspace where we don't have bystanders who say, I don't know who defends my stuff or our stuff, but it's not me. That's the wrong answer to any kind of particular situation. So there are roles for individuals, organizations, private sector, public sector. You know my litany by now, and I just think we need to tease that out. Who's accountable for what under what circumstances? I was on a couple of boards when I was in the private sector. I was happy once. And I can still remember with some great clarity that on occasion we would find some dissonance in who was allowed to take risk and who was accountable to fix that risk. There was one particular moment when the IT folks had only patched 98% of the servers in the enterprise. And it turns out the 2% they didn't patch were because the operations team said, I don't want you to patch that until I know the patch doesn't have any untoward consequences. Turns out the 2% they didn't patch were the most critical servers, most critical parts of the system. At which point some kind of neophyte in the discussion said, you mean you didn't defend the 2% because they're the most important ones? The IT people immediately responded, no, that's not what we meant to say, but that's what you said, that's what you did. And that problem wasn't a flaw in the IT people not being diligent in the execution of their duties. The problem was the people allowed to take risk, the operators, were not the people that were expected to mitigate that risk, the IT team. You don't fix that by beating one team up and allowing the other team to go scot-free. You fix that by aligning responsibility and accountability. We need to do that kind of at the organization level and at the government level. And so in part, my job is to add coherence, cohesion, kind of strategy to that. But I'm not alone in that space, and I will never have a megaphone that's big enough or kind of a voice that can speak quickly enough to issue all the instructions about what has to be done. So in that degree, I have to be both humble and intelligent about the limits of what I can tactically achieve and focus on the strategic.
Well, you've had just a rich career, obviously, serving our country. The happier life in the military, the happier life, as you had mentioned, in the private sector, and on boards, and then obviously working for government. And one of I think that the key sort of themes that I'm hearing from you is that ultimately, we have aspirations and objectives, but they're all organizations, and you need an organizational theory and strategy to be put in place, even where you have new threats and new kinds of problems that are always evolving. Sir, I want to thank you so much for hopping on to this conversation. We've had the opportunity to meet before. I'm delighted that you have decided to be less happy and to go back into all of the stress of serving the country. But thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure.
Thank you very much for your service and for all that the people on this conversation do to defend assets that I have at the personal or organizational level. Good luck to us.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we will now be moving to our conversation on virtual assets and financial crime with the IMF.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all. I'm Nadine Schwartz, a Deputy Unit Chief in the Financial Integrity Group at the IMF's Legal Department. Virtual assets, or as some might call digital currencies, crypto assets, digital assets, amongst many different denominations, present exciting new opportunities such as faster, easier, and cheaper payments, including across borders, as well as greater financial inclusion. But left unchecked, they also pose new risks, in particular to the integrity of the financial system. While virtual assets are generally used for legitimate purposes, some may, and indeed some have, been used to commit crimes such as fraud, theft, money laundering, evasion of sanctions, and even terrorism financing. Now, to discuss the risks and the mitigation today, I am very happy to welcome our distinguished three panelists. We have representatives from the international AML-CFT community, as well as representatives from domestic agencies and the private sector. In particular, we have Janet Ho, policy analyst at the Secretariat of the Financial Action Task Force, or FATF, which is the standard setter for anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism, AML-CFT. We also have Caroline Horace, policy advisor with the Office of Strategic Policy in the Office of Terrorist Financing and Financial Crimes at the US Treasury. And we have Esteban Castaño, CEO of TRM Labs. Welcome all. Now, my first question is to you, Janet and Caroline. From a risk perspective, virtual assets, because of their intrinsic characteristics, present a mixed picture. Just to give two examples, on the one hand, because of the varying degrees of anonymity that they can provide, they're clearly attractive to those who may wish to hide their identity, for example, to commit crimes. So they seem to present a slightly higher risk than some of the traditional means of payment other than cash. But on the other hand, because the transactions are recorded on the DLT, it also offers opportunities for greater visibility at the time of the transactions, but seemingly forever all, not only to those who conduct the transactions, but also to the relevant authorities. Now, Janet, compared to traditional assets and traditional means of payment, how vulnerable are virtual assets to criminal misuse?
Thank you very much, Linda. It's great to be here with you from Paris, the headquarters of the Financial Action Task Force. We actually have been asking our members' jurisdictions the same question since 2017. We have been asking them and collecting case studies from our members' jurisdictions on the criminal misuse of virtual assets. So based on our review, the value of virtual assets involved in most money laundering and terrorist financing cases detected today remains relatively small as compared to the cases using more traditional money laundering, traditional financial services and products. Most detected cases involve the use of one type of virtual asset only. In cases where criminals did make use of more than one type of virtual asset, such use was primarily for the layering of illicit proceeds and by professional money laundering networks. Often these cases involved multiple transactions taking place in a number of exchanges in different jurisdictions. That being said, we find that illicit activities involving the use of virtual assets have becoming more and more sophisticated. Specifically, the use of virtual assets collected as ransomware payments and the use of virtual assets to commit and launder proceeds of frauds. There are actually three factors which make virtual assets more attractive to criminals. First, a lack of control by intermediaries. Virtual assets allow criminals to make transfers without going through a regulated gatekeeper. And even if an individual conducts the transactions through a regulated gatekeeper, these gatekeepers may not subject to the full and complete range of the AML-CFT standards by all countries where they operate in. The lack of control by intermediaries on one hand and the lack of universal and global implementation of AML-CFT standards on the other hand creates a space where criminals can hide their illicit activities more easily than the traditional financial services and products. The second factor is anonymity. It is difficult to tell who are the individuals, the criminals, who owns or controls a given crypto wallet. Not to mention that there are more and more tools and methods being developed and used to increase the anonymity of crypto transactions. These tools could be tumblers, mixers, privacy coins, privacy wallets, and more recently, decentralized applications, All these features make it more difficult for law enforcement to detect illicit activities involving the use of virtual assets. The third factor is the speed of transactions. This is equally important for those money laundering and terrorist financing activities where the predicates begin in virtual assets, but also for those cases where virtual assets are being used to launder process of crimes that originate in fiat currency. Criminals take advantage from this fast-moving nature of virtual assets to conduct multiple transactions in different jurisdictions to avoid from the timely detection by law enforcement. And undoubtedly, this adds challenges to investigation. But what we've seen is that criminal proceeds of virtual assets cannot yet be readily exchanged for real goods and services and is an unstable investment. Criminals need to convert into fiat currency in order to enjoy the proceeds. Therefore, to us and the Financial Action Task Force, it's very important for all our jurisdictions across the global network to fully implement the anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing rules on virtual assets, and for the law enforcement agencies to increase their capacity in conducting investigations in this space.
Thank you very much, Janet. Caroline, can I ask you to share the US Treasury's views on this?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Happy to do it, and happy to be here to be part of this panel on such an important topic with such great panelists. So thank you so much. You mentioned this in your introduction, Nadine, but I think it's certainly worth mentioning at the start that there are all kinds of opportunities that are presented with virtual assets. That being said, you also referenced that there are certain characteristics of virtual assets that may make them more vulnerable to misuse by illicit actors. And the Treasury Department has been looking at this issue for several years now, dating back to at least 2015 with the illicit finance strategy, which identified the misuse of virtual assets as a money laundering and terrorist financing risk. In the 2018 National Money Laundering Risk Assessment that the United States put out, it also identified the misuse of virtual assets for illicit drug payments, ransomware payments, as well as money laundering. And so even as we've seen the industry grow quite rapidly over the last several years with a lot of new users, a lot of new assets themselves, a lot of new virtual asset service providers, a lot of this misuse actually looks very similar. I do want to note, though, that as Janet mentioned, the value of virtual assets detected in illicit financing has still been relatively small compared to the total ecosystem, but also compared to the misuse of traditional financial services and products. That being said, as I've referenced, we have seen these assets being misused for sanctions evasion, terrorist financing, money laundering, drug trafficking, and ransomware payments, among other illicit activity. Most financial activity in all sectors is legitimate, but still the fact that there is a minority that's being misused for illicit activity really means that the space needs to be regulated and supervised. I do want to touch on some of the key illicit financing risks for virtual assets that we're focusing on here at Treasury. But I will caution that it does sound quite similar to what Janet just said. I think it really just echoes that we are very involved with the Financial Action Task Force. And I think too speaks to the importance that, the misuse of virtual assets is inherently a global problem, given that these assets in many cases can be transferred across borders nearly instantaneously. So a risk that's being observed in halfway across the world could almost immediately become a risk in the United States. But to return to kind of what we're focusing on here, I'd like to start with the issue of jurisdictional arbitrage. We've seen illicit actors take advantage of uneven implementation and AML/CFT standards across jurisdictions. We've seen that in particular in the case of cyber criminals, with ransomware actors actually using virtual asset service providers in countries that have not implemented the international AML/CFT standards for virtual assets to receive, launder, and cash out of their illicit proceeds. And while jurisdictional arbitrage is an issue with any financial asset, I do want to note, as I just mentioned, that it's in particular an issue with virtual assets because of the inherently cross-border nature of these assets. The other thing I want to quickly note is anonymity. Janet provided some really good information on how anonymity is a potential with virtual assets and can be paired with certain types of anonymity enhancing technologies. So certainly something that we want to be aware of. In particular, we're thinking about anonymity enhanced cryptocurrencies where they might use a private or non-public blockchain or other cryptographic enhancements, as well as the use of tumblers and mixers, ultimately all of which are able to be used to obfuscate transactions that make it more difficult to be traced. Anonymity is particularly an issue when you consider the disintermediation of payments. Janet also touched on this, but talking about peer-to-peer payments where there's not a covered financial institution with AML CFT obligations involved in the transaction. And while this doesn't make peer-to-peer transactions inherently higher risk, it does mean that there's not a financial institution that's taking preventive AML CFT measures or filing suspicious transaction reports if they observe something that is suspicious. I do want to kind of build off of what Janet was talking about that's being observed by the Financial Action Task Force, in particular to talk about some of the results from the second 12-month review that was published in July, because I think it really illustrates the degree to which jurisdictional arbitrage is still a problem. As part of the second 12-month review, the FATF did kind of a reassessment of the whole money laundering and terrorist financing risk landscape for virtual assets, which I think Janet talked about quite well. But it also, the FATF had administered a self-survey that countries could voluntarily respond to that was about countries' implementation of the updated FATF standards for virtual assets and virtual asset service providers. And the survey found that half of respondents to the survey, of course, keeping in mind that it was self-reported, but half of respondents said that they had passed legislation to implement the international AML CFT standards. This, of course, means that the other half of respondents did not have legislation in place to implement the FATF standards, and there was a similar number of countries that didn't respond to the survey at all. So I think it indicates the degree to which there are countries that are not yet ready to implement the FATF standards. I think it's also important to note that amongst the countries that did respond that they had legislation in place, very few had actually taken any enforcement actions or conducted any investigations. So again, just using this to illustrate the degree to which there are serious gaps in international implementation of these standards that illicit actors can exploit to misuse virtual assets. I do want to return again to the kind of opportunities with these virtual assets, right? So Nadine, in your opening, you talked in particular about spurring financial innovation, creating efficiency in payments, as well as increasing financial inclusion. And those are things that we're watching very closely at the Treasury Department and trying to find ways that we can support that innovation through holding innovation hours and an innovation roundtable that we held earlier this year. So certainly looking for ways in which that technology can be used in particular to promote AML CFT in virtual assets. And I think, as you mentioned, with the reference to the public blockchain and traceability, there's been some really great technology, and we've been really encouraged by the technology that's actually been taking some of the certain characteristics of virtual assets and using that to make them more amenable to AML CFT controls. And so I think with that, I'll go ahead and turn it back. Thanks.
Thank you, Janet and Caroline. So a rather complex picture, and the issue of the varying degrees of readiness in countries to implement the new standard is certainly something that we are also seeing at the IMF in our interaction with our member countries. Now, staying with you, Caroline, and I would be curious to hear Esteban's views as well on this. To be effective, a country's AML CFT framework needs to be implemented in a way which is commensurate with the money laundering and terrorist financing risks, right? So this notably means that countries, as a first step, need to start by assessing the level of risks of money laundering and terrorist financing risks that virtual assets pose in their jurisdiction. So this brings me to my next question. Caroline, at the global, but in your case, also country level, how can we assess the money laundering and terrorist financing risks associated with virtual assets?
Absolutely, thank you. This is an enormously important question. Assessing the risks, as you mentioned, is a critical step in developing the appropriate regulations and strategies to identify and mitigate illicit finance risk with virtual assets. It's also part of the FATF recommendation, so it's required for countries. So I think it's also important to mention that. We frequently get asked by other countries, like, what are you doing? What should we be doing for virtual assets? And one of the first things that we say is you need to conduct a risk assessment. You need to understand what the risk profile is in your country, and that's going to inform how you approach regulating virtual assets. In the United States, I think we've actually got quite a good model. I'm obviously biased, but I do think it is a good model for conducting risk assessments and then using those to inform our strategies to counter illicit finance. These risk assessments, which we do for money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing, take a broad approach and include information from the whole of government. So we consult a lot of different stakeholders here, obviously the Treasury Department, but also law enforcement, federal functional regulators, and the intelligence community. I mentioned before some of the findings from the 2018 National Money Laundering Risk Assessment, which again, we use to inform the illicit finance strategy. And the strategy ultimately is designed to identify goals, objectives, and priorities for disrupting and preventing illicit finance in the United States, as well as transiting through the United States financial system. So these are actually congressionally mandated reports, both the risk assessments and the illicit finance strategy. And so our next mandated update is actually early next year. So I think these reports have been really useful in getting a really comprehensive picture of the money laundering and terrorist financing risk landscape in the United States, and then communicating that to both the private sector and other countries. And then, of course, developing a strategy to demonstrate what we're looking at and what we're doing about it. So we also look forward to sharing the updated documents with you all early next year. The US has also communicated additionally to the private sector in the form of advisories issued by our Financial Intelligence Unit, which is the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, or FinCEN. FinCEN has issued several advisories that have some really good information, really tactical information on red flag financial indicators, as well as some trends and typologies on some various illicit finance issues at which they've been looking most closely. So last year, FinCEN released an advisory that was focused on ransomware that has a lot of really good information specifically for virtual assets, as most ransomware payments are actually made in virtual assets. So I think that's an enormously helpful resource. Additionally, last month, OFAC actually issued an updated advisory also on ransomware, but that was focusing on sanctions risk associated with ransomware payments. So communicating this to the private sector in other countries, I think is really, really helpful. So doing the work to understand what's going on and what the landscape is on our own, and then kind of communicating that out, I think is quite useful. For countries that are conducting risk assessments too, I would highly suggest consulting the resources that the Financial Action Task Force has put out. I know that Janet can speak to this much better than I can, but the FATF second 12-month review had a great reassessment of the money laundering and terrorist financing risk landscape. And then the upcoming FATF guidance that will be published later this year also has some really great information on how countries can conduct a risk assessment and ultimately meet the FATF standards for virtual assets. That report has a lot of really good information that's essentially based on the request for clarification from the first round guidance, and has some, in particular, some good updates on peer-to-peer payments, stablecoins, definitions of VASPs, and virtual assets. So certainly something to keep an eye out for when it comes out. The last thing I wanted to highlight quickly was, again, I did reference this earlier, but the importance of sharing information across borders. Given the ability to move these assets so quickly, a risk across the world is a risk in the United States. So certainly discussing these issues, discussing money laundering and terrorist financing risks on virtual assets, I think is really critical. And the United States actually earlier this week held a big coalition event with 30 countries that was focused actually on countering ransomware. But there was an illicit finance panel that was essentially talking about the money laundering and terrorist financing risks specific to ransomware related money laundering that countries should be looking at, and then what they can be doing to mitigate those risks.
Thank you, Caroline. No, a risk assessment is difficult in the best of times. And the fact that we're now dealing with digital assets for some countries, for many countries actually, make the prospect of a risk assessment even more daunting. So the fact that the FATF and countries such as the US publish the results of their efforts and highlight some of the red flags is extremely helpful for countries around the world. Now, turning to you, Esteban, can I ask for your views or the private sector's views on this issue, on how to assess the risks of money laundering and terrorism financing related to virtual assets?
Happy to. Thank you for having us here, Nadine, and it's really great to see everybody. So we have all of the traditional qualitative techniques to assess the risks associated with virtual assets, such as analyzing the types of products and services offered by entities in the sector, the distribution channels, the types of customers that are accessing these products. Governments can also analyze suspicious transaction reports filed by financial institutions to understand the types of virtual asset transactions and typologies that are being flagged. Blockchains allow for new quantitative techniques to assess money laundering and terrorist financing risks. The transparency and accessibility associated with public blockchains creates persistent transaction records that enable improved risk assessment and risk mitigation. So you can pull the data from these blockchains and analyze it to answer really interesting questions like, what's the size of the overall sector? What's the total USD value of all transactions happening on all different blockchains across all of the various addresses or assets? And how is that changing over time? Now, the blockchain data itself doesn't necessarily say who the sender is or who the receiver is, but by using advanced analytics, you can link specific virtual asset transactions to real-world entities, from exchanges, custodians, and decentralized applications to darknet marketplaces, hackers, and ransomware attacks. And with that enriched blockchain data, which we call blockchain intelligence or blockchain analytics, you can answer even more interesting questions like, what percentage of Bitcoin volume is linked to terrorist financing or domestic extremism? What's the total USD value of all ransomware payments made with virtual assets in the last 12 months? You can also answer these questions at the global, country, or even entity-specific level. So you can answer questions like, in my jurisdiction, across the 120 virtual asset service providers that have registered, what percentage of their inflows are linked to illicit finance? What are the virtual asset money laundering risks that are most prominent in my jurisdiction? Are there any at-risk entities that are facilitating money laundering or financing of terrorist activities at scale in my jurisdiction? 3 years ago, this type of blockchain intelligence was not very accessible. But today, any financial institution or regulator can use off-the-shelf blockchain intelligence solutions or in-house tools to answer these questions in a couple of clicks. So we're entering a new era for crypto, where regulators, central banks, law enforcement, and the private sector have the right technology tools to measure the specific money laundering and terrorist financing risks in virtual assets in an unprecedented way and work together to detect and mitigate those risks.
Thank you, Esteban. So in conclusion, the risk assessment is in the digital space is a challenging exercise, but it's a doable one because the tools are there and they're being improved upon to make it easier. Now, staying with you, Esteban, and the role of the private sector, beyond the risk assessments, what role can the private sector play in mitigating the financial integrity risks related to virtual assets? And I would be curious after that to hear Janet's views as well from the perspective of the FATF.
Happy to. So when we talk about the private sector, there's actually a few different groups of participants. We think about virtual asset service provider. These are the financial intermediaries that are offering virtual asset products and services, such as buying, selling, custodying, trading digital assets, virtual assets. We think about software developers. These are the people who are creating new blockchains or decentralized protocols or unhosted wallets. We think about infrastructure providers, the companies that are developing technology infrastructure and tooling related to virtual assets. Each of them have a role in advancing financial integrity in this new sector. Virtual asset service providers can have robust anti-money laundering and sanctions compliance programs. On the AML side, having policies, procedures, and controls to ensure ongoing compliance, verifying customer identification, filing suspicious transaction reports, creating and retaining those records, responding to law enforcement requests, having an individual responsible for day-to-day compliance, providing training, having independent review of their AML program, as well as conducting analysis of the blockchain, again, using in-house tools or specialized blockchain intelligence solution to assess any nexus between their transactions and on their platform and entities with higher AML risk, like darknet markets, ransomware, or hacked or stolen funds. On the sanctions compliance side, these firms can use geolocation tools to identify and prevent IP addresses originating in sanctioned jurisdictions, or transaction monitoring solutions to detect connections to transactions that might be linked to sanctioned actors. It's really important for these firms to have an open dialogue and work with regulatory authorities to not only understand the emerging risks, but to share best practices in terms of how to mitigate those risks. With software developers, it's a really interesting question to ask: how can we integrate financial integrity and risk mitigation controls into these new networks themselves, or into the software themselves? And I'll just mention two examples. One idea is to create virtual assets that can only be transferred between pre-approved blockchain addresses associated with individuals that have passed KYC checks. There are many companies that are experimenting with that, and new networks that are being born, around that idea. Another idea that's taking flight is to create digital tokens on the blockchain that store encrypted information about the user, and when used, allow users to interact with approved decentralized peer-to-peer exchanges or decentralized applications. This is not too different than the key cards we might use to get into our office, or the session tokens we use to log into our favorite websites, or even the ETC devices in our cars when we get on the toll road. Finally, there are infrastructure providers. These are companies that develop technology, infrastructure, and tooling related to virtual assets. And there's a portfolio of solutions available to improve financial integrity, whether it's market surveillance solutions, fraud prevention solutions, or blockchain intelligence solutions that help to give companies a tool to detect their AML, CFT, and sanctions risk exposure in virtual assets, as well as the tools to actually mitigate those risks as well.
Thank you very much, Esteban. Janet, in a few words, your views on the role of the private sector.
Thank you, Nadine. I think Esteban makes some very good point there, and I can always go over the time if I have to talk about what everyone can do more in this space, but I will try to emphasize on two key points here. And none of these points should be unfamiliar to any of the compliance officers from the traditional financial institutions, or whether you are from virtual access service providers. First, it is very essential to implement the full range of FATF standards. You may find this boring, but it's very important because this actually, don't treat that as a compliance cost or compliance measures, compliance rules, but it is something that in the private sector can do. Compliance department can actually contribute and help law enforcement agencies to have the information and data ready when the time comes that we need to detect those crimes. That's the first point, very simple. And the second point is it's very important for the private sector to read the risk indicators when they deal with virtual access and with customers active in this space. So to help you to do this, the Financial Action Task Force published last year a report on virtual access red flag indicators for money laundering and terrorist financing purposes. This document is available on our website. I'm not going to read every line to you here, but this report highlights the most important red flag indicators that could suggest criminal behavior. It highlights transaction patterns and unusual behavior that could suggest criminal activities. All of these tasks are very simple, and if you're in the private sector, you're from a bank, you're from a virtual asset service provider, also talk to blockchain analytics company to see how their technology and their expertise can supplement your in-house CDD procedures. And this is as simple as that, and everyone in private sector can play a role in mitigating this risk brought by virtual assets. Thank you, Nadine.
Thank you very much, Janet. We're reaching the end of the time allotted to this session. I want to thank all three of you for what I thought was an extremely interesting discussion. My take of your contributions is that, to circle back to the question that we raised in the title of this session, can the risks be mitigated? My take is that yes, they can, but it does require a certain number of measures, which probably could be summarized in 3 points. One, it requires a solid understanding of the digital world, not just at the private sector level, but also at the agency level and in all the different agencies in charge of AML CFT. Second, it also requires ongoing or continued vigilance and a collaborative effort between the agencies, but also with the private sector. And by vigilance, I mean keeping an eye or a finger on the pulse of the developments to make sure that the calibrations to the implementation of the AML CFT framework can be made to remain commensurate with the risk. And finally, also, it requires an open mind and maybe also patience, but an open mind in the sense that it is clear that the private sector is still working on additional measures which can facilitate compliance, for example. Now, this brings us to the end of this presentation and this session. I warm-heartedly thank you, Janet, Caroline, and Esteban. I also thank our hosts, and I now hand it back to the hosts. Thank you.
It is one of my really distinct pleasures to introduce someone who, as I've said now for many years, was instrumental in actually the founding of DC FinTech Week. The very idea of creating a safe space for regulators, financial market participants, innovators, to come together every year was Chris Giancarlo, and I'm just so wonderfully delighted that he has found time as the former chairman of the CFTC and legendary founder of the Digital Dollar Project to find the time to join us this year again and to really share and to get a sense of his views and insight on many of the issues that we've been discussing today. Thank you so very much for
you're so kind, Chris. It's great to have been there at the beginning, but even greater to be with you on the journey as this thing just becomes the conference, not only in the United States, but just globally. It combines the right just combination of official sector, private sector, right time of year, right people, right discussions. It's a great event, and I'm really delighted to be, as I say, with you on the journey.
Thank you so much. So I guess I'll kick things off. You have been really busy. I mean, even after completing your service as the chairman of the CFTC and returning to the private sector, I mean, you've been working on crypto and obviously crypto adjacent issues, whether or not it be in the blockchain space and as we'll get to in the CBDC space. Now today's conference theme is integrity. We've wrapped up a series of conversations, including a conversation with the acting head of FinCEN, as well as maybe about an hour ago, the former White House National Cyber Director. And those conversations have focused on a lot of issues concerning the integrity of the financial system. And I think, you have some really interesting and vital insight as to, I guess, one of the flip side of the concerns that we've heard from some of them, and that is this issue of privacy. It's actually an issue that came up even yesterday in our inclusion panels. The Digital Dollar Project that you've founded, and as probably most of us know who are watching this show, is really the leading forum here in the United States for conversations on sort of a CBDC project here in the United States. And I noticed that the project, and I've had, obviously the honor of being an advisor for that project, but there's now been a release of a big new privacy paper, or at least privacy principles for a digital dollar. Could you maybe just, since it was just released, maybe provide us with some insight as to what those principles are and why they are important?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. As you absolutely note, I think today's discussion of integrity rightfully includes discussions about some of the concerns about some of this new innovation and what impact it would have. But, the flip side of analyzing risk has got to be also analyzing opportunity. And it's one of our foundational beliefs that if the United States gets a digital dollar right, if we get digital currency right, it could provide enormous opportunity. Now, of course, there are challenges, and the Digital Dollar Project is devoted to both examining the challenges, but also the opportunities of digital currency, both sovereign and non-sovereign. In our case, we're focused on a digital dollar, but we believe that society's 10-year experiment with digital money really should inform the official sector's exploration of digital currency and not be considered a threat, but can be considered somewhat of an advantage. There's so much to learn. There's so much to learn from. So much work has been done that can be drawn upon. And so in that area, we put forward just this morning a series of what we call our privacy principles that we think any experiment with digital currency by the United States, or frankly, by any of the democratic countries, or quite frankly, of any central bank around the world, democratic or non, should be encoded into digital money. And the first and perhaps foremost of those is individual economic privacy. People must feel that in the same way that they enjoy privacy if they use fiat money, that for legal purposes, legal usage, digital money should provide them with the same degree of economic privacy. Economic privacy in a democracy is a social good all by itself. People should feel free of censorship to conduct legal activities as they see fit with absolute individual privacy, again, provided it's legal activity. And so we feel that individual privacy, individual economic privacy is job number one in any digital dollar. The second point is we feel that digital currency must be free of unlawful surveillance. It must be, their information must be secure against inappropriate taking, whether that be for commercial purposes or whether that be for government purposes. They must be certain that a digital dollar-based system provides information security. Thirdly, and this is one of those areas of opportunity as opposed to risk, it must be more inclusive, at least as inclusive, but perhaps more inclusive than our existing system. Our existing system is entirely based upon identity as a first step in every transaction. The benefit of a tokenized system is that identity may not have to be established as a first step. It may be established if there's some pattern of illicit activity. And therefore, our system can be much more inclusive because identity is the big gatekeeper to the existing accounts-based system. And then fourthly, our fourth principle is that the system itself must be operationally transparent. People must be able to know that it's working properly, that it is secure, it is private, it is inclusive, and all of that is computationally and operationally transparent to them, while the information within it remains secure and private to the individuals.
You know, a lot of people will sort of say, Chris, how can you sit through so many, days of conversations? And it's really a unique opportunity for me because you get to hear certain kinds of themes that are connected across the week. And believe it or not, what you're talking in terms of privacy as sort of this fundamental element to sort of to economic transactions and the like. Believe it or not, it was very interestingly and inclusion. Those same things were emphasized in our conversation yesterday on MDIs and whether or not community banks and minority banks want to engage with financial technologies and those new financial technologies. And there were these same questions about, well, what kind of element of privacy is there given their certain relationship of trust? And again, whether and how do those new technologies sort of move the dial on inclusion? And it's just fascinating how that becomes relevant even in the CBDC space. And I kind of jumped the gun a little bit in the first place. The Digital Dollar Project is in and of itself a very interesting project, and maybe just a minute or two as to really the overall aims of that project.
Yeah, so not only did we announce our 4 privacy principles this morning, but we also made a tremendous announcement, and that is we've appointed Jennifer Lassiter as the executive director of the Digital Dollar Project. And Chris, you know Jennifer, many people here know Jennifer. She really built the innovation lab at the FDIC, and before that she was part of the innovation team at the CFPB. Jennifer really understands the relationship between the roles of the private sector and the public sector in looking at innovation, in this case, innovation of digital currency. So we're delighted to have Jennifer, and she's going to bring enormous energy, enthusiasm. So what is the Digital Dollar Project? Well, the Digital Dollar Project is built upon a not-for-profit foundation, the Digital Dollar Foundation. Its goal, it has no commercial interest. It's not trying to launch a digital currency. It has no commercial purpose. Its purpose is only to sort of catalyze public conversation around the development of a digital dollar. It is to bring together, first of all, it's to encourage the US to take a leadership role in the development of a digital currency, to put forward a thoughtful approach to CBDC design. And we put out a white paper now a year and a half ago, laying out what we call a challenger model for a central bank digital currency. We bring together experts and advocates from everything from privacy advocates to financial inclusion advocates, as well as experts in central banking and commercial banking and payments and otherwise. We will be soon, we've announced that we are launching pilot projects. We'll soon be announcing the first of our pilot projects, working with private sector actors to test out some of the challenges and opportunities of a central bank digital currency. And then lastly, and perhaps most importantly, is we're here to serve as a forum for private sector thinking about central bank digital currency. A few months ago, Mark Carney, the former governor of the Bank of England, gave a very thoughtful speech to the BIS. And he said, look, money is as much a social construct as it is a government construct. We central bankers are mere custodians of the public's trust in money. Well, if the public is going to have trust in a central bank digital currency, then the public must be involved in its design, its development. And so we at the Digital Dollar Project hope to be sort of a tribune, a forum where the private sector can come together and make known its concerns, its also its aspirations for digital money.
So just transitioning then from the Digital Dollar Project, you are a busy person. It's not the only thing that's kept you busy. You've also written a new book on cryptocurrency, Crypto Dad: The Fight for the Future of Money. Great read, but I'm just a little curious. We haven't had a chance to really talk about it. I mean, why did you write the book, and maybe you can explain that subtitle.
Sure. Well, Chris, thanks. From one busy person to another, from one author to another, you've written more books than I have. It was a wonderful experience. And here's what I wanted to say in the book. Folks, money is changing right before our eyes. Okay, it is changing rapidly, and it's becoming digital, it's becoming decentralized, it's becoming tokenized, and it's becoming borderless. And there's players into what that money looks like, both sovereign and non-sovereign players. There are governments, there are tech firms, there are the traditional banking sector, and there's the citizenry at large. The values that will be ingrained in the future of money are being set now. And the question is, we cannot take for granted that the values that have been in the dollar to heretofore are necessarily going to be in the dollars of the future or any other digital money, sovereign or non-sovereign. Issues, values of privacy, values of surveillance, values of free markets, values of free enterprise, but also values of state surveillance out of some sovereign monies, values of social credit ranking and social credit scores. And so what are going to be the values of the money we use in the future are being debated today. And if anything, my book's a call to action to a free society to speak up and make known what values it expects in the future of money. I coined a phrase in the book, at the end of World War I, French Premier Georges Clemenceau, looking back on the carnage, said, "War is too important to be left to the generals." Well, in a similar way in my book, I say money is too important to be left to central bankers, notwithstanding their best intentions. And I work with many of them and they have the right ideas in mind. But at the end of the day, a free society needs to say what values it expects in its digital money and be part of that conversation and hopefully make sure those values prevail.
Yeah, I mean, well, you've never been afraid of speaking your mind, particularly when it comes to, I mean, that line about the central bankers was really eye-opening and caught a lot of attention. Just really briefly, I mean, when you look at the risk if it is left to the central bankers, what do you think, where do you think things go in terms of that? I'll call it the economic sovereign, the personal economic sovereignty issue that you identified at the outfront.
So look, I was head of an institution in Washington. It had a mission. Its mission was about well-functioning, orderly financial markets. Other institutions in Washington, whether they're the SEC, have an institutional mission of investor protection. Other CFPB have consumer protection. The Fed has its own mission about payments, and the Treasury has a mission about protecting against illicit commerce and money laundering. All those missions are important. All those missions need to be recorded in a digital dollar. But similarly, a free society has values as well. A free society has values to have freedom in their use of money and to know that their use of money is private. It's their business. And so all of these factors need to come into play if we're going to create a successful digital dollar. You know, in democracies, it's never orderly. It's always, a big kind of unruly mess, but that's a good thing, right? That's a good thing. And so what we want to do is have that good thing take place now. I want to get the word out to a free society. It's time to speak up. Say what your concerns are, because they need to be balanced against those other concerns. There's a balance to be found between law enforcement and individual privacy for its own good. Privacy is a good all by itself, and it needs to be balanced against these other factors. And I think if we do our job right, this is in the best tradition of a democratic society to have a big, broad conversation and not leave it to the central bankers to tell society what that digital dollar would look like. As Mark Carney said, they're the custodians. A free people have to say what their money is going to look like and what values it's going to carry in a digital future.
Well, money is, the most consumer-facing product there is. We're all familiar with it, and we all use it. And demand is driven by lots of different factors. But there is a very real social reality to money. And we had the National Cyber Director sort of telling us all about our own responsibilities that we have in different areas. And this is. Money is one where we also have our own interesting set of rights and responsibilities. We're running out of time, but I did want to also get this one more recent issue that's popped up, and I saw an op-ed that you had written about the questions as to whether or not IRS reporting in terms of the bank transaction should be a reporting requirement for $600 or more. And, you were really looking at the logic behind it, which was tied more to crypto as a kind of canaries in the financial services coal mine. Again, you're never afraid to speak your mind. What exactly did you have in mind there?
Well, so first of all, I am concerned not just with the current proposal, but with other actions that seek to make the government privy to everyone's financial transactions in case there's illicit use. If there is illicit use, and we can use great technology, new technologies of AI and pattern recognition to find out where there's smoke and then see if there's fire. But when we simply have government take information in case there's illicit use, I think we start coming close to violating the Fourth Amendment's protections against American citizens' right to privacy. That recognized there's an inherent right to privacy. Well, I believe there's an inherent right to economic privacy. And I'm very concerned about efforts to gather information where there is no preceding evidence, no suspicion, no detection that there may be something amiss, and therefore the government needs to gather that information. And the reason why I said crypto is crypto users are the canaries in the coal mine, because of proposals that came out of Treasury not too long ago that would have everybody even tangentially associated with crypto transactions, including miners and software developers, having to provide information. This sort of information gathering imperative is exactly the type of value construction I'm very concerned with. Information from free peoples given to government for no reason other than government wants it to see if there's something wrong strikes me as the wrong balance. There should be some inherent evidence of wrongdoing before information is gathered. And we're seeing that most acutely in the crypto area, where for some reason government feels that this is an activity that gets a heightened level of information gathering. But now it seems like all activities are going to be subject to information gathering based upon the latest proposal. Whether it's $600 or $10,000, it's still a broad dragnet of information gathering without any evidence, any pre-existing evidence of wrongdoing.
Well, it was interesting because we did have the acting director of FinCEN on, and not talking about this particular issue, but I did ask him about leveraging technology as an opportunity getting to your AI point, it's always a pleasure, always a privilege, always so much fun to have you. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be now transitioning to a superstar in her own right, Yvette Valdez, and we'll continue with the program.
Thanks, Chris, and welcome everyone to the ESG and crypto panel. I'm super excited to be here today with such an esteemed panel. My name is Yvette Valdez. I'm a partner at Latham & Watkins and work heavily in the financial regulatory and FinTech intersection. We are here today with Michel Roche, who's the digital assets lead for Cambridge Center for Alternative Finance, where he has been conducting research on digital assets and DLT since 2015. Also with Tanya Woods, who's general counsel of Hut 8 Mining Corp. Tanya is showered with accolades for her leading work in advocacy in digital assets. She's the founder in particular of the Chamber of Digital Commerce in Canada, where her work has helped scale Canada's blockchain footprint and ecosystem at home and abroad. And with Marco Santori, who probably needs no introduction, he's the Chief Legal Officer at Kraken Ventures and known as the Dean of Digital Currency Lawyers. Jamie Chapman is also joining us, who's the product manager at Gemini, where she leads Gemini Green, an initiative to develop and incorporate climate conscious practices into Gemini's business. Jamie also developed a Bitcoin carbon accounting methodology to offset Gemini's carbon emissions, which I hope to get to a little bit today. So we've got 30 minutes, and I think we could be talking about this topic all day long. So we're going to be judicious in sort of the themes that we're going to be asking about and give all of our panelists the opportunity to share their thoughts. I want to kick it off with Michel to sort of set the groundwork. You developed a widely acclaimed Cambridge Bitcoin electricity consumption index. Please tell us about your findings. Does mining 1 Bitcoin actually consume as much power as 75,000 swipes of a credit card consumes, and a small nation, as folks like to reference? And tell us what this means for crypto.
It's actually the first time that I hear this statistic, so it's interesting. Where did you find that?
I heard it in the Daily, in some podcast that was featured last week, I think.
Okay, wow. Yeah, I need to put that into my agenda and my notebook there. But yeah, there's actually so many different ways of looking at it, and I think comparisons is one of the big issues. But so what our tool does is really to estimate first the daily network power demand. So that's really at any given point in time, how much electricity our mine is actually drawing either from the grid or from other, direct primary energy sources. So if you look at today's estimate, we're at about 12.13 gigawatts of power. Now, if you annualize that, so essentially projecting forward, if Bitcoin miners continue like that for the rest of the year, that would amount to a total amount of electricity of about 106 terawatt hours, which amounts to about 0.48% of the world's electricity consumption, which is similar really to the level of the Netherlands, a country of 70 million people, or just about twice as much as residential TV usage in the US alone. I think that already kind of highlights, that broad issue with comparisons, that they're by nature quite subjective. It really depends whether you want to make a number look small or large, depending on what you compare it to. And then also really a point I think that we're going to talk about a bit more probably on this panel is really that it's really difficult to find reliable and robust data sets on other activities and in industries. Now, if you look at the actual consumption since launch, so over the last 11 years, Bitcoin has consumed about 270 terawatt hours, but only really started to, become more significant in 2014, really. So for example, for the first year and a half, it consumed less than 5 megawatt hours, and that is less than half of what the average US household consumes on a yearly basis. So it's literally nothing at all. And even before December 2013, we're like less than 1 terawatt hour. And so I think this brings me really to answer your question to the key point is that those metrics of like giving or attributing an electricity footprint, whether it's per transaction or per single Bitcoin, it's kind of like just a purely theoretical exercise that's practically meaningless. because electricity is not tied to transaction processing or actually the minting of new coins. Those are kind of like byproducts of the entire mining process. It's really tied to block production. And so if you want me to answer the question about like the electricity cost of a specific Bitcoin, that really depends on when exactly that coin was mined and then also subsequently transferred. So for today, I mentioned we have 12 gigawatts, so we can divide that by 6. That's the number of average blocks per hour, which gives us about 2 gigawatt hours currently for producing one single block. Now there's the subsidy is 6.25 Bitcoin per block. So it gives us about 0.3 gigawatt hours per Bitcoin at the moment. Now, as I mentioned before, in January 2009, you had 50 Bitcoin for a single block, which consumed like less than essentially a few kilowatt hours. So, the differences are just enormous. And so it's a purely theoretical measure.
Let's pause on that for a second, because I want to turn it over to Tanya to sort of respond, right? We've got some of the data, some of it is not entirely reliable, but the fact still remains that that mining is actually, a carbon consuming exercise. How does Bitcoin mining company respond to this? In particular, you and mining companies generally, how are they changing to reduce their carbon footprint? And what's sort of being done? And also, feel free to just react to anything that Michelle has said and or sort of the criticism, if you will, with respect to Bitcoin mining.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this, for those that love fresh information, the Bitcoin Mining Council published its Q3 results on mining and energy consumption yesterday, I believe. And so I have them in my inbox now. So they are reporting that global Bitcoin mining is consuming 0.12% of the world's energy production, and then 0.38% of the world's wasted energy produced. Energy, the biggest challenge right now is, in this context of climate change and climate, concerns, everybody is concerned, and we rightfully should be, whether we're crypto miners or big data centers or Facebook, it doesn't matter. Everybody using computer on the world is using energy in a way that we've never used in history. So this is a time where we are always thinking about how are we going to improve efficiencies? How are we going to play our part as responsible corporate citizens where we are and where we are in position with everybody else in the world as well. So not just at home, but equally around the world. In the case of crypto mining, I mean, we get lots of criticism all the time, but it's all about relative comparables. And I do appreciate the point that Michelle made, which is, it depends on what you're comparing it to. I mean, oftentimes our CEO loves to draw out Christmas lights, and Christmas lights is way more energy than Bitcoin mining does in a year. So it's all contextual. When we look at what we're doing and we look at concepts around, needing to understand and educate folks that energy is used, consumed, produced, and significantly wasted today across the world, in the US and other countries around the world. So the actual total energy produced is not equivalent to the energy consumed. And in our case, we're watching all the time what exactly we're using, how we maximize efficiency and whatnot. In the case of being a Bitcoin miner, of course, we'll maybe get into this a little bit later, but Bitcoin mining will get dramatically more efficient over time. It's designed to, and that was in the algorithms from the beginning. Satoshi's protocol reduces energy consumption by 2x every 4 years, and that is for the foreseeable future. And also companies like ours are constantly procuring technologies that are much more efficient. I mean, we've seen mining rigs go from, a certain size down to much, much smaller. And for those that have never seen a mining rig, you just need to think maybe about a cell phone and what a cell phone looked like in the early 90s to how small it got in the early 2000s. Now it's a little bigger again, but it's effectively a different device. It's a small computer. So we're constantly looking at that. The biggest challenge, for us is we also, because Hare is a publicly traded company, we're also very mindful about what's going on in the public markets, what's going on with regulators, what kind of disclosures are we offering to the market, and how are we actually measuring these things? Carbon measurements themselves at the moment, there's measurement improvements that need to happen around the world. But the metrics, the sheer metrics for public companies to report is still very much a prophany of standards and metrics out there. And so we lean into SASB, we're looking at GRI, we're looking, of course, even at the UN SDGs, which are a different kind of metric set, but we are looking at them and considering how they interplay with our business. But at the end of the day, we also are accountable to our shareholders. So we need to make sure that, you know, if the markets are saying they expect efficiency, if governments and regulators are saying they want environmental efficiency, they want climate conscious businesses, especially in our case, they're looking at us saying, young innovators, you know, go innovate and figure this out, but we're going to shame you till you do, which is what's happening, oddly enough. We look at it and we're like, okay, cool, we're going to. And then when we start doing this, what next are you going to do? Because there's a lot of much larger consumers and of energy, and equally, you know, users of energy out in the computing world that are wasting far more energy than we are in our space. So that's a big there.
Point on standards and potential some lack of clarity there. One, like, what are the challenges given sort of the lack of uniformity and harmonization? And then my other question is, who's pushing this? Or is the market pushing this, or are the regulators pushing this?
So funny. I'll start with the latter point and then I'll come back to standards. But it looks like now the regulators are starting to push on the disclosures around energy. Certainly anybody that's been in the space for any amount of time would be familiar with the concept of greenwashing. So companies that are basically telling the market they're good for the planet, but actually in the, you know, deep into their operations and their decision making, they're actually making terrible decisions and they aren't actually helpful to the planet. So they're trying to market themselves in a way to shareholders, so public companies, marketing themselves to shareholders as this, you know, green solution, but they're actually not. And this isn't a marketing exercise. It's very much a operational exercise, you know, ground up and top down of how are we making day-to-day decisions? How are we leveraging supply chain options? How are we making energy purchase choices in a manner that would support a sustainability narrative, and actually that we can measure and say, look, this is what we are doing. Here is the actual transparent set of metrics that we're using. And we're very comfortable putting it out to the market to say, this is what we're doing in our public disclosures. That's more where we're lining toward. And that's also where the regulators are pushing. And they're saying, okay, we've got to flush out this overhyped narrative in marketing and figure out like who's actually doing what, because promising the market you're doing something and not actually doing it is certainly a problem if you're a public company.
Yeah. And Jamie, I want you to jump in here because there's 2 points. One is Gemini is actually doing quite a bit to reduce their carbon footprint, and I would like for you to speak to that. And the other is specifically, Gemini just launched a product that can really be helpful, right, in mitigating climate impact now and in the future. I was hoping you could, you know, provide your views given the remarks we just had from Tanya on sort of the challenges in the crypto market and the carbon footprint, but also how this tech can actually help the market at a broader level really reduce its impact.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tanya, you actually teed me off quite well for a few things that we are tackling over at Gemini Green. Specifically, the challenge across industries of quantifying carbon emissions, and this is known as carbon accounting. And there are a few great startups who are building products that will fit really any type of company. What's missing and what's really difficult right now is to quantify the amount of carbon emissions from any usage of the blockchain. And this would be like, these types of emissions would be likely to fall into scope 3 emissions for many companies with any involvement in crypto. And scope 3 is basically like, what is your supply chain emitting? That's very simplified. So yeah, this carbon accounting framework does not yet exist for anything blockchain. So we took a stab at it because, you know, eventually as I think as markets and regulation kind of pushes this meaning reporting and doing something about carbon emissions, it will all come down to how can we measure it? And from this baseline measurement, how can we draw it down? So we actually developed and published completely transparently a methodology for calculating carbon emissions for the Bitcoin network. And we started with Bitcoin because, as Michelle mentioned, it is really difficult to find reputable data sources for the energy emissions of crypto. And we actually used the Cambridge Bitcoin Electricity Consumption Index as a key input to our calculation. A really big challenge, another challenge is that we're working with a decentralized system, and there's right now, there's really no way to know the exact amount of electricity being consumed for like to power the Bitcoin network. And so there are a few assumptions. So right now this is an estimation. Anyway, so we used our calculation to determine Gemini's share of carbon emissions from the Bitcoin network for the first half of the year. And then we actually took action. So we offset our footprint. And this was, I mean, it's a lot of carbon. We offset 342,000 tons of carbon, which is an enormous amount. We chose to do it by purchasing carbon credits from the regulated compliance markets. We're comfortable with how they're regulated. We had a few great partners to work with. We saw this as a way to make an immediate impact on slowing climate change. Not saying that this is, I think, addressing really the root cause. I think there's a lot of work to do, but this is something we could do right now to take action while we iterated on our methodology. We also wanted to publish this methodology kind of in the spirit of transparency and collaborative innovation. And what we've seen, I've spoken with a few other companies, is that maybe they're challenging it, maybe they're building on top of it. And that's really fantastic, because ultimately the benefactor that I think we're all trying to get to is to make the planet a better place. And so any innovation cross company is really fantastic there. So that's the first thing that we did. Created this methodology, did this huge offset. And then speaking to the second point of your question, Yvette, how can crypto make an impact on the climate? We launched a really cool product about a month ago that addresses carbon markets. And so we listed the Moss Carbon token. This is not our token. We worked with a partner, the Moss Carbon team. The token is called MCO2. And each token represents one carbon credit sourced from a verified registry. They're specifically aimed at conserving the Amazon rainforest. But this is really, really cool because it enables retail customers to interact directly with this carbon credit market through Gemini. That's something that is very hard to come by. Not sure if it exists in the traditional market. So really retail crypto exchanges are like an ideal venue for trading these carbon credits. Climate change is a global issue. Crypto facilitates quick and verifiable transfer of value to anyone in the world. So I think that building retail accessible carbon markets really has the potential to open up this part of the financial system. And really, who knows, it's pretty early. So that I think will address more of the root cause.
Yeah, I think from the retail perspective, this is a way to really access the user, right? I go out and buy Starbucks and I can actually offset my own carbon footprint, which I think is incredibly revolutionary and really would only be possible through the digital asset ecosystem. So I look forward to more of those exciting products, as I think everybody does. Sounds like you're incredibly busy. I would like to bring in Marco into the conversation because I think there's also an angle there with respect to developments in market or policy and where ESG may have problems in crypto. I see all of the developments that are potential, but what are the potential challenges that we need to sort of overcome to continue to really bring ESG to crypto, whether it's developing products where we're reducing our climate, sort of our own carbon footprint, but also potentially developing, dealing with the carbon footprint that is in the digital asset ecosystem itself.
Thanks, Yvette. Actually, both you and Jamie, I think, raise really important thematic issues around retail access to these solutions. One of the major criticisms lobbied against ESG solutions, particularly the E in ESG solutions, is how stratified are, how elitist they can be, in that your regular Joes and Janes don't actually have a lot of access to solutions to big problems that are bigger than themselves. Typically, mass media tells them, oh, there's a problem with our carbon footprint, we're ruining the environment, so you should recycle your grocery bags. That's not very satisfying, is it? That doesn't give people any real sense of ownership in the broader solutions. And as you put it, Yvette, and you put it, Jamie, this one of the really game-changing elements of crypto is its democratization effect and its welcoming of retail participants, right? Those in the investment world, when they see retail, they think, oh, risk. Those in the ESG world who focus on this, when they think retail, when they see retail, I should say, they think solutions, right? That is the real grassroots. That is the real grassroots effort. But I think we should probably be aware of the fact we've only been talking about the E in ESG all panel. And look, to imagine something that's more important than our global environment. But I would say that I think in a lot of ways that's the easiest challenge to meet. That has demonstrable, measurable metrics in a lot of ways. And if you're on the crypto aisle, you see how that works every day, and you generally have a conviction that those solutions will be recognized more broadly once they come into play and once they're more broadly adopted. I think the greater challenges are largely optical challenges, and they're in the S and the G category of ESG. Representation is a problem that is very different in crypto than it is in the world of corporations and the world of industry. This is still playing on that retail theme, right? When folks see, particularly regulators and policymakers, hear crypto, they think, I don't know, in my experience, they think about fair-skinned people in the Northern Hemisphere and on the Western world. And nothing could be farther from the truth. Nothing could be farther from the truth. When you actually see statistics of the users of these companies, overwhelming majority of this activity does not occur in those areas of the world by those kinds of people. Yet that's the stuff that makes its way. That's the stuff that percolates up to wood-paneled offices in DC. And we all know why, right? That's because that's what the press covers. No one is covering the life-saving remittance. No one is covering how much how regular everyday Joes and Janes are being saved from inflation, from runaway inflation by irresponsible governments. They're mostly covering how the number's going up. Oh no, wait, now the number's going down. That's not fair. That is the major challenge that I think because governance is democracy, governance happens at the user level. I think the biggest challenge is optical, and the challenge of getting folks to understand who is really in charge of these networks, and it's not just the ones that make it in the press.
Margot, you raise a really interesting point. I want to tee off of two comments that you made. One is, sort of the disproportionate view that we have within the crypto ecosystem and its users. My question back to you would be, do we think that El Salvador's move to make Bitcoin legal tender is a move in the right direction? It's been wrought with some challenges. What might your reaction be? And then I just want to echo with just acknowledgement and appreciation for your remarks, because I think it's right that here we overlook those life-saving remittances, right? Bitso is doing this great work across Latin America and making these remittances actually available to individuals on a real-time, timely basis. I'm personally very connected to that, just being Latin American and Hispanic myself, and so I think we do, as an industry, need to do more work to ensure that not only that's actually viewed, appreciated, and acknowledged, and not what one billionaire was able to achieve when the price of Bitcoin went up, but also continue to support those practices in the expansion of the network. But I'm going to give you a chance to react to my question regarding El Salvador.
Yeah, I think it's a terrific lens through which you view much of the crypto ecosystem. Really, it's a question of cultural anthropology. The folks who are supporting, so I should say the folks who are deriding El Salvador's adoption of Bitcoin, are mostly deriding it because of the way that it was done, where by legislative fiat, by a government saying you must accept Bitcoin for all debts, public, private, et cetera, because it was coercive. But then those same Bitcoin supporters who value and will say, yes, but understand those detractors. They don't really understand what's happening. It doesn't matter how Bitcoin is introduced to countries like El Salvador. Bitcoin is bigger than a dictator. This is their words. Bitcoin is bigger than a dictator. Bitcoin is more powerful than an authoritarian regime. So no matter what that regime tries to do, Bitcoin is going to free those people from them. Now, I'm not saying I believe that. That's the cultural anthropology at play. But those early Bitcoin supporters who sort of pride themselves on libertarian leanings will still support the authoritarian implementation of Bitcoin because they believe that given any appreciable amount of time, Bitcoin will, and because of its network effects, it will escape that authoritarian introduction. I think it's a fascinating case study. I don't take sides on it, but I think it's a really important lens through which we can view Bitcoin adoption as it marches forth across the world.
Thank you, Marco. I want to give others the opportunity to sort of respond to that. Do we see the eventual adoption, just given the network effects, given the digital asset ecosystem, and what impediments do we have to sort of that adoption and really achieving the stated goals that we have on the E, but also on the S and the G, if you will, in the crypto ecosystem?
I'll take a little bit of a pass at this one. I can tell you, as a female-led company with 30% women on our board and over 50% in our upper executive team, we still stand out as an exception. But on the G side, I mean, we're constantly improving on governance. I'm very proud of what we've been able to achieve in a short time on our governance objectives, and similarly in our social objectives, which we'll share more publicly later this year. But the community, the special thing about the crypto community, I mean, I've been in it a very long time, is it's actually, I think, by design inclusive. And where it becomes exclusive is when you start to butt heads with traditional system leaders. It becomes exclusive because by design, that's what they want. I mean, we have to acknowledge we're butting heads in incredibly powerful infrastructures with very powerful people who have their own agendas, whether they be national agendas or corporate agendas. We are challenging status quo on so many different fronts. And I think the points Marco's made are excellent points. And there's a value system that I believe in many cases, and I mean, it changes from time to time, depending on who's flowing in and out of our ecosystem. But I still feel very strong that there's a core value system that a lot of the early participants hold, and a lot of people around the world still hold dear, which is that we do want inclusivity. We do want a better world and a better life for one another. And I don't believe anyone, generally goes into crypto if they're like really philosophical about it. I mean, some might, but, trying to crush, the other person or trying to keep down the other person. The point is that this will liberate and democratize. And I do feel strongly that the community ethos is still very much there. It's very much vibrant. And it does flow through the boardrooms of companies that have come from, basements into the corporate world now as public companies. So I'm hopeful we'll see more change as we go forward. And I'm very, very hopeful that our community will continue to lead.
Do you think Marco, I'll ask you as the other lawyer in the room, do you think regulation will be able to coexist with sort of the democratic roles and values that the crypto ecosystem holds effectively by design?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's the case mostly because these systems are going to change the way people think about pretty much anything that has value. It's not going to coexist in its current state, but hey, that's the good news. Protocols improve, and so does democratic governance. Thankfully, we live in a heterogeneous world, and people are constantly competing to have better governments, and governments are constantly competing to attract better citizens. So long as we have that, we can look forward to a bright future for crypto and its relationship with governments.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Marco. Thank you, everyone. I really enjoyed the conversation, and thank you, DC FinTech Week, for hosting. I'll kick it back to Chris, and the presentation will continue.
Hi, my name is Steve Bunnell. I'm the Chief Legal Officer of the Diem Association, which is a leading stablecoin project. I'm here today to introduce Damilola Arulaju and Devron Brown, who are two rising legal stars in the blockchain world. I worked with both of them when I was a partner at O'Melveny, and they are examples of one of the really exciting aspects of FinTech and blockchain in particular, which is that it's an area that attracts and is attracting an amazing number of talented and diverse young people who are bringing energy and new perspectives to the world of finance and beyond. And Damilola and Devron are two young lawyers who are here and have an infectious enthusiasm for blockchain and are not afraid to think big about its potential. They've written an excellent article. They're here to tell you about it. It's about blockchain and the ways that governments can leverage it and other digital technologies to be more effective, to be more efficient, to be more trusted, and ultimately to be better at promoting financial inclusion and other critical public policy goals. So without further ado, let me turn things over to Devron and Damilola.
Thank you, Steve. Excuse me. Good morning, good afternoon. Not sure where everyone is in their day. I'd like to start out with a short story from something that happened to me personally today. I went to make a purchase, and while standing at the cash register, I realized how much technology it takes to complete a transaction. While there, I saw a mouse, a keyboard, a computer monitor, a PC, a printer, and a cash register that everything's set on. I used my debit card to pay, and for the life of me, I couldn't wonder why did it take so much. And the central answer to that question is that every democracy needs a currency as an instrument. Now, it can be anything else, but the most important thing for it to be is an instrument. And what is an instrument? It's one of these things right here. Now, I'm sure you haven't seen one in quite some time because it's probably been replaced by one of these. And this is where we are in society and in technology. You don't need cash to function as a person in this world anymore. Some people may say that cash is the money of the past, and phones are the money of the future, the money of the future. However, I don't think they're separate. I view them both as equal because, like I said earlier, most democracies need an instrument and a currency. So where I'll start now is that how this paper came to be about. For me, it was a personal mission because I started to focus on how much do dollars cost? And the answer is quite simple. If you don't have a bank account, they are very expensive. If you don't have an address, they are even more expensive. If you're a new resident to this country, the price doubles. And it goes both ways too. If you're using dollars to send them back overseas, the price of a dollar goes even higher. So where do we begin is a very easy question. I think the question is, where do we end? How do we close the gap between, I would say, the haves and the have-nots, but what does that even mean in this today's society when we take, for example, the pandemic and how that's exacerbated poverty, inequality, and just incomes. In my time working on Capitol Hill, one thing we learned is that we can give money to agencies. However, to reach the people that need it the most, we had to identify them first. And that's what drew me to this idea and this conference and this paper is the power of blockchain. If there's a way to identify a person's needs before they have to ask, or if there's a way to solve a problem before we need to intervene, I think we can really improve society's standards of life. And I'll pause there and let Damilola talk.
Thank you, Devron. So one of the things that, as you mentioned, the pandemic, one of the things that it has taught governments is that legacy systems cannot always be used to address novel issues. Most importantly, that governments must adapt. So we early in the early 2000s, we witnessed governments adopt and utilize the internet when the internet was invented. And so governments were able to make their services more efficient. They were able to make government more effective by adapting. We believe that governments can witness the same benefits by adapting and adopting blockchain technology. And so some of the hallmarks of blockchain technology are transparency, security, and efficiency. So blockchain technology can save governments billions of dollars by making their processes more efficient. This is particularly important as countries across the world are seeking to find funds to allocate towards government services. Then also it can make these processes more transparent. And this is ever important today as there's been a lack of trust in institutions, a declining trust in institutions across the world. And finally, blockchain's asymmetric cryptography can make their functions just more secure in their operation. And so in the paper, we've identified 5 use cases, but because of time today, there are only 3 that we just touch on briefly. The first being procurement. So procurement was the first use case that I identified with blockchain technology, just because the good procurement requires transparency and requires efficiency. Procurement involves the acquiring of goods and services in billions of dollars across the world. And this is also an area where there is rapid corruption in governments across the world. So this is an easy place for blockchain adoption, particularly in the more administrative processes of the procurement and making it more efficient, saving more money, but then also transparency. The transparency that having a public ledger in procurements, and that people can know what goods and services are being procured to who and for how much, it can add to curb corruption, because now there's an added spotlight. This is particularly important in emerging democracies where corruption has really crippled their democratic functions. And so another use case identifying is government payments. So during this, responding to the coronavirus pandemic, governments has distributed dollars to citizens, but with and utilizing blockchain technology, instead of using a bank or some other intermediary, governments can send money directly to their citizens without any clearing or anything, just automatically. And so this is something that we could see, for example, because it's programmable money. So when certain conditions are met, the funds can automatically be sent. It could be welfare payments, it could be unemployment benefits, or whatsoever have you. The money can just be sent as soon as the conditions are met, and then also the payments can stop when other conditions are achieved. And so this is also possible in the area of foreign aid, the ability to send funds to foreign governments or entities when they have met the conditions that were previously established. And then the last use case that we want to touch on today is records management. So if you've ever been to a Department of Motor Vehicles, you can appreciate the need to automate this process. And what this can look like is for example, when an asset is purchased or there's a securitized transaction, when that process occurs, when the transaction occurs, instead of going to a recording agency to record, it is automatically recorded on a blockchain ledger. And so it creates an automatic, a public ledger that shows instant chain of title that can continue into perpetuity as these assets are being traded and exchanged and whatsoever have you. And so a lot of these processes in which we're involving blockchain technology really engages in how can we make government more efficient? How can we utilize government to ensure that citizens can more better have their needs met by the government? But there are definitely some issues. For example, privacy. Privacy is a large concern here. It's something that governments have to decide. And believe that if governments do pursue this, they must ensure there are robust privacy protections for their citizens. But then also, automation is an issue. Job losses may occur. So governments must ensure that they're looking for workforce development programs and seeing how in their local economies where they can add more jobs as they're also automating various processes. But at the end of the day, what we want governments to take from this is that, you know, blockchain technology allows governments to use their imagination and to create more solutions to better meet the needs of their citizens. And at the end of the day, that is what government is all about. How can we better help people? How can we better assist? And we believe that utilizing this technology is exactly what governments can do.
And Daniel, if I may add a few points to what you kind of elucidated here, is that the point of our paper is that government should be a tool, not a crutch. And blockchain technology holds everyone accountable in that system.
Absolutely. That is the most important aspect. How can we ensure there is robust engagement in the democracy by particularly allowing people to fully understand what is going on in government, and then to further hold people accountable in the democratic process. We just encourage you all to read the paper and to governments to really, instead of growing antagonistic to this type of technology, to really delve deeper and try to discover how it can be utilized in your respective governments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Hi, I'm Conan French, and I'm Senior Advisor for Digital Finance at the Institute for International Finance. And I'll be the moderator today for a terrific session we've got planned on open banking. And the question that's been put forward is open banking decentralized? As we look internationally, there have certainly been different dynamics that have driven open banking, ranging from the innovative beginnings with screen scraping and risk-tolerant entrepreneurs in the US, to the UK, where a central authority stepped forward with a competition mandate to create a legal framework to break open that banking data and spur FinTech development. We see also in the US, a US presidential executive order this year has spurred a process for CFPB and the Treasury to really look at codifying open banking and moving those rules forward in the US as well. And open banking has been essential for spurring a diverse range of FinTech companies, but of course, now in the market, we also see hyperscale big tech and embedded finance has really taken over in a lot of sectors. A BIS survey showed that now about 75% of credit is flowing through big tech rather than FinTech platforms. And luckily, we have four amazing panelists to dive into these issues. In alphabetical order, we have Ronit Ghosh, who's Global Head of Banking, FinTech, and Digital Assets at Citi Global Insights, where he's the lead author on GPS, which is a series of reports that are really a go-to source for industry and smart observers. We have Linda Zhang, who's visiting scholar on financial technology and an adjunct professor of law at Georgetown. She has a long background in the public sector as well, at the US Senate, when Dodd-Frank was moving, at the Fed, the Basel Committee, and has just published a terrific book on open banking that I highly recommend, that you can see in her screen behind her in a minute. We also have John Pitts, who's Global Head of Policy at Plaid, which is an amazing company that has more than 5,000 fintechs built on their platform. And we have Stefano Vecchino, who's founder and CEO of Yaply, which is a relatively new open banking API company, but it's already a trusted partner with IBM. It's got an international focus with operations in 4 countries, 4 markets in Europe, in addition to the UK. So with that, we'll try to move quickly on the panel here. And I just thought we'd start off for the listeners with a little talk about the different models for open banking and how they've shaped the market dynamics and what you've seen. So Ronit, could you start us off with some of what you've seen in the global trends and the different variations in open banking?
Sure, and thanks, Conan, for having us. So when you think about open banking around the world, or more broadly, open finance, and I'm sure in this conversation over the next few minutes, we'll get onto the open economy and open society as well. Think about open banking, you've got these very schematized 2 models. On the one hand, you've got the regulatory-driven model, classically PSD2 in Europe, or open banking after the CMA in the UK. And on the other, you have you could say US-driven or US-inspired market-driven model, which has also been adopted in certain countries in Asia, such as India, for example. Many of the markets that we've seen recently in the last 2 years adopt open banking appear to have done it on a regulatory model. So Latin America, Brazil, most obviously, and also in the Middle East, where I'm usually based, you're seeing the Saudis have introduced some open banking rules. The UAE is working on it as well. So you have these kind of two, you could say, poles: market-driven, so classically the US and a few selected Asian markets, and then regulatory-driven, UK, Europe, Latin America, others. Now, that's the normal kind of compare and contrast, kind of, meat and fish type comparison. I would argue that, and I'd love to hear the views of others on the panel, but there's some very strong underlying commonalities here that there's probably more in common than that kind of meat and fish division make us think. So think about what's driving this. Number one, we're all consumers. And as consumers, we expect way more choice than we did 20 years ago or 30 years ago. The choice that we had, whether it was in the media or in finance 30 years ago, simply doesn't fly anymore. So number one is there's a revolution of consumer expectations around the world. Number two, a harnessing of what's a relatively old technology, APIs, but harnessing of APIs by new emerging business models, fintechs and big techs. And number three is sort of general, whether regulatory or others, pro-competition agenda. So I'd say that revolution in consumer choice, new business models, harnessing a relatively old technology, and then updating it, and policy changes. So I'd argue that once you dig under the surface, we've got a lot more in common than this high-level distinction. But I'd love to have others come in.
Yeah, that's a great start. And Linda, maybe you could pick that up a little bit and talk about how some of those policy objectives have shaped the opening up of consumer data for broader use.
I'd be happy to, and thanks for reminding me of my days working on Dodd-Frank. It was at the Senate that I got my first BlackBerry. So that only shows how recent, well, at least for me, recent, it's been for consumers to have access to smartphones. And so today I'm really excited to talk about what that future of finance could look like. Recently, I've been obsessed with watching Star Trek Discovery. I don't know if anyone's into that show, but have you noticed that no one ever exchanges money in that show until season 3? And then that kind of, messed it up for me. But until then, I thought this is so exciting, like this utopian post-money world where people can function, work together, create benefits for the world. And in some ways, I feel that this is what we're heading to now. And I would really like policymakers to keep that kind of post-money world in their mind as they try to figure out what are the best policies to help our economy grow into a fully data-based economy. So I know John's going to argue with me in this panel today about is open banking decentralized or not? But I want to go ahead and jump to that future and argue that, most people don't think of open banking and DeFi, in the same sentence even. But if you look at the core of what they are, they represent decentralization driven by the internet. And they are both about removing the middleman. And also they are both about democratizing access to data and access to financial services. And now, yes, please.
So, and Stefano, Linda has set us up, I think, nicely there with that decentralized data and that future vision. And, Roni talked about consumer choice, APIs, pro-competition. How has that landscape and the market opportunities really shaped what you've built at Yaply?
So, first, it's important to define what, let's say, what we have built and how we position ourselves. So our perspective of the world as a tech enabler. If you think about the open banking value chain, we see 3 main layers. So at the bottom, there is the infrastructure and the connectivity layer. Then there is the tools layer, which is basically we build all the connectivity, let's say, feature that company needs to build a product and launch it into the market. And then there is the product and application layers. So as a company, we focus purely on the tools and the infrastructure layer. And to design a successful global company, we have to make sure that the differences of the various jurisdiction implementation that Ronit was referring to are invisible to the end company and to the end consumer. So we are let's say we need to remove barrier and not shifting them. So when you look at the open banking in Europe, so talking about the market opportunity, we have been seeing a lot of differences, and generally they are based on how player want to use open banking in a specific country, but also on the maturity of the ecosystem in the country, because ultimately the adoption of the initial use cases is what drive the quality of the API, and the quality of the APIs or the connectivity is what feeds more use cases to be enabled. So in some of the countries, the opportunity initially was on, for example, SME data, and now we see a significant acceleration of payment. In other, actually, payment has been the starting point because there was already an existing ecosystem.
Well, John, Plaid has built a really booming and broad business, helping those 5,000 plus fintechs really grow based on those trends that we've been talking about of consumer choice, APIs, competition. And Linda promised that you'd have I always like lively and exciting, so that you might have an alternate view on the decentralized versus centralized question. But what are your thoughts on the market that you view and some of the trends that folks have been talking about?
Sure, Conan, and I'll not only disagree with Linda a little bit, I'll disagree with you, if that's all right, because just for background, Plaid, I think, really has a global scope perspective on how the markets are evolving. We're in the United States, Canada, Ireland, UK, Netherlands, France, and Spain, and across those countries, that's 4 different regulatory regimes on open banking, open finance. And the point where I would disagree both with Linda and sort of the framing a little bit of your question is, we are at a point now where different regulations can either be centralizing or decentralizing for open banking. So let me unpack that a little bit. Let's take the UK, for example. Yes, it is a centralized regulation saying these are the accounts that a bank must make available to the consumer to share with third parties. That is centralizing. And in fact, it is centralizing down to the product level, because by saying it's only current accounts, and for those in the US who don't know the European banking model, current accounts is effectively a payment-enabled account. That has a real impact on what companies can build based on those APIs. If you want to shop for a cheaper mortgage, good luck. Your mortgage account is not connected to UK open banking. However, at the same time, by having a licensing regime that allows companies like Plaid or Yapily to have a license to retrieve that data, things like consumer consent are actually quite decentralized. So Plaid can get a consumer's consent in the UK and say, we have the consumer's consent. The bank does not need to take a separate consumer consent. That consent has been decentralized out across the ecosystem. Let's contrast that with the US, where there has been much less regulatory framework. The upside of that is the breadth of types of use cases that can be developed is immensely greater. It's a galaxy compared to what we've seen in Europe. In some instances, 5,500 customers for Plaid alone, and we are not the only aggregator. There is a much greater decentralization of use case development, and the breadth of data is broader to build on, which has a decentralizing effect. However, in the absence of some of that regulation, we are relying on third-party guidance at best, right? This is guidance that is really developed from a traditional bank vendor model, where some of the assumption is that, well, if the consumer's using this product and the product got some information from the bank, maybe the bank is in charge of the entire thing. The bank is in charge of Venmo. The bank is in charge of Cash App. The bank is in control of everything. That is centralizing, right? That's a centralizing force where you're saying this regulatory regime that assumes the bank is the center of the consumer's entire financial life, in the absence of a regulation making clear that no, the consumer is the center and there are multiple different companies that consumer can build around themselves to give themselves sort of the financial products and services and choice they want, that decentralizing element gets put at risk by the absence of regulation. And so really it is some regulations are centralizing, some are decentralizing. And what we've seen in those 4 different jurisdictions is actually a mix of both centralizing and decentralizing forces in open banking.
Well, that was a really great way of helping folks understand some of the nuances and, as you said, different forces that are kind of pushing and pulling in different ways. And I think next we'd like to look, starting with you, Linda, look at what some of the current trends and developments are, and maybe pick up that thought that you were continuing on before when I shifted over to Stefano. So, Linda.
Yeah, thanks. My contributors and I are excited to announce the launch of our upcoming book, Open Banking. And why I have put this book together is because we use open banking every day, whether it's Venmo or Mint or Betterment or Credit Karma, et cetera, just to name a few apps. But when I say, oh yeah, I research open banking, I often get blank looks here in the US. So I thought it was important to put a book together, explain what open banking is, that open banking is about the sharing of your personal bank data with fintechs, and identify what are the key themes that we should think about and what are some potential policy solutions. So key trends are that it's simply all about data. So I have brought up that Star Trek Discovery show because if you think about money, in some ways, data is kind of money as well. Like we are essentially banking with our data. And so how can we construct a world that, in which we respect the fact that our lives are fully digitalized, my movements and my search histories, my banking, my health, they're all data that's being collected and leveraged into services and products. And I think this innovation is fantastic. But we need to build a resilient data sharing economy. And in order to do so, you need to have rules of the road on how we should protect, use, store, access personal customer data. And that customers should have control over what is shared and for how long, and have the right to take the data with them, have the right to correct and the right to delete. So that's one key trend. The second of 3 key trends is that we need to expand consumer liability protections. Right now, they currently apply primarily to banking services, and we are using more and more non-bank services and products. And thirdly, I think it's really important we start thinking hard about a national data strategy that facilitates the growth of a robust and resilient data economy that fully takes into account how to grow an economy built on data, because data is not like a regular asset. It's unique in how it acts and behaves economically. So other countries like Australia, India, UK, EU, they've already spent a lot of time thinking about how they want to grow their data economies. Australia's choosing to have an economy that has economy-wide data sharing. India decided to build their data economy beginning with a universal digital ID that complements their universal payment rail. And the UK is expanding its open banking regime into open finance. And the EU proposed crypto assets regulation that takes open finance into account. And then more recently proposed its Digital Markets Act and Digital Services Act. So these are all very proactive approaches that other countries are taking to data and how data serves and plays a role in their economies. And I think we in the US need to think really hard about that too.
And I think, Stefano, we'll come to you next. But that point, Linda, that many markets are starting to think and move from just open banking to really open data. And how do you keep data from being locked up in different silos and areas across the economy and make sure that as long as it's protected and permissioned and secure, that it can flow freely across, different sectors of the economy and hopefully across different borders in the global economy as well. So, Stefano, with some of the different things that we've been talking about, what are your views on the current trends and developments that you see in open banking and where you're going to take the ecosystem next?
If you don't mind, before answering this question, I wanted to make a comment linked to both Linda and John regarding decentralized open banking, because we look at it from a regulatory perspective. The reality is that if you look at open banking, let's say from a data perspective, the data is still remaining to the bank. And so we are just allowing for the flow of information. So open banking is not decentralized. If you're looking from a service provision, open banking is allowing to distributed way of providing services. We're bringing services much closer to the user because we are allowing every company basically to become a FinTech company. So definitely from a financial services provision perspective, open banking is allowing for decentralization of it. So just to add a different perspective, not only from a regulatory perspective, but also from the provision of service. So when I see in the market, obviously open banking, at least in Europe, started with a high focus on data because there were technology that were used previously to access data, so screen scraping or private API reverse engineering, and company were forced to move on to open API. And just in the last 12 months, customer realized that one of the main change that open banking is bringing is account-to-account payment via API. So bringing the concept of almost free instant payment in a world where payment in general costs 2% and they take 3 to 5 days to settle. So what we're seeing in Europe is that the attention has completely switched from data of open banking data to open banking payment. From let's say being more concrete, obviously in the position we have the privilege of every day seeing company bringing ideas to us and asking us, can we make it happen through open banking? So I wanted to give you two quick examples of, let's say, idea that have a social impact that ultimately is the social impact of open banking is why I started the company in the first place. During the pandemic, we had a company that came to us and say, I wanted to find a solution to enable people to pay each other when they help one another as neighbors without using a card scheme. So the payment company developed a peer-to-peer payment to help neighbors support one another during the pandemic. And another one, just taking a few more seconds, another company came to us and said, I want to help healthcare employee to be able to get loans very quickly in a historical moment where they don't have time to go to a bank and do a proper application. So they develop a product specifically for anyone that was too busy helping us with the pandemic. So what I'm seeing in the market is a lot of amazing idea that will hopefully help us all build better and fairer financial services.
Those are some great examples. And John, as you look at the landscape or pick up any of the themes we've been talking about, what are the things that you see driving and shaping the market going forward?
Yeah, so it's a great question. And Stefano, I thought, had a great point on sort of the difference between regulatory centralization, empowering basically decentralization of where you get the services. And I think that is the trend that I'm seeing. So Plaid actually does a national survey, representative survey of US consumers every year. We did our first one a year ago, and we did our second one this year, which was great because we got to have some longitudinal data for the first time. The big top line number that came out of it this year is the number of Americans reporting using at least one FinTech app or service jumped from 58% last year to 88% this year, right? So in terms of consumer adoption, it is a massive trend wave in that direction. The really interesting thing is that while the use of some fintech services has become pervasive. The use of individual types of fintech services, none of them have really cracked 60%. So there's a huge amount of opportunity left there in the market for specific services. But the concept of I should be doing distributed sort of pick and choose what apps and what services I want from multiple different providers instead of just a single big box provider really has hit market scale in a meaningful way. I mean, 88%, that's more people than use Netflix as a way of putting it in context. What that means is the trend now is, especially in the US, given that consumer usage, now the regulatory framework for it is coming. Because if consumers are going to use that, they do need, and Linda, you said this, so I'll hold you to it. They need protections, they need controls, they need choice. Those are centralizing things. Those are things that come from government, from regulation. And I think the tension will be, can you get that centralized protection without limiting that decentralized choice that consumers deserve? And the alternative to that is, your bank deciding which services you get to use. And I think, we wouldn't let our newspaper decide which websites we get to go to because it's possible they would have a competitive incentive there. So do you really want sort of that centralization to go back to the banks, who actually are now some of the biggest providers of fintech and are competing better than some fintechs in this digital service? I think the key is having that level playing field, having a regulation that sets those expectations, but also not getting rid of the value of decentralizing as you have that centralized protection in place.
So Ronit, John has provided us with some great factoids and a real view of move to fintech. But I wondered if you might expand the aperture a little bit just beyond bank and fintech, and really a world where big tech hyperscale platforms are increasingly shaping the marketplace. What do you see in reaction to some of what we've heard and what you see in the market?
Sure. Maybe I could take some of John's data and almost play it back at him and come to a different conclusion. I totally agree that consumers like choice. I always use this analogy just to date myself, that when I was growing up, there was in the UK in the 1980s only 1 or 2 children's channels, and it was on for 50 minutes a day after school. And when I was even younger in India, there was only 1 channel. It was a state broadcaster, and now we're inundated with channels, right? Yet I end up just watching Netflix, and I'm sure there are others who just use Amazon Prime or so you get this explosion of choice, loads of cable channels or media outlets, and you can almost go back to the dawn of the internet. I love reading 1990s commentaries on the internet because it kind of echoes what we're hearing today in the world of DeFi. In the 1990s, we were told the internet was going to be this wonderful, decentralized information corner, and look what happened 10, 15 years later. The theory is obviously Ben Thompson's, not mine, aggregation theory. We were promised a decentralized internet information. We ended up with these massive centralized platforms. I think we like choice, but we also like to go to 1 or 2 places to get it. Now, it may not be banks, and full disclosure, I happen to work for a bank as an independent analyst. I don't reflect the views of the bank I work for. In parts of the world, particularly in Asia, Southeast Asia, China, obviously big tech platforms, super apps already rule. The US is to be seen how the US will play out, but big techs have a massive advantage in parts of the world over banks and fintechs. As in, consumers want choice, but they also want standardization, simplicity, that kind of one Netflix, lots of channels, lots of options inside Netflix. And I think that's what gives big tech a big advantage. So I kind of agree with John. I think we just...
That's great. We're almost out of time. So just a quick soundbite from each of you to close it out and wrap things up, starting with you, John.
Fully endorse subscribing to Stratechery, Ronit, for everyone who's listening to this. Totally agree with you. So what's next? 1033 is next. For those in the US market, 1033 is the single most important piece of regulation that's going to set the future of open finance. That is next. Hopefully it is coming very soon.
And we hope it looks at data in an open way. Stefano, what's next?
Well, as next, at the intersection of open banking, open pension, open utility, all of the data that we have been discussing during this conversation, there will be bespoke financial services for everyone.
Great. Ronit?
When I first saw the title, I was wondering if we were going to have to talk about DeFi, and I'm glad we didn't.
Other panels covered that, so we're good. Linda, what's next?
Well, I'll cover DeFi. I fully agree with John. I do see that if we're going to have real optimization, we are going to need to see a convergence between open data and DeFi. And in order for that to truly work, we're going to need really good digital identity, which we can cover next time.
I definitely agree with that. So thanks very much, John, Stefano, Ronit, and Linda, for a lively and entertaining session. And now stay tuned for a flash presentation on unbundling of charters and banking.
Hello, and welcome to DC FinTech Week 2021. My name is Dan Ari, and I'm a professor of law at Cornell Law School. My paper today is Unbundling Banking, Money, and Payments. The starting point for this paper is the observation that our current system is a bundled one, where we combine banking, money, and payments under one roof. At the heart of this system is the Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve oversees the monetary system, but also importantly coordinates a public and private network of clearinghouses at the heart of the payment system. Surrounding this core are then a large number of conventional deposit-taking banks. These banks, the bundle in this case, engage in financial intermediation, provide the primary unit of account and medium of exchange in the economy, deposits, and coordinate with clearinghouses the provision of payments across the financial system. Importantly, residing just outside the perimeter of this core payment system are then a number of new non-bank financial institutions. These NBFIs include peer-to-peer payment systems like PayPal, emerging stablecoin issuers like Tether, and international money remittance services like Wise, formerly TransferWise. Looking at this bundle, we can observe a couple of features that change as we move farther and farther outside of the core of the system. So at the core of the system, we have the Federal Reserve using its monetary policy and other levers to exercise a high degree of monetary control. We also have strict regulation and supervision of the conventional banking system, reflecting the fact that it combines deposit-taking money with financial intermediation loans. And as a result of this combination, we can also say that that money, those deposits, are good money insofar as they are protected by a state apparatus that we'll come to talk about in a moment. As we move outside the conventional banking system, however, we move more towards a system where conventional monetary policy tools are less tractable, where, as we'll see, we have more lax regulation and supervision of the non-bank financial institutions that issue money. And ultimately, as a result of this, we have the issuance of bad money, in particular money that is vulnerable to being eroded in the context of a conventional corporate bankruptcy proceeding. Crucially, existing law entrenches this current bundled system in a variety of ways. So first of all, banks and only banks benefit from a financial safety net. Mechanisms including lender of last resort frameworks, deposit guarantee schemes, and bank resolution regimes. Second, legally, banks and only banks have access to the core infrastructure at the heart of our current payment system. Only banks can have access to the settlement accounts on the balance sheet of the Federal Reserve. And only institutions that have access to those accounts can have direct access to the clearing networks through which the vast majority of payments flow. Finally, the law incentivizes or subsidizes the ability of banks to provide services, including payment services, to institutions outside the conventional banking system. So I've given here the example of the FDIC's broker deposit rules. These and other rules, in effect, make it possible, and in many cases rewarding, for banks to allow these non-bank financial institutions to, in effect, piggyback off their access to the core payment system. This legally entrenched bundling creates a number of economic distortions. First and foremost, it distorts competition. Banks in the United States have been slower than their counterparts elsewhere in adopting new payment technologies, in part because they don't face the same competition from non-bank financial institutions that are issuing money and allowing customers to make payments. This in turn has an impact on who has access to core money and payment services, because if we think that greater competition would help lower costs and drive competitors into new markets, then we're leaving something on the table by not allowing greater competition in the money and payment space. Second, by making non-bank financial institutions rely on banks in order to get secondhand indirect access to the payment system, we are creating potential channels for the transmission of cross-sectoral risk, potential contagion during crises. Third, we're promoting regulatory arbitrage. At the moment, non-bank financial institutions face a choice between registering as a bank to get the benefits of banking status, but also to be subject to regulation, onerous regulation that may not reflect their unique business models, or to go elsewhere for their regulatory licensing. And at the moment, that elsewhere is primarily state-level statutes that do not provide the same level of prudential regulation or supervision, while often enabling these institutions to engage in a wide range of different types of financial intermediation. Lastly, by ring-fencing the conventional banking system, by giving it these special privileges and protections, and by making sure that non-bank financial institutions have to rely on banks for access to the core payment system, we're exacerbating the already problematic too big to fail problem. Against the backdrop of all of this, and despite the protections and privileges that banks enjoy, recent years have seen the emergence of a large and growing monetary system outside the perimeter of the conventional banking system. Some of these institutions are very familiar to us, firms like PayPal. PayPal actually took 11 years to get to a public float of quasi-deposits worth $30 billion. That may sound impressive, but recently stablecoin issuer Tether was able to add that same amount in a matter of months. This system is growing rapidly, and it's growing outside of the perimeter of the core system of money and payments and the regulatory apparatus that is built up to make that system work well. So what do I propose to do about it? Well, from my perspective, what we need to do is unbundle banking, money, and payments. And the first thing that we need to do is expand access to Federal Reserve accounts to non-bank financial institutions. That will enable these institutions to have direct access to the broader payment system, including direct connections to the clearing networks at the heart of that system. Second, we should prohibit these institutions from engaging in any meaningful financial intermediation. This will enable these institutions to avoid the strictures of conventional bank regulation, and therefore enable them to rely instead on the fact that the liabilities of their customers will be sitting on the Fed balance sheet to make those monetary commitments good money. Third, we need to change the rules. We need to change the legislation around the definition of a bank and a deposit to avoid the types of destabilizing regulatory arbitrage that, in effect, have gotten us into this mess in the first place. So what do we need to consider here? What are the pros and cons of this proposal? Well, the first is that relative to the current system where non-bank financial institutions and in particular customers have little protection against bankruptcy, shifting the liabilities of these institutions, the monetary liabilities to the balance sheet of the Fed, will instantly give them more credibility and avoid any sort of risk of default that they currently face. Second, by bringing non-bank financial institutions onto a more level playing field with banks, we can promote competition and hopefully the adoption of new technologies in payments that will then improve the welfare of consumers. Third, by reconfiguring the existing regulatory architecture to close the gaps that currently exist, we'll reduce the prospect of destabilizing arbitrage, where meaningful levels of financial intermediation combined with money issuance are increasingly taking place outside the perimeter of the regulated system, or in parts of the regulated system that were not designed to deal with this combination of money and financial intermediation. Lastly, this proposal can help advance the objective of financial inclusion. It can do so in two ways. First, more competition for consumers means expanding into markets that are currently underserved. Second, and more importantly, the ability to get a reserve account at the Fed and thereby to connect to the conventional payment system would represent a turnkey solution for many of the public sector projects out there right now that are attempting to advance the goal of financial inclusion. Right now, those institutions have to rely on banks, but this would enable them to obtain direct access in a way that was both scalable and made sure that the monetary commitments they were making to their customers were credible. Inevitably, of course, there are costs. So the first cost is whether this new system should be mandatory or permissive. Making it permissive could potentially give or provide the benefit of enabling experimentation in the design of new monetary systems and regulatory regimes. However, what we've seen so far is that that experimentation has not inured to the benefit of consumers, which leans towards making this system mandatory, having a federal regime in effect for these non-bank financial institutions that issue deposit liabilities. Second, there's the impact on the business model of non-bank financial institutions themselves. Here, however, we need to separate out the hype from the day-to-day reality. The hype is that these institutions hope to transform finance, to do something different from conventional deposit-taking banks. But if ultimately what they're really doing is just taking depositors' money and making profits by investing that money, that is the essence of being a bank, and they should therefore be subject to bank regulation. However, if their business models are based on using money and payments to leverage data as a source of revenue, then there shouldn't be much involved or much cost associated with taking away their ability to engage in financial intermediation, especially since the corresponding benefit is direct access to the existing payment system without having to be subject to onerous bank regulation. Third, and perhaps the most tricky challenge, is what this means for the current deposit base of banks. There is the risk, however small, that giving other financial institutions some of the benefits that banks currently enjoy would draw deposits away from banks and undermine their important role in engaging in financial intermediation. While this is theoretically possible, I would only note that it is intended that this would actually spur competition for banks to attract deposits, to develop new payment systems, to improve their use of existing technology in a way that prevented the very erosion of deposits that is a possible challenge. Lastly, we need to think about how these new institutions, these non-bank financial institutions with access now to the Fed's balance sheet and clearing networks, would be integrated into existing regulatory frameworks, such as resolution frameworks, the Bank Holding Company Act framework, and the broader issue of whether these institutions should be able to engage in commerce outside of their core money and payments business, and how we would fit them into the existing monetary policy architecture that is currently associated with Fed Reserve accounts. So things like the payment of interest on reserves. All of these challenges, however, are surmountable. It's just a question of finding the balance and the architecture that enables these new institutions to operate on a level playing field with banks, while simultaneously avoiding the regulatory challenges that stem from the risks of combining money and payments with financial intermediation. Thank you very much for your time. I hope you enjoy the rest of the talks and panels in DC FinTech Week. Please feel free to get in touch if you have any questions. I'm always available.
Hi, I'm Michael Barr, Dean of the Gerald R. Ford School of Public Policy at the University of Michigan. It's my great pleasure to be moderating today's panel on payment systems, the payments puzzle. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers. You have their full bios, so I'm not going to go into detail, but just to give you a sense of who you have in front of you. We've got Ginny Chappell, who's leading the charge now for faster payments in North America at FIS with a focus on RealNet. Zaid Masari is a partner in the Financial Institutions Group at Davis Polk. And Todd Baker is a senior fellow at Columbia Law School and Columbia Business School. All three of them have decades of experience in this space, so we're going to learn a lot in a very short bit of time that we have together. I'm really excited to be here to talk about this issue, which affects so many of us. You know, why does reforming the payment system matter? If you think about it, we need payments to do everything in our daily lives. And the US payment system, which used to be one of the leading forces in the world, really is not anymore. It's not keeping up with innovation. There are delays in the system. There are high costs in the system. We have overdraft fees that harm middle and lower income people. We have a lack of financial access to the banking system for the poor. Cross-border payments, remittances, trade finance are all difficult to do, expensive. And it really doesn't have to be this way. So what could we do better? What could we do to actually reform our payment system? We have a great panel to talk about that. See if we can develop a coherent framework for actually regulating and doing payments in the United States. It would be a whole new adventure. To get us kicked off, Ginny, let me just turn things over to you. What are some of the cool new ideas you're seeing in payments that ought to be reflected in our payment system?
Yeah, my definition of cool might be different, but I really view cool as, can it scale? Who will it reach? And how will it impact? And there's a lot of buzzwords and niche innovation happening, but it's my belief that the coolest thing we can do in payments, relatable for most Americans, is to get them their money faster. So I'm going to say push payments, real-time payments are some of the most practical and transformative new technologies in payments that have very broad applicability across lots of use cases. My favorites being faster settlement for small businesses, on-demand payroll for people who need to access their earnings. Timing matters, and it disproportionately, as you mentioned, impacts the underserved who are forced to turn to check cashing, payday loans, and are also, as you mentioned, likely to get hit with the minimum balance or overdraft fees. So, you know, shameless plug for what we're working on with RealNet platform, right? Enabling faster payment options around the world to really combat the challenges that people have today moving and accessing money, in many cases, even their own money. So creating that inclusivity and empowering consumers and small businesses with more choices and more options to control their financial wellness.
Thanks, Ginny. I'm glad you highlighted all those different kinds of areas, because I think sometimes people don't realize, for example, how hard it is for a small business not to get paid right away, or a waiter waiting to get their paycheck, you know, has to wait 2 weeks to get paid, and then sometimes they have to go to a check casher just to turn that check into reality. When we have the technology to actually pay people right away,
it exists.
We haven't set up a system to do it.
That's right.
One of the things that payments companies have been talking about and trying to do in the last few years in the United States is to get access to a bank charter. Todd, I wonder if you could just explain to our audience, why do payments companies want that?
Well, you know, basically there's three reasons a fintech might want a bank charter, and they correspond with the three traditional components of the business of banking: deposit taking, lending, and payments. So some fintechs are looking for stable, low-cost funding to support their lending operations, and they're interested in deposits. That's why Lending Club bought a bank, for example. And some are looking for the ability to preempt state interest rate regulations on loans without having to use a partner bank. And this, I think, is where most of the action is today in this area. Some are looking for direct access to the Fed payment rails without paying a toll to the banking oligopoly. And that's what's motivating companies like GECO, and then the crypto companies like Anchorage and the state trust companies. It's that ability to cut out the middleman and build your own software to access the payment system. It's a powerful thing. You see it happening. Many people looking at this as the critical thing they want out of the banking system. And I think the pressure is going to build for quite a while for the banking system to open itself up to new players.
Thanks, Todd. Zahi, and then maybe I'll come back to Todd, but Zahi, let me start with you. There are lots of different paths into the payment charter process. You might think of institutions buying a bank, or you might have a de novo application for a bank charter, or you might have a narrow bank proposal, or maybe there's a trust company. Can you update us on the current state of play? Because we've had some applications in the system and some pulled out. What's the current state of play, and how should we be thinking about that?
Yeah, thank you, Michael. It's a great question. And it's an area that's in some ways moving very quickly and in other ways moving exceedingly slowly. I think what we've seen over the past couple of years has been really interesting from a legal perspective, which is FinTech entrance into payments, certainly lending and deposit taking as well, but for now we'll focus on the payments aspects, but new entrants into the payments markets, starting off as non-bank payments firms. Maybe they're payment processors, maybe they're money transmitters, but then thinking about how, as Todd rightly said, how to provide services soup to nuts themselves by accessing federal government payment systems, which are kind of the core of all of our payment systems. And I think we see different market participants take very different approaches. As you said, there have been some payment services providers who have acquired traditional banks or industrial loan companies, which is a sort of specialized kind of bank. There are others that have sought de novo bank charters, that is just setting up a brand new bank. And that could be a sort of normal deposit taking bank that is FDIC insured, or what's quite interesting on the legal front is a charter innovation. So trying to think of new types of charters. So, as Todd said, some of these service providers are trying to pull apart the different services provided by banks, deposit taking, lending, payments. Maybe they only really want to do payments. They don't need the deposit funding, and therefore are trying to get charters where they can provide those limited services under a number of accommodations that are important to them to avoid the full brunt of bank regulation on the theory they're not providing all banking services. And that exercise of pulling apart the pieces of what a bank is and what a bank does and why we permit banks to have superpowers, right, like access to the Federal Reserve system is really interesting. I think all of that's been happening very fast. What's happening slowly, of course, is how regulators, at least at the federal level, are thinking about granting these charters. We haven't really seen any so-called FinTech charters or special purpose bank charters other than trust company charters being approved in the last few years. And it will be very interesting to see where all of this goes.
Thanks, Todd. Do you have further perspectives on this? What happened with...
Go ahead.
No, go for it.
Go ahead with Monzo and Opportune and such. Yeah. So there, a couple of things are going on there. It's really kind of a tragedy, especially in the case of Opportune, which is quite a good company, a B Corp, run by some good people. Apparently the FDIC board just isn't going to approve any FinTech banks for insurance, and the reasons seem more political than they do policy driven. The consumer groups are pretty well opposed to FinTech banking, and they made Opportune a litmus test because some of its collection strategies they felt were excessive. And what I don't like about this is that, in my view, it's always better and safer to bring financial services companies inside the regulatory perimeter and subject them to comprehensive examination and supervision than to leave them outside of that perimeter. And I think there's no doubt that we'd be better off with these companies brought within comprehensive financial supervision. And this is the case for Opportune, and also to some extent for Monzo Bank and the other bank charter applicants that have, voluntarily withdrawn after reviews and comments and conditions and changes to satisfy what the regulators asked for and millions of dollars spent. And I don't quite get why community groups and some of the Democratic progressives, why they don't see that the best outcome is to use the power of bank regulation to influence how financial services are delivered by bringing companies into the system, and why they think they win when non-bank providers are kept out of banking. We also have a couple of, there's been some clever things that Jai referred to, acquisitions that didn't trigger FDIC approval, such as GECO Bank's acquisition of a small bank in Minnesota. And just yesterday, the founder of a fintech called M1 announced that he was buying a very small bank, another very small bank in Minnesota in his personal capacity, but associated with the banking as a service business that he's established through a venture capital finance company called M1. So a lot happening, as Jai mentioned, but unfortunately what we're seeing is a pullback from some of the more expansive view of what banking could be. And until we have a permanent head at the FCC, and perhaps until some cooler heads appear at the FDIC, it looks like we're kind of in a situation where some of the more innovative things are not likely to make a lot of progress.
Ginny, are you seeing anything going on at the state level that holds interest, promise in this space? Are there processes, licensures that can help companies navigate in the absence of a federal charter?
Yeah, I think, there's been attempts at doing this, right? And getting the challenge is ultimately getting the states to buy into uniform laws. So I'll leave it to others to really comment on this one.
I can, what do you think? Oops, sorry. Yes. Thanks, Michael. Yeah. So I think on the state front, there are some really interesting things going on. I mean, perhaps it's a little bit of a tired saying, but the states are indeed the laboratories of democracy. And I think where, where the federal government has been a bit slower, we do see states starting to step in. My practice involves a lot of crypto work, of course. I think probably everyone's does these days, whether you like it or not. But I think we see a lot on that front. For example, New York has given its trust companies quite expansive authority to provide crypto-related payment services, and that's quite interesting. Wyoming has a special purpose charter for a non-depository institution that would be what we call in technical legal terms a real bank, and therefore would be eligible to have access to the Fed payment systems and would be able to provide payment services the same as insured depository institutions. Some of those initiatives are going to be very interesting. I think at the same time, what those state chartered institutions are realizing is that they still need to get approval from the Federal Reserve banks to have Fed master accounts and to get access to the Fed payment systems. And so I suppose in some ways, the states are pushing forward as much as they can, at least some states. But there still is this tension between what sorts of institutions should we allow to have access to our core payment systems. And at the moment, it seems that anything other than a full insured bank, just may not be part of that equation.
What this points out too is, we really need legislation here, because what you see is, when there's a roadblock around innovation, is that clever lawyers like Jai and others, come up with new ways to try to get what is clearly necessary, which is a broadening of the access to the payment system. But they're doing it through legal means and subject to litigation and challenge, et cetera, it really should be a matter for legislation, but because, like with so many other things, we have significant polarization and difficulty getting legislation through, it doesn't seem to be happening. So we're in this period where the regulatory framework is being stretched about as far as it could go. What really needs to happen is we need to actually focus on what we want our payment system to look like. And I just point people to efforts made in Europe or elsewhere where they've taken a whole new look at this. That's something that clearly needs to be done here.
Thanks, Todd. Yeah, I think it is interesting. Part of the problem in the US is that we're trying to fit these round pegs into square holes over and over again because the regulatory structure that we have set up was not designed for the kind of institutions and innovation that we're seeing.
Yeah.
And part of the opposition, I think, to the chartering is that there's not a great fit between the charter and what payments companies are trying to do. Yeah. So maybe we could talk a little bit about, if not operating on a blank slate, but if we had the opportunity to develop a policy scheme in the United States that made sense, what would that look like?
Yeah, I will jump in there. I mean, as you guys mentioned, it's you either go and you get all your state money transmitter licenses, or you're a bank, right? I mean, you hit the nail on the head. And, when you look at kind of what's happening in other parts of the world, as Todd mentioned, Europe has the equivalent of a federal payments charter, right? It limits the need for individual jurisdictional permissions. Some people look at that and they try to apply it here. And, what I'll say is each market is just so different. And this is that complex that we really have to analyze some of those differences. Some examples, right? The consumer experiences vary. The number of banks varies. We have so many in the United States, right? The type of tech adoption varies, meaning how many people have bank access, card access, mobile access, really varies in different parts of the world. So, I'll just say the best thing we can do here is customize a model that's going to foster innovation, but also work for our constituents and their preferences. And ideally, still enable connectivity to other schemes to serve people and companies that need global commerce, right? And that's what we are focused on stitching together, right? But we have to do that while keeping the trusted and true safety requirements and consumer protections intact. And it's no wonder we're still trying to figure this out. It's just that complex.
And I think getting that balance right, obviously finding a path for innovation, but making sure that there's strong consumer protection, that there's strong safety and soundness oversight are just super critical to the safety of our system and to the trust people would have in our payment system. And trust at the end of the day is really all you have.
Yeah.
That's why I'm generally in favor of bringing the non-banks into the banking system rather than going the open banking route that has happened in Europe. And I think we could do that under our existing capabilities by allowing banks to organize themselves as full service banks with very limited deposit functions. But legislation is still best. We need to define what it is that we want to be within the banking supervision and safety and soundness umbrella. And I think payments are clearly a critical piece of what we traditionally think of the trust-based banking business. And so I think we should find a way to bring them into an appropriate level of supervision for the risks they present and the benefits they provide to society.
I agree with that, Todd. Oh, sorry, Michael.
No,
I just got very excited about the topic, of course.
Yeah, go for it.
So look, I think what's really challenging here, and I'm going to get technical just for a moment, right, is that we have clear laws and regulations that apply to banks, right? But those laws and regulations are meant to address institutions that engage in maturity and liquidity transformation, that is taking deposits and making loans, right? That's not really what the core of payment activities is. And then at the same time, we have very high level kinds of regulation. I'm thinking about, regulation of financial market utilities under Dodd-Frank that regulate in theory, things like payment settlement and clearing activities, right? But that piece alone doesn't also describe the full range of payment activities that happen. For example, the creation of a payment instrument, right? That's not really what's contemplated under the Dodd-Frank Title VIII regime either. And so what we have, I think, Michael, as you correctly said, is a bunch of round holes and a bunch of square pegs, and nobody's quite sure where to fit them. And just, to give you one very wonky example, right? If you've got a bank that just wants to engage in payment activities and say issue a payment instrument that looks like e-money, or in my world, a stable coin, right? That bank is still subject to a very high leverage ratio, which basically means it's uneconomical for a bank like that to just do payment instrument issuance. It needs to engage in some maturity transformation to make ends meet. And so I think regulators and the industry and us as lawyers really need to think through these issues from a first principles basis to get to an answer that actually makes sense for our financial market structure. And that is a really challenging problem. I think, sorry, one more point. To Ginny's point at the very beginning, which I think is really great, in the meantime, right, you can make a lot of improvements through faster payments that don't require, new legal regimes. Like there's a lot that can actually be done in the meantime. And I think you can't lose sight of either of those pieces.
And the last piece, and I agree with everything you just said, Jai, is that, we have the coming crypto expansion, however it's ultimately going to be done. And that needs to be worked into this as well, because a great portion, at least, of what's been developing recently are payments alternatives run on blockchains and currently not subject to any type of meaningful legislation in most places. So, this would be a great time to rethink the system, look at what they've done in Europe, look at what's happening in China and other places, and come up with a place for payments focused institutions in our broadly speaking, banking infrastructure. But it's going to be very, very hard to do that without legislation, because as everyone has mentioned, as the core picture I show my students in my FinTech course is actually that square peg and round hole picture. That's what this is all about. You're trying to ram things into securities or commodities or banking, or
have to fit into an existing category.
Right.
Although Zai, you mentioned one of my favorite titles of the Dodd-Frank Act, Title VIII, which does provide significant authority for regulating payment settlements and clearance, and has been to date not used. So I think it is interesting to see whether regulators will pick that up and use that as a framework for trying to bring some coherence to regulatory oversight in a space that, as all of you have pointed out, there's kind of some parts of it that are too hard to get into the system, and other parts that are just completely unregulated or regulated by the states in a way that's not super coherent. So trying to bring some order to that, I think, would be an interesting idea. Let me just say, we just have a few minutes left. Let me ask, we've mentioned Europe as a possible example. What are the countries in the world where, for their market context, you think they got it right, and that we might learn something from them? Maybe I'll start with Ginny and then go around.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I just think we're so unique. I'm just going to use the special snowflake, right? I mean, we're unique. But I mean, you look at the pace of technology and innovation in, APAC and what's going on there. But you got to think to yourself, where's the consumer protections and the privacy, right? So it's such a balance to really, respect and admire the system that we have today and what that's afforded us over time. And I know we're kind of bashing, right? Like we need to make changes, but like it is a very safe, mature, and secure system for the most part that we all benefit from. So it's how do we create an environment where we can innovate and at scale and at pace and balance it with safety and security. I'm curious what others think too.
Yeah, I think it's really challenging. And I'm glad you pointed out that, our legal infrastructure for privacy, data security, liability rules, they're all really quite worked out. And
you can't glaze over those things, right?
Yeah, you for sure cannot at your peril. And some countries are doing things that, at least for me, make me really quite queasy on the privacy front. Capturing information and deploying information that I think we don't want our government to have about all of us. So.
A classic example is the really great system developed in India, Aadhaar, with biometric information on everyone. It's been terrific for financial inclusion in India, but it also carries with it issues that have already risen there, which is how do you prove you're a citizen? What if you've been living there for generations and you don't have the documentation? Can you survive in that system? And there are things that just are culturally unacceptable, or we think are culturally unacceptable here around authentication and ID that would radically transform in a positive way the financial experience, but might have consequences in other areas that we're not really prepared for.
Thanks,
maybe I
Todd.
could say one possibly, sorry. I was going to say, maybe I can say one possibly optimistic thing. Look, I think one area the United States is not focused on, and maybe, Todd and Jenny's points about digital identity and how we give people access to financial services here is part of the issue. But other places, I'm thinking, of course, the famous example of M-Pesa, have decoupled banking services and credit intermediation services provided by banks from payment services by using the telecom infrastructure. And that's just something I don't think we've explored very much at all, probably because we have a much more vibrant, much more developed financial services system than in developing economies. But I mean, to my mind, we should have an open mind and be able to learn from some of those examples.
There was a failed effort about 5 years ago, went nowhere, but it always seemed like a natural way to disintermediate some portion of the banking system from its payments monopoly.
We are unfortunately at time. This panel went super fast. I want to thank our wonderful panelists for their comments here today. I'm going to turn things over to my great friend, Chris Brummer, who's organized such an amazing DC FinTech Week yet again. Chris, thanks so much.
Well, that was my own sort of, I'm originally from the state of Arkansas, and there are all kinds of ways in which I could have gone pig suey or the like. That was an amazingly wonderful conversation. I want to thank everyone from having participated. This is a bit of a potluck. It's turned into a global potluck over the years with people pitching in from the IMF and FATF and the BIS. And it's just such a delight to see so many long-term friends, including the great Michael Barr, moderating such a fascinating discussion, and one that will also be of relevance tomorrow. And we'll be starting bright and early, talking about deal flow in FinTech. I'm sure we're going to have a completely uneventful day with Gary Gensler, Brad Garlinghouse, and Nelly Leong on the President's Working Group on stablecoins. But we're really looking forward to seeing you for our finale. And again, thank you to all of our great participants, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Filecoin watch party is tonight as well. So you want to go out to the Filecoin watch party downtown. Be careful, people will have masks. So talk to you soon.
Thanks, everybody.
right. Thank you so much for having me. I am thrilled to be here at DC FinTech Week. And as the chair of the Filecoin Foundation, I am especially thrilled to be celebrating the 1-year anniversary of the launch of Filecoin. Now, I know that in Washington, DC, cryptocurrency has become a hot topic in recent months. And today I'd like to talk about how cryptocurrency can be the foundation for a better internet, an alternative to big tech that puts people in control of their own data, protects user privacy and security, and permanently preserves humanity's most important information. Let me explain how. Cryptocurrency makes it possible to send monetary value across the globe instantly and securely, just as easily as you can send information over the internet by attaching a file to an email. That is to say, cryptocurrency does for monetary value what the internet did for information. For me, the most important thing about cryptocurrency is that it creates the ability to program money. In other words, you can write computer code that automatically transfers value upon a condition being met. So for example, you could write a computer program that says, for every second of a song that I play, automatically transfer the equivalent of a millionth of a cent from me to the songwriter. And this can happen instantly and automatically with no intermediary between us, even across borders. This kind of transaction would be completely untenable using traditional payment systems. Now, today, we're celebrating the 1-year anniversary of the launch of Filecoin. Filecoin uses that same programmable money concept to create a decentralized file storage network. If you have extra storage space on your computer hardware, you can rent it out to others who will pay you to store their files or pieces of their files so that only the file owner can put the pieces back together. A computer program will regularly check that the files are still being stored on your computer, and if so, automatically compensate you with cryptocurrency. So you can think of it like Airbnb for file storage. Storage providers are renting out their extra storage space to earn Filecoin, and users are spending Filecoin to store their files on other people's computers. That may sound like a niche use case, but we believe that this could be a foundational technology for the next generation of the internet. So today's internet is centralized. The vast majority of the data making up the many websites that Americans use every day sit in data warehouses owned by just 3 companies: Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud. We have repeatedly seen these companies suffer blackouts and vast swaths of the web go down for hours, including websites that are massive contributors to the American economy. Facebook's 6-hour outage earlier this month is a prime example. That's the problem with having single points of failure. We believe that you can create a better version of the web if you combine the storage capacity and computing power on all of our individual devices into a supercomputer-like network and store multiple copies of data across those devices. On this decentralized version of the internet, websites will stay up even if some nodes fail, and the availability of information is not dependent on any one server or company. This provides a more robust platform for humanity's most important information. So Filecoin provides the incentive for people to contribute storage to that decentralized internet. And it turns out that these incentives work. So over the past year, 3,300 Filecoin storage providers have contributed nearly 12 exabytes of storage capacity. To put that in perspective, that could store all of the written works of mankind in all languages from the beginning of recorded history to today, more than 10 times over. And that storage space is being used to preserve humanity's most important information. As just one example, the Starling Lab, a project of Stanford and USC, uses the Filecoin network to permanently preserve the USC Shoah Foundation's archive of 55,000 video testimonials of genocide survivors. Filecoin is just one use of cryptocurrency, but it demonstrates how being able to program money to instantly, automatically send microtransactions across the world can create economic incentives that enable entirely new technologies. There are already thousands of projects building other cryptocurrency applications, from automatically paying music royalties, to compensating people when their data is used, to paying journalists for each view of an article, to incentivizing consumers to use renewable energy. This technology is really in its early days, and this stage of development for cryptocurrency is often compared to the internet of the early 90s. It would have been a mistake in 1995 to believe that we understood then what the internet would be used for. And similarly, I believe that cryptocurrencies' uses might be just as expansive, and that it's vital to ensure that innovation in this space can continue to thrive. Thanks so much, and over to my colleagues at the Filecoin Orbit Lounge.
Much for that, Marta, for that introduction, and I just want to thank everybody who's here in person. We're coming to you live from the Yours Truly Hotel in Washington D.C. We've got a nice sort of studio audience here, I guess. But thanks. Just want to thank Chris Brummer and everybody at Georgetown Law and DC FinTech Week who made this possible. I want to thank Amplified Event Strategy, PPGAV, especially the hotel here for having us. It's really been a fun time being here, being a part of this event. Nice to be back in person again. So definitely, step in the right direction. So, my name is Aaron Stanley. I look after events and community here at the Filecoin Foundation. I just joined recently from CoinDesk, where I was a journalist and an editor and helping to produce events around just kind of the transformation of the financial system. And I'm joined here by an amazing panel. We have Kristen Smith, who is the executive director of the Blockchain Association. And we have Nick Day, who is the managing editor for policy and regulation for CoinDesk. And Nick actually recently just won an award from the Association for the Association of Cryptocurrency Journalists and Researchers. I think I'm saying that right. He was the Journalist of the Year. So he's been on the ground for 5 years, just covering this stuff inside and out. There's probably few people who know more than both of these individuals. And certainly last but not least, we have Marta Belcher, who is the chair of the Filecoin Foundation, and she's also general counsel at Protocol Labs. She does like a million other things that I don't have the time to name them all. But thank you, Marta, for being. We sad you're not here in person with us, but glad to have you remotely here. So maybe I think one of the themes of this conference has really been, of DC FinTech Week, has really been this idea of there's integrity, there's inclusion, and there's any other word, integrity, innovation, inclusion, sorry. And talking about all these areas in the concept of FinTech. And I think sometimes there's a bit of misunderstanding around cryptocurrencies and how these fit into these topics, these broader topics that we're trying to address throughout the course of this conference today. So I guess I'm going to tee this up to maybe Kristen. I'll turn to you first. So when we're talking about these topics of innovation, integrity, inclusion, how do you kind of see the role of what role do cryptocurrencies play here? How would you kind of define that from a high level for us?
Yeah, well, so I think cryptocurrency is important not because of necessarily the currency itself, but because of the crypto network that is built around cryptocurrency. And that's like Marta was describing before, it's different storage providers coming together, contributing hardware, running open source software. This is a wonderful innovation. And I think what's great, what's great about this is that going to your themes, there's a tremendous amount of innovation happening, right? Because this is a new infrastructure for financial services, for the internet, for many other areas. And the amount of innovation that needs to happen in order for that to kind of reach its full potential is wonderful. And that's a huge driver of economic activity. And on the inclusion angle, anybody can participate in this. You don't have to work for a specific company. There are multiple different roles that you can play. You can help contribute to the underlying networks. You can help contribute to the software that run them. You can build on top of them. And so there's a tremendous amount of potential here. And I think, sometimes when my day job is working with Congress, so we get a lot of pushback that, well, that's not happening today, but it will be happening tomorrow. And I think that's what's super exciting about this space. So yeah, that's all I got.
Yeah, Nick, do you want to add on to that? And maybe even just, I think that's one of the themes of just what we've seen in the last, even just we had a Bitcoin ETF approval, just launching for trading this week even. We can talk a bit more about this later, but I think, if there's one thing to emphasize here, it's just the speed by which these developments we're seeing these progress. And this has gone from being a very niche thing, a niche community, to, it's like kind of eating the world like software 20 years ago, right? So Nick, well, what's your kind of your mental model for viewing this space right now?
Yeah, I think so. To be completely honest, I'm actually, I think, a bit more of a skeptic on a lot of this stuff than many of my colleagues are. But my introduction to adulthood was finding out that my social security number may or may not have been leaked as part of, it was either Experian or one of the other credit providers that lost basically a ton of customer data. And so practically my entire adult life I've had to keep things locked down just in case someone manages to buy my social security and get a credit card in my name or something, and take my ability to buy a house in a couple of years. And so I think the crypto industry is really, the whole core premise is kind of really asking the right questions about how to protect consumer data, financial data, how to ensure that you can do the things you want to do in the modern world without having to live in fear that your data is going to be mishandled by third parties that you have never been able to opt into, never really been able to have any say over, and never really been able to even influence to any degree. If you recall, the class action lawsuits against companies like Experian and the like have basically resulted in settlements of promises that they will monitor my my credit history for the next couple of years. So thank you for sort of solving a problem that you created. I think this is one of the few places where those questions are being asked, and I think this industry is the fact that there are proposed solutions is really fascinating to me, and that's kind of what I'm looking at is how are these solutions being built, how are they developing, how are they growing, and how is that fitting into this existing world, especially with the regulatory stuff that I cover primarily.
Great. So I'm going to turn over to Marta here with this next question. So with DC FinTech Week this week, we've talked about a whole host of subjects from CBDCs to payments innovation to cryptocurrencies to like financial integrity, public safety. We've talked about like ESG. We've talked about privacy. This whole just basket of things that kind of fit into this underneath this umbrella, so to speak, of FinTech, right? And on the surface, sometimes it kind of looks like these are all kind of individually like siloed areas, right? And it's it's not immediately clear like how these things all kind of like meld together essentially. But I think when we zoom out, we can kind of see that all of these issues are essentially like related to, they're trying to solve some type of problem that exists in the current internet structure. Obviously, there's the internet's done a lot of benefit, has lots of benefits, it's done a lot of positive things for humanity. But there's also been some kind of negative externalities, and there's some issues that are just coming up right now. And I think kind of the exciting thing about cryptocurrency and the innovation that we're seeing is like it really represents a broader kind of sea change in just like we're not just trying to find a new way of exchanging money, like we're trying to find a new way of thinking about how do we use the internet. So or what's the best way to sort of build the internet in a way that works for everybody. So Marta, maybe I'll let you kind of run with that, but maybe walk us through like what this idea of Web3 or decentralized web, or there's a number of names that people are kind of referring to this idea of the evolution of the internet. So how do you sort of help us understand how you view this?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that question. As Nick was saying, we experience so much of our daily lives through just a handful of large corporations. And we really have no choice but to trust those corporations. We have to trust them not to misuse troves of data about us. That data includes what we do online, who we talk to, what we click on, what we say. We have to trust them to keep that data safe from attackers, and we have to trust them to protect our civil liberties when they're responding to requests from governments. And I think there are all sorts of different proposals for addressing these concerns. But my view is that one answer here is really to look at this centralized architecture and think about what it might mean instead of having this centralized internet to decentralize the web. As I mentioned before, just as an example of what it means to have these single points of failure and the centralized version of the internet. Just so much of today's internet is really just in a few companies' hands. And when we see these companies suffer blackouts, we suddenly realize, why it's a problem to have single points of failure. And so, for us at the Filecoin Foundation, we really think that you can have a much better version of the web if, instead of relying on these centralized intermediaries, you can sort of combine a bunch of different people's storage capacity and computing power and create a network where you can store multiple copies of data across those devices. And if you decentralize the web, these websites will stay up even if some nodes fail. And more importantly, the availability of information isn't dependent on one server or one company. So our mission at the Filecoin Foundation is to preserve humanity's most important information. And we really believe that decentralizing the web is the path to providing a more robust platform for humanity's most important information.
Great. And Marta, I think you have an interesting kind of vantage point here, just given kind of your background on the technology side, on like kind of the crypto side specifically, but then also as a civil liberties attorney, working with EFF, Electronic Frontier Foundation, et cetera, and maybe touch a bit on the kind of that crypto Web3 connection. Just given, kind of the broader scope of work that you've done in the past and what motivates you.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think there are a couple of things, big misconceptions about sort of civil liberties as they relate to cryptocurrency. So I think one of the things I hear a lot is a misconception that tools that can help to empower users and enhance privacy, are bad. But actually, privacy is not bad or illegal. And in fact, the ability to have privacy, and particularly in financial transactions, are really essential to civil liberties, especially for financial transactions. I often talk about pictures that I saw come out of the Hong Kong protests that really drove this point home for me from a civil liberties perspective. So there were these pictures with these long lines at the subway stations as the pro-democracy protesters were waiting to purchase tickets with cash so that their electronic purchases would not place them at the scene of the protest. And so for me, this really underscores that a society where financial transactions are surveilled is really a surveillance society, and it shows the importance of private transactions. And so for me, cryptocurrency is important for civil liberties precisely because it imports the privacy of cash into the online world. And that's a feature, not a bug.
Great, thanks for that. Just turning over to Kristen and Nick here. I'd like you both to kind of react to that and just from kind of what are some of like the policy issues that folks need to kind of wrestle with when we want to obviously preserve civil liberties, we want to promote innovation, but at the same time we don't want to enable the bad guys. We don't want to, there's a number of goals here there's a number of kind of things we're trying to, get right essentially. So Kristen, how are you explaining this to folks like on the Hill or in the administration about these?
There's a series of public policy issues around the cryptocurrency space, and they all sort of stem from this same challenge and that challenge is that we're dealing with a decentralized network where there's not one single party in charge. A lot of our regulation that we have today, whether it be disclosures and securities laws or reporting to the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network for anti-money laundering issues, or the reporting of tax information, all of these issues right now revolve around having a central entity in the middle that has a customer relationship where they have this information or they have inside information that they can report to the government. And I think that the challenge regulators are having, and also Congress, as Congress is now starting to think about these issues, is how can we achieve the same underlying public policy goals but do it in a way that makes sense for this technology? Because what happened over the summer is there was an expanded definition of broker that was included in this must-pass infrastructure bill that would have required individual software developers, people who are in the storage business, who don't have customers directly, to go and acquire all of the information that is needed for tax reporting. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And so the challenge is when you have these very, very busy lawmakers that, or regulators, it's getting them to look to the future and understand that this is a totally new, different way of organizing economic activity. And we have to think about regulation that makes sense for this new technology.
Nick, you want to take that?
Yeah, I mean, so my view is, someone who speaks to a lot of folks, including Kristen, all the time, who are coming up with, different suggestions and solutions on how to address some of these questions. And, the range has really been from, just letting companies do their thing, letting startups and developers build out these decentralized projects and kind of accept the fact that, anyone can use them, to creating some kind of, super surveillance-y kind of decentralized project where, obviously on the blockchain, you can track transactions. So proposals I've seen include, tying identities to wallets and just being able to track everyone who uses them. And I'm not sure, Kristen probably has a better idea than I do. I'm not sure how, whether any of these proposals are really going to gain favor in Congress or amongst regulators, but it does feel like we're just in such an early phase of all of this that whatever kind of middle ground solution ends up kind of succeeding, it's not going to happen for probably quite a while. Definitely not this year, probably not next year. And hopefully by the time we do get actual congressional action and firm regulatory guidance, maybe there will be some kind of popular, both technologically and policy-wise, solution that's favorable to the concerns about financial surveillance, but also allow policymakers to, enact their goals that, they don't want to allow crimes to happen. They don't want to allow, illicit actors to be able to use these tools. And that's kind of what they're looking at.
So I think like one of the challenges that folks have in kind of trying to explain, interacting with kind of the Washington policy crowd, and also the challenge that the policy crowd has trying to understand what's happening in this industry is there's just like so much happening and there's so much moving here at light speed. And even for folks who are in the industry every single day, it's like impossible to keep up. But there's so much, from a narrative perspective, there's so many interesting things happening that, on the surface, it may be kind of difficult to see exactly like why this is important or why this is interesting. I think like NFTs or non-fungible tokens are kind of the premier, example of this, where people look at these like, why are people paying so much money for these sort of pictures on the internet? And then, but once you kind of start diving in, you realize a bit more of there's the digital scarcity, and there's a whole potential to kind of revolutionize how intellectual property rights are distributed on the internet and how this can empower creators and communities, et cetera. It kind of like, your mind kind of opens up a bit more. And I'd like to kind of just go around the horn here and just ask each of our panelists about, is there a particular like use case that you see in the industry right now that is, that you're really intrigued by, that you don't think gets maybe like quite the understanding or the recognition it deserves, whether it be, like NFTs or like stable coins or even kind of this new idea of like play to earn gaming, where people in the Philippines in lockdowns, COVID lockdowns, were playing these blockchain-based games and earning tokens just for playing these games, and then converting that into Philippine pesos, and then using that to like buy food and subside. So there's lots of just like really cool things happening that I don't really think most people really understand very well. So I would like to kind of just go around the horn here. Kristen, you want to start?
Yeah, no, I am super fascinated. I consider this almost its own bucket of innovation kind of around the creator economy. And part of that is NFTs, but it's also social tokens that are compensating people for different activities and allowing content creators to just find new ways to monetize content. I mean, I think that's really cool because there aren't a lot of options today. If you're putting videos up on YouTube, you don't have a lot of flexibility there. But now we have this whole world where you can design all of these different models for people to potentially be contribute or compensated for the content they create. But I think what I'm most fascinated by, and I don't actually know a whole lot about it, but is this whole idea of the metaverse and the fact that if you think about how you spend most of your day, it's not usually in a room in front of a bunch of people, right? We are looking at our screens all day long. I look from this screen to this screen and back and forth, back and forth. We are spending so much of our time interfacing with the digital world that there's probably cooler, better ways to do that. And when we're in the digital world, just like when we're in, the real world, we're going to want to surround ourselves with goods that make us happy, right? Like, we are going to want art that is unique and special to us. We are going to want to, have a version of a digital Rolex or something, right? I mean, you want to signal who you are and something about your personality to the world. And the more we're in these like online universes, there's going to be an entire economy, and it's not unrealistic that at some point we'll be spending more on goods for our virtual lives than in our like actual physical worlds. And so I think that's just like a super cool idea, and one that I'm personally very fascinated by.
I think for me, an idea that I've heard discussed for quite a few years, but I'm not sure where it's actually built, where it's actually at in terms of being built. But this idea of digital and decentralized ID, where you're able to you have your own digital profile that you're in control of, and you can decide which parties get access to which aspects of it. So if you're applying to get a new credit card, you can give them, give the bureau or the issuer the appropriate information that they need. So your credit history, your KYC information, versus if you want to maybe apply for a job, you can give them access to your academic records and to your past job history. But just this idea of having all of that in some kind of single unit, whether that's on your phone or phones make no sense, but maybe on a laptop. But being able to control that, being able to tie, not need to have like a separate passport, a driver's license, a credit card, different cards and different devices for different places you go to. That's been really fascinating to me, and it does kind of feel like this futuristic thing. I don't know how many people here watch The Expanse, but they have something kind of like that in the show. There we go. Where they have like these screens, and a lot of what they need is just kind of through the single device. And I'm looking forward to seeing if that gets built and if that gets adopted, because right now, people who fly, they have to either have a passport or maybe they need a real ID if their driver's license doesn't qualify as visual identification. So it's just a lot, and there's a lot of potential rooms for failure there. And again, this ties back to my earlier question about being able to control your own data.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting one that I think a lot of people can relate to. And I always kind of go back to this analogy of if I'm going to like a bar, right, and the bouncer at the door asks for my ID to verify that I'm 21, like he doesn't need to know my name or like where I live or like any of this other personal information. He just needs to know that I'm actually 21 years old. So it's like, you don't necessarily need to, if there's ways that we can just selectively disclose the information that's relevant without, just giving just dumping all this information on the web or just making this easily available. I mean, I think there's like a real or even with like kind of like Google sign on and things of that nature. It's like, okay, I want to sign into this website. I don't necessarily want to sign with my Gmail. I don't want these people like know everything about me in my Gmail account, right? Or my Facebook account or whatever. So I think that's a really intriguing use case that there's a lot of people working on it, but I'm curious to, excited to see when that finally kind of picks up more steam. So Marta, let's turn it over to you. Which use case, other than decentralized storage, are you most excited about?
Thanks. There's an economist in Peru named Hernando de Soto, and he coined a term, dead capital. And dead capital refers to property that is sort of informally held. It's not legally recognized. And so it can't be exchanged for financial capital. So because there isn't this certainty of ownership, the asset, you can't borrow against that asset. So this is dead capital. And the idea is that a lot of people, there's all this sort of dead capital all around the world. And for me, this concept is really interesting when you think about cryptocurrency, because the most important thing for me about cryptocurrency is that it creates the ability to write programs for your money, that you can write computer code that will automatically transfer value. And this ability to program your money, I think, really opens the door for all sorts of for monetizing all sorts of things that we would never have thought we could have monetized before. So the ability to send transactions across the world, instantly in, 1/1,000,000th of a cent increments is really powerful. So the example I often use is like music royalties, like being able to program your money to say, for every second of a song I play, automatically transfer 1/1,000,000th of a cent to the songwriter, right? And the thing that I think is so interesting about that is that using the ability to program your money, you can create all sorts of economies that just didn't exist before, that just were completely impossible. So for example, Wikipedia was built with a lot of free labor, right? But you can easily now with cryptocurrency technology build a Wikipedia, and there are plenty of projects that use a similar concept where you're for every 5 seconds that someone is viewing a particular article, the person who wrote it is getting compensated. Or if if the thing that you wrote, is verified by 5 other people, you're getting compensated for it. And so I think we're just scratching the surface with what the ability to program money can do and the kinds of dead capital that it can unlock.
Yeah, interesting. That's a really. I remember I read that book in grad school, The Mystery of Capital, and it was, it's always been one of the intriguing things of this industry is like, how can we kind of tap into that potential? It's just sitting there, right? And I mean, and even kind of going back to like the core themes of the conference here that we've talked about, like integrity, innovation, inclusion. I think from a narrative perspective, I think when a lot of people from the outside look at this industry, they see just like, there's a lot of kind of like, just to be honest, there's kind of like some crazy stuff that's sort of there's certain Silicon Valley personalities that go on Twitter and Saturday Night Live promoting their preferred coin. There's people spending like millions of dollars on these, kind of digital NFT pictures on the internet. And like, there's just some like crazy stuff, right? So like, I think it kind of begs the question, like, what does any of this stuff have to do with like integrity, innovation, and inclusion? And where does, what's kind of like the bigger picture here, I guess? I guess I'll pose that to anyone who wants to take that one. Kristen, you want to take that?
Yeah, well, I think to the integrity point, the reason Bitcoin was created was coming out of a financial crisis, right? And there were flaws that were identified that Bitcoin in a way helped address. And I think if we look at something like Filecoin network or other networks that are being laying the foundation to build Web 3.0, they're trying to address flaws with Web 2.0, right? And so I think that crypto networks are a way to restore integrity to these very essential services that we all have come to rely on in our lives. And so I think, if you look back to the .com days, there were all sorts of kind of crazy things that happened then, and amazing IPOs with companies that weren't worth anything, and you had people sort of come and go. I think anytime you have anything new, it does attract a certain type of personality. But the people I work with every day in the member companies of the Blockchain Association, these are really hardworking people that are trying to come in and make the world a better place. And I think that makes it very exciting. And yes, there's going to be some, sort of interesting, entertaining headlines in the early days, but that it's going to settle out over time as we get a little bit further down the road and these networks become more integrated, and more services are built on top of them that become integrated into our lives.
Great. I'd like to kind of switch gears slightly here and focus a bit more on kind of like the DC and the policy angle. And we've got 3 guests here who have really done a great job or kind of at the forefront of trying to translate this industry and some of the technicalities and some of the potential and the craziness that we see, and trying to kind of translate this to the DC audience really. And I was here in 2017 and 18 as a reporter for CoinDesk covering crypto. I think I might have even been like the first crypto reporter here in DC. I'm not sure, but I was, I just remember kind of at that time, it was like everyone kind of had these questions and we need some more education. And, I come back to DC and, today, and it's like, there's some areas where wow, we've made a lot of progress. And there's some areas where it's like, okay, we haven't really changed the narrative much. I mean, maybe Nick, I'll turn to you. I mean, you've been covering kind of the regulatory beat, pretty much day in, day out for the last 3-4 years now. What do you kind of see, like how do you see kind of the industry's like evolution in its relationship with the Washington crowd?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really growing for sure. If we're talking like flash versus substance, way back, 2-3 years ago, there was a lot of, I think quiet conversations, but regulators weren't, they were engaging, but the kind of engagement was really focused on, very specific issues. It wasn't, we didn't have conversations about stablecoins the way we're having right now. Conversations about securities and ICOs were mainly, RDs violating the law. Now there are so many companies and so many groups that are actually trying to engage with lawmakers, and we're seeing lawmakers, I think, engage more and more now than they were a couple of years ago. Regulators have been, I think, engaged for years now, but even that's kind of ramping up. We're seeing, we're going from conversations to, we're going to see a report from the Fed about central bank digital currencies. We're going to see a separate report, I think, from the Fed about stablecoins. We're going to see the President's Working Group report on stablecoins. We're going to see, action from the SEC, I imagine, pretty soon. But they just allowed Bitcoin futures ETF to start trading, and we're going to have another one start next week. We're seeing, more and more applications for different kinds of novel crypto products, whether that's, Ether futures ETFs and Ether spot ETFs or margined crypto future products. It's really kind of ramping up. And I think we are seeing a maturation of how crypto industry is approaching a lot of these regulators and lawmakers. We're still seeing for sure a lot of flash. There's a lot of, if you go on Twitter, there's a lot of angry tweets about, how certain politicians or certain regulators are criminals who are bent on destroying the industry or, stuff like that. And I think, we're starting to see more and more that regulators are just filtering that out and looking at the people who are actually engaging, people like Kristen and the rest of the Blockchain Association folks here and some of the other trade organizations that are, working with their groups to engage in a way that isn't just name calling and, whatever, but actually get some substantive reactions and comments and thoughtful feedback in. And I think we're starting to see a lot of warm reception to that. In particular, the OCC, for just one example, under 2 different acting controllers, we're seeing pretty warm feedback, advice to the crypto industry, but they're not out here saying, stablecoins are clearly banks, we're going to shut them all down. They're engaging, they're talking to people and they're talking to companies and saying, all right, well, show us what you got and we'll tell you what we have concerns with and, let's work from there.
Yeah, and I think, the presence of like really kind of forward-thinking regulators, Chris Giancarlo, whom we heard from earlier, make sure you buy his book. Yeah. And then, even like Brian Brooks, who was sort of, like a bull in a china shop during his tenure at the OCC. And I think there's just been like a real like maturation. I mean, I think even the former head of FinCEN came over from Chainalysis. I mean, there's just like the knowledge has really just percolated to the top, I think. Maybe Kristen, give us kind of, Blockchain Association has been around for 3 years now, right? So congratulations on that. But how has things evolved since you first started out in this ambitious?
It's going like this. It's great. For the longest time, there just simply weren't enough people working on public policy issues that understood crypto in Washington. And that has completely changed in the past couple of months. We see different organizations that are investing in bringing policy people onto their team and working with lobbyists. We see new groups popping up that are focusing on education around DeFi, like the DeFi Education Fund, around Web 3.0. The Filecoin Foundation is doing events in Washington, D.C. All of this is really important because these, the information just doesn't pop into a policymaker's head, right? Like there's a whole process for influencing and educating that needs to take place. I also think what's changed is, and this I think is crypto's political superpower, is that policymakers now realize that it's not just a little industry asking for something. It's actually nearly 50 million people across the United States that are investing in cryptocurrencies, and you can't undo that, right? I mean, every single Uber
what was
driver.
The lesson learned from the infrastructure bill?
The lesson learned from the infrastructure bill was, oh, I have voters that care about this. I better check before I put something into a last-minute bill.
Is there another issue where a member of Congress might receive like 50,000 people tweeting at them?
What happened during infrastructure? There were 40,000 things to fight for the future. They're an amazing organization. There were 40,000 phone calls that went into the U.S. Senate in the course of about 5 days, and the phones are ringing off the hook. Twitter was going off the hook. And part of that is because the people who are investing in crypto, who are helping build on top of crypto networks, they're a very communicative group of people. They are on Reddit, they are on Twitter, they share information very quickly, and they mobilized in a way that I certainly didn't even imagine that was gonna happen. And so now that that's out there, it was like Nick said, like they're not trying to totally get rid of stablecoins. They're trying to figure out what is the right regulation we can put in place to make sure that the consumers are protected. And so I think we've really turned a corner. I think in 6 months, 12 months from now, we'll actually have a full team, not just the Blockchain Association, but across Washington. We will be a mature industry that is having a smart, strategic, coordinated lobbying effort. And I used to worry that wasn't going to happen, but it's happening now. And there's going to be, some policymakers that come up with crazy ideas, and there'll be ups and downs, and there's never-ending education to do. But at the end of the day, I think we're going to be fine because we have that infrastructure in place, and we can influence and have a seat at the table for when policy discussions are happening.
Yeah, it really kind of comes down to just a question of narratives almost at the end of the day. And I want to turn over to Marta here. Obviously, the industry's been around now in Washington for 5-6 years, longer than that in some cases. But it still just feels like there's a lot of misconceptions floating around. And, I'd just like to turn to Marta, like from your vantage point, what are some of the big issues that, folks seem to just, they can't wrap their heads around, or they're kind of getting stuck on?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, Kristen's doing, and the Blockchain Association are doing just an incredible job of really clearing up these misconceptions. But I think a couple of them that come up repeatedly. One is, I think there's a common misconception that cryptocurrencies are unregulated, that it's the Wild West. But the on-ramps and off-ramps where people are buying or selling and custodying cryptocurrencies are heavily regulated. These are chartered banks or trust companies or state licensed money transmitters, and they have minimum capital requirements. They have to post bonds, and they open their doors to yearly examinations. They are financial institutions under the Bank Secrecy Act, and so they're registering with FinCEN, they're doing KYC, and they're sharing the details of suspicious transactions. And so I think that's something that isn't well understood. I also think there's a myth about sort of fraud and consumer protection in the cryptocurrency space. I think the fundamental thing for people to understand here is that if someone is committing fraud, it doesn't matter whether they're committing fraud using cryptocurrency or email or the phone or pen and paper. The actions can be taken by the CFPB, the FTC, the CFTC, in addition to private causes of action, regardless of the technology. So in other words, we can and already do sensibly apply existing laws and regulations in the cryptocurrency space. I think another one that comes up repeatedly, is just thinking through how we should think about cryptocurrency's environmental impact. And I think it's really important to understand that different cryptocurrencies have different proof systems and use different amounts of energy. And really, when we built the first computer, it was the size of an entire room, right? But over time, technology gets more scalable and sustainable. And we have seen major cryptocurrencies switch over to less energy intensive proof systems. So like Ethereum's recent move to proof of stake. And I think there's also an important point here that the energy here is often being used to achieve particular societal benefits. So certainly more to be done in that space, but I think important to put it in context.
Great, thanks for that. I want to turn back to Nick here and just touch on some of the recent news that we've had in the last couple of days. I mean, we obviously had a Bitcoin, not a true Bitcoin ETF, like a Bitcoin futures ETF that launched for trading yesterday. And from what I understand, it did pretty well. So could you kind of just help us frame, and obviously we just hit like a new all-time high for Bitcoin now, kind of on the heels of that. So could you kind of just help put in context like what's been going on here, and I think even kind of distinguish between what the differences between like a spot Bitcoin ETF and a Bitcoin futures ETF?
Yeah, well, so Bitcoin futures ETF is tracking the price of CME's Bitcoin futures product, not the actual underlying Bitcoin itself. That's what a spot ETF would track. And SEC Chair Gary Gensler has said a couple times now that he's comfortable with the investor protection provisions that are included in the law that governs futures ETFs more so than he is comfortable with the law that governs spot ETFs. So the first Bitcoin spot ETF began trading yesterday. That was ProShares. It I think had like $1 billion in transaction volume the first day, which was pretty big, and then it's already done $1 billion in transaction volume today, which I think makes it one of the largest ETF debuts in U.S. history. And I'm not sure like what the actual rank is. It's not number one, but it's somewhere in the top 5. It's also the first one to handle $2 billion worth of transactions in 2 days. Apparently gold took 3 days. So clearly there's a lot of demand. The next Bitcoin futures ETF to launch will probably be Van Eck. They're going to go live on Monday. They filed their post-effective amended prospectus this morning saying that, basically hinting that they've got SEC approval. So we'll see how that does, but clearly there's a huge amount of demand. And, I don't know how a Bitcoin spot ETF is going to do. We may see one next year. There's kind of a small betting pool on the fourth quarter of 2022 right now, but I think that's going to depend on whether or not anything changes with the market, but also how can investors, or how can companies and issuers demonstrate they want to protect investors in the over the time period it takes to launch this product. The other side of that is, I think I was talking to someone and they said that Bitcoin futures returns over the course of a year might be a little bit less than the returns if you are investing in the actual Bitcoin. So there is, despite the investor protection, provisions, there's also a possibility that by allowing a futures ETF, as any retail investors are actually going to do a little bit less well than if they had invested in a spot product, over that same time period.
Yeah, so it's interesting because we've been waiting. I think the Winklevoss twins first filed a Bitcoin ETF application in like 2013.
Yeah.
It's been sort of 8 years of just like rejection. And I remember when I was reporting on this back, a few years ago, I would, there'd be like one rejection, another rejection. I would be emailing sources like, hey, do you have any new comments on this rejection? And they're like, they just like copy and paste the same thing they sent me 2 years ago. Because like nothing really changed. It was just the same, kind of boilerplate rejections over and over again. And I'd like, Kristen and then Marta, I'd like for both of you to kind of take us out with like, what does this mean for kind of the maturation of the industry? I mean, I think, Bitcoin. I mean, there's some people that argue like maybe Bitcoin futures ETF isn't as good as a spot Bitcoin ETF, but obviously it is a sign of legitimacy, and the market, the prices seem to be reacting to that. But like, what does this kind of just mean for the overall maturation of the industry here?
I mean, yeah, it's certainly a monumental moment. It's a big deal and something that should be applauded. I do think, though, that if it's good enough for futures, it's good enough for spot. Because yes, the futures markets are regulated, but the future is based off of the underlying price. And so the arguments that futures are more regulated than spot, I don't think carry through. And I'm hopeful that the SEC will quickly move to do a spot ETF as well.
Great. And then Marta, you want to kind of take us out, like what does this sort of mean for the broader, kind of tie a bow on our conversation here today? What does this kind of mean for the maturation of this space as a whole here?
Well, I'll be honest, for me, the least interesting thing about cryptocurrency is the price. So for me, the thing that I'm focusing on and thinking about is really what this technology can do for the future of the web. So while I think it is a great moment for maturation of the industry, it is less interesting for me than thinking about that than it is thinking about the technology itself.
Great. Well, that's all the time we have for today. I just want to thank everyone for being here in person. I want to thank everybody for watching online. Special thanks to Chris Brummer and the DC FinTech Week, Georgetown Law team for putting this all together, for allowing us to be a part of this, and hope you enjoy the rest of the event.